You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 1.
You said you're a comedy actor, so why the long face? How about a smile?
At Iyashikei City, inside an old convenience store called Afterlife, an old man was consoling the store's only customer.
Our whole family likes to watch your show. We're all your fans. Your show always accompanies us during dinner. If it's not on, something doesn't feel right that night.
The old man rambled for a long time before the young man, who stood at the corner, slowly turned around. He looked around 20. He was casually dressed, and his hair was unkempt. He did not look particularly handsome, but there was an indescribable air of melancholy about him.
The show that I was a part of has stopped broadcasting. I was fired from my agency 3 days ago. That's fine. You're such a good actor, you'll definitely find a new job soon.
The gentlemanly boss comforted, but the young man only shook his head. He did not continue this topic.
Boss, I've played all of the second-hand games you have available here. Do you have any new stock recently? Well, there is some, but based on your current situation, I wouldn't recommend you to go and play those overly gory and scary games.
The boss took out a black box from under the counter. The box was made from an unknown material, and it seemed to be very heavy.
Have you tried Iyashikei games before? Iyashikei? It's a Japanese game genre. It's used for anime, manga, and games created with the specific purpose of having a healing or soothing effect on the audience. Works of this kind often involve alternative realities with little to no conflict, emphasizing nature and the little delights in life.
The boss explained as he removed a second-hand gaming helmet from the box.
Technology is getting more and more advanced these days, but people are drifting further and further away from the simple joys of life. People nowadays have to contend with so many kinds of daily pressure. A good Iyashikei game can help relax one's mind and warm one's soul. I think you should give it a try.
The young man hesitated after he accepted the helmet from the boss. Finally, he nodded.
Boss, what's the name of this game? Perfect Life.
After making the purchase, Hanfei put on his mask, pulled down his cap, hugged the helmet, and left the store. He did not do this because he was afraid of being recognized. He just wanted to avoid social interaction as much as possible. Hanfei slowly unwound after he reached his rental home. He switched on the television and surfed the channels for a while before getting up to use the bathroom. After graduating from Iyashikei Movie and TV Acting Academy, he worked hard every day to achieve his goal of becoming a comedy actor who could bring everyone joy. However, hard work might not necessarily equate to result. Without any connection in the industry, he worked hard for years before he got a chance to move from behind the camera to the front. But for some reason, he was squeezed out from his agency. Water slid down his face. Hanfei looked at himself in the mirror. His fingers hooked on the corners of his lips to force a smile. Sighing, Hanfei tore off the post-its on the mirror. The post-its had the same message repeated multiple times. The best actor is yourself in your own life. Exiting the bathroom, Hanfei returned to his study table. He started to observe the gaming helmet he left on the table. He had heard of the game, Perfect Life, before. According to legend, Perfect Life was a joint effort between Deep Space Technology and Immortal Pharmaceutical. It was a deeply immersive virtual reality game, and it was the world's first ever game that could simulate actual sense of smell, touch, and taste in game. It was labeled as the ultimate game. Theoretically, if a player had no material connection to the real world, they could survive inside the virtual world forever. It sounded like the plot of a sci-fi novel, but with researchers from both Deep Space Technology and Immortal Pharmaceutical heading the helm, anything was possible. After all, with the advancement in AI and medical technologies, these two tech giants had worked many miracles in the past. When the game was first released, it created an uproar among the public. Deep Space Technology was the leading company in aerospace, AI, and telecommunication. They had been studying and researching the project of space migration. On the other hand, Immortal Pharmaceutical was the linchpin in the field of biotechnology and human nervous system engineering. Their company goal was to unlock the ultimate truth of human life. These two companies, that had no relations to gaming, aimed to pour a large amount of funds to develop a new game. Many people had no idea what they were up to. The internet reviews for Perfect Life were equivocal. Some reviewers thought the game was a perfect Iyashikei game. The players could simulate all kinds of experience in the game. It was practically a man-made heaven. One could obtain everything within a virtual city and accomplish all their dreams. On the other hand, other reviewers lampooned the game's lack of moral limitation. It would agitate the darkest desire within humanity. The closed beta of most games were tested by professional gamers and reviewers, but the testers for this game consisted mostly of members of related governmental departments. From that point alone, one could see how unique the game was. In any case, this was the first time Han Fei attempted a virtual reality game. For the sake of security, he went online to search for related info on Perfect Life. Under the monitoring of related departments, Perfect Life completed 5 CBs and underwent 3 big patches. Tonight, Perfect Life would begin its 6th CB at midnight. If everything went without a hitch, this CB would be the last test before the actual OB.
How did the boss manage to get the game if the game is not even out of CB yet? Is he connected to someone in the company? Furthermore, the internet says that Perfect Life does not come with a gaming helmet. Instead, it will be sold with a gaming hub. The price is about 200,000 renminbi.
After giving it some thought, Han Fei concluded that he was scammed. The game inside this gaming helmet was probably a pirated version of Perfect Life. But since he had already paid for it, Han Fei thought it was no harm to give it a try. After connecting all the circuits, and when the light came on, Han Fei put the helmet on. Darkness enveloped everything. Han Fei felt like he was submerged inside a dark ocean. He could not see anything, but he could hear the sound of a news broadcast.
December 31st morning news. The building of Xianlu AI City is in its final legs. This fully automated city will be a milestone in human history. December 31st morning news. The international anti-monopoly investigation into deep space technology has been initiated again. December 31st morning news. To preserve the public welfare, the government decides to invest more funds into the field of technology and education to unlock more high-tech products and to produce more useful talents. December 31st morning news. There was a serious fire around Xianlu City's Antique Street. Many old shops were ruined. There is a chance that this might be the work of an arsonist on the loose.
The voice dwindled until eventually the world before Han Fei's eyes turned blood red. A strange voice emitted from inside the gaming helmet. It worried Han Fei. He was about to remove the helmet when a pain came from the back of his head. It was like a needle had been pierced into his skull and something had been uploaded or downloaded. Chapter 2.
Perfect Life is a casual Iyashikei game that will comfort your soul and ease your tension. Here, you will find plenty of laugh-out-loud scenarios and heartwarming familial life waiting for you. With hope and bliss as our central tenets, we strive to bring positive energy into every player's life. Time ticked by until 23:59 when the mechanical voice that seemed to echo from deep inside Han Fei's brain silenced.
Now you are free to choose your own perfect life.
A hard, icy surface stimulated Han Fei's facial muscle. The young man slowly opened his eyes and realized he was lying face down inside an unfamiliar room. The room was about 70 cubic meters in size. The furniture was covered in a thick layer of dust. The wall was mottled with some dark red stains.
Jesus Christ, the headache. It felt like someone had drilled a hole into the back of my head.
A light scent of mold filtered into his nostrils. Han Fei could detect everything around him clearly. His senses of smell, sight, hearing, touch, and taste were all intact. This gaming world was no different from real life. Sitting dumbly on the ground, Han Fei studied the empty and dilapidated room around him. The room's layout and furniture style reminded him of an old home. Dust was everywhere, which suggested that the place had been vacant for a long time.
So this is my in-game house.
Han Fei stood up, rubbing the back of his head.
Based on the game intro, this should be a life simulator game in the Iyashikei genre. It is an open-world game with no fixed plot. It is my freedom to increase my personal level or farm resources. I can even find a virtual girlfriend to pursue virtual love and relationships.
Just as Han Fei was considering what to do next, a knock came from the door. Walking through the living room, Han Fei pulled open the anti-theft door. The dim voice-activated light from the corridor filtered into the room, chasing away the silence and loneliness.
Young man, You're our new tenant, yes?
A friendly voice traveled from outside the door. A granny with a kind smile and silvery hair stood in the corridor that was packed with trash.
It's the new year. Granny has made some homemade dumplings. Come and join us for dinner. You shouldn't be alone on the holiday.
Everyone was busy with their lives in the modern city. Normally, neighbors in the same building would not even share a few words within a month. Therefore, this was the first time Han Fei received this kind of invitation in his life.
Thank you, but I really don't want to impose on you.
Ever since Han Fei was fired, he formed a social block around himself. He did not wish to have too much social interactions with others.
Both my son and daughter-in-law are away from home. There are only myself and my young grandson at home. I've cooked too much and the two of us can't possibly finish all of them, so you won't be imposing on us.
The granny looked at Han Fei with kindness and adoration, like she was laying eyes on her own children. Her every word spoke of sunny warmth.
Traditionally, dumplings have the meaning of unity, and they are meant to usher in the new year. Having dumplings on 1st of January will help you chase away the negative aura from the previous year. I know it must be hard for a young man like yourself to have come to the big city to work and eke out a living. Come and join us for a simple New Year meal.
The granny was insistent with her invitation. If this was real life, Han Fei would have found many different excuses to deny her, but since this was a game, he had to consider the possibility that this was a necessary plot point. With a nod, Han Fei grabbed the ring of keys on the living room table and followed the granny downstairs.
Granny, watch your feet. Be careful.
The corridor and staircase were both filled with trash and garbage. The iron banister was rusted. Children doodles and small paper advertisements covered the walls. This place was a perfect replica of a housing apartment from several decades ago. As technology flew forward, this kind of apartment building slowly faded out of existence. The granny led Han Fei down one floor and stopped before room 1031. The number on the door faded from age, but its paint was still startlingly red. With a light cough, the granny pushed the door open. A delectable smell of meat drifted out from the room. Han Fei swallowed his saliva and peered into the room. The granny's house was dark. The lights were not switched on, and the only light source was the several candles on the dining table.
The electric fuse burnt. I called the electrician, but they were probably on break due to the holiday.
Granny, how about I help you? I used to change my own burnt fuse.
Han Fei did not treat the old lady as an NPC. For some unknown reason, the granny felt like a real-life person to him.
Then you better be careful. The spare fuse is inside the drawer.
The granny said as she hurried towards the kitchen. Her meat was cooking on the stove. Using the spare ladder, Han Fei replaced the burnt fuse. He pulled on the electric brake and bright light returned to the darkroom.
Notification for player 0000. Grade G normal mission. Changing the fuse completed. Friendliness with Meng Xiao increases by 5. Forming a peaceful neighborly relationship is the first step to a perfect life.
A cold and emotionless robotic voice echoed deep inside Han Fei's brain.
Mission system activated. New player missions updated. Completing the new player missions will aid you to understand everything about this world better.
Following the unfamiliar voice, a window appeared before Han Fei's eyes, but before he could take a closer look at it, the granny came out carrying a pot of fish stew.
This stew is fresh from the stove. Come and taste it while it's still hot.
The granny served the dish with a smile. She turned to the bedroom door. She unlocked the iron lock on the door.
Chun, it's time for dinner.
Moments later, a young boy about 5 or 6 sauntered out. He kept his head lowered, and he appeared to be in a mood. He probably was arguing with his grandmother earlier.
Have dinner first. I still have some other dishes to cook.
The granny opened the refrigerator and took out a frozen half chicken from the upper section.
The electricity has been out for so long. How come it's still so frozen?
She placed the frozen meat into a small box and casually placed it on the dining table.
Granny, there's no need to cook so many dishes. We won't be able to finish them. It's tradition for us to serve our guests the best. Plus, the meat will go bad if they're left in the fridge for too long.
The way the granny bustled inside the kitchen reminded Han Fei of the picture of a perfect family always featured in Chinese New Year advertisements. Han Fei was an orphan, You'd think he never got the chance to experience the joy of holidays, but the orphanage he grew up at did celebrate these holidays, and they did them with style, but the joy was short-lived. Han Fei smiled, surprised at being given the chance to re-experience this unexpected warmth in the game. The smell of meat permeated the air. The sound of sizzling came from the kitchen, and the television was playing some kind of New Year special. The ordinariness of everything seemed to wash away the aloofness of this unfamiliar city.
Perhaps these simple things are the true essence of a happy life.
There would be ups and downs in life. If one refused to move forward due to the fear of falling, then one would forever be trapped in darkness. Han Fei picked up the ladle and served Chen Chen and himself each a bowl of fish stew. The milky white soup gave off a scrumptious smell. Han Fei blew on the hot soup. Just as he took a sip, he saw from the corner of his eyes the boy across from the table raise the bowl up from the table. What is he doing? Before Han Fei could react, the boy slammed the bowl heavily onto the ground.
There's no way I'm going to eat something that comes out from the coffin.
Uffed. Hearing what the boy said, the fish stew came flying out of Han Fei's mouth. Coffin. The china shattered, and the soup splattered everywhere. Hearing the commotion, the granny rushed out from the kitchen.
Chen Chen, what have you done? I'm not eating these. Like the chicken, you made them from ingredients taken out from the coffin.
The boy lifted his head, and his eyes were incredibly bloodshot.
What nonsense.
Afraid that the hot soup might scald the boy, the granny rushed to the dining table without even removing her apron.
The apartment manager said that you should only store dead people inside coffins.
The boy struggled loose from his grandmother. He grabbed the frozen chicken off the table and threw it to the ground. After that, he retreated to his bedroom.
Get back here.
The granny chased after the boy, leaving Han Fei with the bowl of fish stew in the living room.
The boy is kind of strange.
Han Fei put down his bowl gingerly. He found the mop behind the door and moved to help the old lady with the cleanup. But when he bent over to pick up the frozen chicken from the ground, something hit him. The boy said that he'd never eat something made from ingredients kept inside a coffin, but Han Fei saw very clearly the chicken was taken out from the refrigerator. So why would the boy confuse the refrigerator for a coffin? Perhaps the clues laid in the second statement the boy gave.
The apartment manager said that you should only store dead people inside coffins.
Could it be that the boy saw a dead body inside their family refrigerator? As this thought crossed his mind, Han Fei was stumped. Was this a question he should be asking in an Iyashikei game? Chapter 3. Some people played games to while away time. Others played games to stomp over plebs, while Han Fei started this game because he was promised a relaxing experience, but now, he felt even more under duress. Putting away the mop, Han Fei looked around. Han Fei scanned his surroundings. The lights in the room flickered on and off. The feeling of familial warmth had disappeared without a trace. He sidled to the side of the refrigerator. Earlier, the old woman only opened the upper section, which was the freezer. This meant that Han Fei had no idea what kind of surprise was waiting for him in the lower section. The old lady's refrigerator was not large enough to fit a whole person inside, unless, of course. Han Fei took a deep breath as he slowly opened the lower section of the refrigerator. He pulled open the individual fridge drawers and realized they were all stuffed with bulging black plastic bags. He encountered similar plots in horror movies before, but watching them on screen and living inside one were two completely different experiences. His fingers reached into the drawer. Han Fei was worried that he'd be greeted by human faces or hair. With a tingle of his Adam's apple, Han Fei used his fingernails to scratch through the thin black plastic. They were filled with frozen fish and poultry. The horrendous images that he anticipated did not appear. Han Fei sighed in quiet relief. He quickly closed the refrigerator before the granny returned.
What are you doing?
Right at that moment, a throaty voice erupted behind him. Han Fei felt an involuntarily chill slither up his spine. My lord, how did she manage to move without making any noise? Han Fei surreptitiously reached for the mop as he turned around. After all, the man was a professional actor. He soon managed to arrange his facial expression.
I was just trying to help clean up. There was some accumulated water under the refrigerator. I suspected it was due to water leakage from the chiller caused by the electricity shortage.
The old lady's expression remained the same. She always presented the same kind and welcoming smile to him, but the longer he stared at her, the more discomfited he felt. It was as if this was the only expression she knew how to make.
Granny, like you said, I've been staying away from home for quite some time already. Thank you for giving me a chance to join your family's holiday celebration.
Han Fei very naturally started to mop the floor.
We'll be neighbors from now on, so please do not hesitate to come find me if you run into any trouble.
Despite his suspicion, Han Fei had to act like he was none the wiser. Han Fei cleaned up the living room nicely. He noticed the old lady had trouble with her legs. She had trouble moving. So how did she manage the ghost-like movement earlier?
In any case, it's getting late. You should go rest. I won't bother you any further.
As he made to leave, the robotic voice rang in his mind again.
Notification for player 0000. Your kind gestures have left a good impression on Meng Si. Friendliness with Meng Si increases by 5. Forming a peaceful neighborly relationship is the first step to a perfect life.
While his attention was distracted by the system notification, the old lady had materialized behind Han Fei.
I intended to tell you this during dinner, but I doubt you'll be coming back anytime soon. You're a good kid and Granny wishes to have you as a neighbor, but I need to tell you this. Don't stay because of the cheap rental. Move away as soon as you can. There have been some incidents that happened in that house of yours. What kind of incidents? It's best that you don't know too much. Just remember this. You have to lock the door to your bathroom before you go to sleep at night.
The old lady then turned to head back to her kitchen as if she had lost interest in the conversation. Soon a strange sound came from the kitchen. Following it was the delicious and heavy smell of meat. Han Fei took that as his cue to leave, and leave he did. After he left the granny's front door, his heart finally settled back into place.
Something does not seem right with this game.
To be fair, Han Fei did not find any chopped body parts inside the old lady's refrigerator, but many suspicious details stood out to him. For example, when he arrived, the old lady told him her house's fuse was burnt. Suppose the fuse was of good quality. The only reason for a burnt fuse was power overload. However, when Han Fei cleaned the old lady's house earlier, he took a silent inventory of the kitchen and living room. He noted only 3 electrical appliances, the television, the lamp, and the refrigerator. These few appliances wouldn't have burnt the fuse, so the only explanation was there were other electrical appliances hidden away from view.
The boy's bedroom was locked. Why would the old lady lock her grandson up? Is it because she was afraid the boy might accidentally say something to me? Or could there be a second refrigerator inside the boy's bedroom?
The thought of the boy sleeping with dead bodies caused Han Fei to shiver. He turned to look down the eerie-looking corridor. There appeared to be eyes watching him from behind every closed door.
How come the place suddenly feels so creepy?
Han Fei hurried back to his own home. He tried many different keys on the ring before he found the correct one. Han Fei rushed into the safety of his house. Looking at the empty living room, he took in deep breaths.
Am I being paranoid? Somehow, this Iyashikei game plays more like a Resident Evil game to me.
After pouring himself a glass of water, Han Fei paced around the room. The parting words from the old lady circulated in his mind like an evil mantra.
It's best that you don't know too much. Just remember this. You have to lock the door to your bathroom before you go to sleep at night.
Han Fei reassessed his surroundings. The house had seen better days, but during this closer examination, a strange detail jumped out at Han Fei. Other than the window in the bathroom, every single window inside this house was covered behind a thick, opaque curtain. Approaching one of the windows, Han Fei pulled back a corner of the curtain. The window underneath the curtain was boarded up. Han Fei looked through the wooden gap and saw a dim city. The gaming world was enormous. The darkness that enveloped it stretched down the horizon.
Where are the promised warm scenarios and relaxing background music?
Han Fei lowered back the curtain. Han Fei realized the online reviews he found might be incomplete. The game probably featured some elements that were not advertised or picked up by others.
Or I'm playing the game the wrong way.
In terms of sound quality, visual effect, and interactivity, this game was definitely the best game Han Fei had played. In fact, it surpassed every one of his expectations. But somehow, everything in this game felt a bit too real. Sitting on the couch, Han Fei closed his eyes. 2 windows floated in his mind. One was his character profile, and the other was the mission interface. After he helped the old lady with the fuse, the mission interface was triggered. The voice did say that completing the new player missions would help him understand the gaming world better. With that in mind, Han Fei clicked open the mission interface. Studying the 3 new player missions, his face scrunched up in confusion. New player mission 1. Take a shower. New player mission 2. Watch a television show. New player mission 3. Sleep. The missions were so simple that it was ridiculous. They had no extra explanation because they did not require any. Should I start with sleeping? I'm quite good at it. There was reasoning behind Han Fei's decision. There was mention of sleeping in the old lady's ominous warning, so it might be key to helping him complete this seemingly simple mission. Compared to selecting a random one, Han Fei figured he might as well pick one that was presented to him, albeit indirectly. I'm going to choose new player mission 3, sleep. When this thought appeared in Han Fei's mind, the mission was chosen and the robotic voice returned.
Player 0000 has accepted grade G. New player mission, sleep. Mission introduction. After a whole day of work, you dragged your tired body to bed. Mission requirement. Please close all the lights in the room and get into bed within the next 5 minutes. No matter what happens, you must not leave the bed in the subsequent 3 hours.
Is it really that simple? Han Fei double-checked the mission detail before he stood up to head into the bedroom. The king-size bed was equally dirty with dust. However, it came complete with all the necessary bedding accoutrements like pillows, bedspreads, and coverlets. It was worth noting that everything was red in color, which was synonymous with celebration in Chinese culture.
With this color, this feels like a matrimonial bed.
Han Fei frowned as he fluffed away the dust. Then he moved to the bathroom. Just as he prepared to follow the old lady's advice, he noticed a problem. The bathroom door could only be locked from the inside. After giving it some thought, Han Fei grabbed the mop and held it under the door handle. Then he moved the shoe rack to barricade against the door. This should be enough, right? For the sake of extra insurance, he went back to the kitchen to grab the cleaver. It's a bit weird sleeping in bed with a cleaver in an Iyashikei game, isn't it? Oh well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Seeing as the 5 minutes were about to run out, he ran to close all the light and crawled into bed with the cleaver in hand. Chapter 4 as mentioned earlier, before starting the game, Han Fei did attempt to find its reviews online. Positive reviews dominated most parts. Many CB players praised this game as a reincarnation of a man-made heaven. It manifested humanity's imagination of nirvana. At the time, Han Fei did imagine the life he'd lead inside the game. He would have many friends, and had no worry for money anymore. Again, imagination proved more beautiful than virtual reality. At that moment, Han Fei was cowering inside the tattered covers with a cleaver, while training his laser focus on the electric wall clock. The clock's paint was peeling at parts. The smell of mold hung in the air like a horrible stench. It was now 2 a.m. in the morning. The new player mission, sleep, had started for a while already. The room was quiet. There was no accident. Han Fei started to ease into complacency. Even though the granny's warning was scary, at the end of the day, this was supposed to be an Iyashikei game. No matter how horrid one's life was, Han Fei could not imagine the definition of anyone's happy daily life being related to crazy murderers and supernatural hauntings. After another 10 minutes, Han Fei gradually relaxed since nothing changed. In fact, he started to get a little bored. With nothing else to do, he opened his character profile to study it. I have faith this kind of high-quality game will gain immense popularity after it enters OB. I should earn as much EXP as I can now. If I get good enough, I might even make a nice side income out of this. Name: Han Fei. Clearance ID: 00000 level. 1 profession: none. Intelligence: 6, an umbrella term for all mental-related categories and abilities. This includes the player's memory, thoughts, emotions, mental acuity, cleverness, stability, experience, and knowledge, stamina. 4, an umbrella term for everything related to physical strength, charm. 10. Charm is a subjective concept. Everyone has their own unique charm. Luck: 9. The higher the value, the luckier the player will be. Malice: 0. Guess how malicious human being can be. Sanity value: 100. Under the influence of various internal and external environments, as well as self adjustment, a player's mental state will not remain unchanged forever. When the stimulus crosses over a certain threshold, the player will be forced offline. To put it simply, this is a parameter used to measure the player's state of mental health. The lower the value, the easier madness can claim the player. Life points: 100. When one's life points reach 0, the player will die. Warning: each player only has 1 life at a time. All save data will be cleared and restarted after death. Talent. Resurrection. Unknown level talent. Unknown effect. A small percentage of lucky players will gain an innate talent during character building. Skill tab. The skills obtained by the player will be showcased here. Intermediate acting. Beginner cooking personality. None. The brilliant uniqueness of humanity. Obtaining different types of personalities will greatly improve your perfect life. After going through the character profile, Han Fei was confused. He had no idea when his character was built and how it mirrored his real-life counterpart so closely. Is the gaming account tied to my citizenry information? Or is it due to facial recognition? Moreover, each character only has one life in-game at a time, and all save data will be cleared after every death. That is quite a harsh setup. For the sake of an easy gaming experience, many recent games lowered their overall difficulty, but this game took the opposite route. The game was incredibly realistic. After death, one would lose everything one had in life. Looks like I'll have to be more careful. This building I'm in is not so normal. I need to move out as soon as I can. Before Han Fei's attention moved away from the character profile, a sudden sound traveled into his ears without warning. Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei pounced up in bed like a cat. I'm the only person in this house, so what made that noise? The sound was not particularly loud, but it was amplified by the overall silence of the night. Therefore, Han Fei heard it clearly. Gripping the cleaver, Han Fei's eyes scanned around him. His eyes had gotten used to the darkness. He studied all the furniture in the bedroom. The room itself was old. Combined that with the boarded-up windows, it lent an overall oppressive feeling to its tenant. Initially, Han Fei was not affected much by it, but the longer he stayed there in the darkness, the more uncomfortable he felt. Could there have been a death in this house before? The old lady warned me from taking advantage of the cheap rental. Usually an early death in the house would lower the rental price. Creak. While Han Fei's nervous mind conjured up horrible thoughts, the strange noise returned once more. Holding his breath, Han Fei scanned the darkness in the living room. All the furniture took on a sinister outline in the dark, like they could come alive at any moment. Where did that sound come from? His pupils darted everywhere before it landed on the bathroom door. His pupils narrowed and his heart started to palpitate. Creak. Han Fei saw clearly the door handle of the bathroom door move. Impossible. I checked the bathroom before I switched off the lights. There was no one in there. The air around him seemed to freeze. Han Fei did not even dare to blink. The lock of the bathroom door was the kind used in old houses. The two sides of the lock were jointly connected, so it meant that once someone turned the handle from the inside, the handle would turn also on the outside. The granny told me to lock the bathroom door. Does that mean that she knew something was hiding inside it? Drowsiness dispersed immediately. He wasn't this focused even during his university entrance exam. The electric clock ticked loudly. Time passed by slowly. At 2:44 a.m., the bathroom door handle creaked again. The thing locked inside the bathroom seemed to get angrier. Its movement was less elusive. Inside the empty room, the bathroom door handle wiggled up and down. Creak, creak, creak. The vibration of the door grated at the man's nerves. Han Fei stared fixedly at the mop nudged against the door handle. As the vibration quickened, the mop slid down little by little. Soon a small crack opened on the bathroom door. Unknown terror sheltered within the darkness. A heavy silence blanketed the room. After a long second, 5 deathly pale fingers reached out from inside the gap. A slender arm grabbed at the mop that blocked against the door handle. What in the world is that? Cold sweat drenched his back. Han Fei's limbs were chilled. He knew he was inside a game, but his instinct told him to escape as soon as he could. The mop was removed. The door swung open soundlessly, like it was blown open by a draft. The lights were still off, and there was nothing inside the dark maw of the bathroom. For all appearances, everything that happened earlier seemed like an illusion. The door opened inwards, but the shoe rack in front of it still remains unmoved. This means that the thing probably has not come out. Holding onto the cleaver for dear life, Han Fei's attention was drawn fully to the shoe rack. Sweat glided down his face, and his heart pounded noisily. Han Fei was on high alert, but no other sounds came from inside the house. Is the thing still inside the bathroom? The corner of his eyes swept the living room. Earlier, Han Fei had memorized the location of all the furniture. As his eyes scanned past the living area, Han Fei's heart squeezed. There was an additional blob of shadow that had appeared right next to the couch that sat in the middle of the living room. There was nothing next to the couch earlier. I'm sure of that. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. Han Fei played this game to relax and search for the simple joys in life. This was definitely not what he signed up for, so he decided to quit the game. No matter what the hell you are, I'll be safe from you once I exit this blasted game. Opening the menu, Han Fei found the option to quit the game, but the option was now grayed out. After clicking it multiple times, the real devastating scene appeared.
Warning. You will have to play more than 3 hours and complete at least one mission before you can exit from the game.
The robotic voice caused Han Fei's eyes to twitch. His heart almost stopped. I can't quit. The iciness nipped at his nerves. When Han Fei exited the menu, he noticed the shadow that was by the couch had already moved to the bedroom door. From this closer distance, Han Fei realized the shadow was actually a person squatting on the ground. Chapter 5. The black shadow beside the couch materialized at the bedroom door. Han Fei could barely make out the shape of a person. It was squatting on the ground with its head lowered. Han Fei half knelt on the bed as if petrified. The moldy long red cover draped over his back. If I'd known that this is an action game, I would have been much more prepared, but the boss and the internet reviews all told me that this is supposed to be an Iyashikei game. Who the fuck would be prepared to escape for dear life in an Iyashikei game? He stared transfixed at the bedroom door. His brain started to spin after a temporary shutdown. He was already caught in this conundrum, so it was fruitless to blame the game. He would have to survive within the given rules. To exit the game, he would have to satisfy 2 conditions. 1. Play the game for more than 3 hours. 2. Complete at least 1 mission. I have already completed the fuse mission at the granny's home. I remember when I first logged into the game, I saw the wall clock show that it was midnight. The last time I checked the bedroom clock, it was 2:44 a.m. So technically I only need to survive for another 16 minutes, and then I can get the hell away from this place. Han Fei's brain had never worked so fast. Staring at the door, his muscles tensed and his fingers tightened around the cleaver handle. Based on my earlier inspection, there was no one inside the bathroom, and it is not large enough to hide anyone, so what the hell is this thing? Hell, is this creature even the same one as the thing that escaped from the bathroom? Han Fei only needed to survive for another 16 minutes, but the big question was, how? Things were certainly spiraling south. He could not tell whether the cleaver would work on these creatures or not. In fact, the cleaver was for his own comfort than anything else. He was told to lie in bed, and then somehow, the bathroom door opened without explanation. After that, some unknown creature materialized in the living room before moving to block the bedroom door. This surely was one hell of an Iyashikei game. Calm down. I have to calm down. The inability to quit the game shook Han Fei greatly. He was still reeling from it when the terror of the unknown pounced at him. Honestly, the fact that he was still conscious surprised even Han Fei himself. The old lady said that something has once happened in this house, and it's wise to move away as soon as possible. She should be warning me about this creature on the ground. The fact that the other apartment houses are still occupied probably means that this thing rarely leaves this house, so I should be safe if I am able to escape from this house. But that was easier said than done. As Han Fei laid his eyes on the blurry shadow by the door, he lost all courage to move. No, wait. There is still hope. If it stays over there by the door, I will only need to stay here for another 16 minutes, and everything will be over. But once it crawls in, I'll run out of the bedroom immediately. That would fail his new player mission, but now was not the time to care about that. Han Fei's eyes slowly moved to check the electric clock on the living room wall. Before he saw the time, though, chilblains rose up his skin. With his pupils narrowing, Han Fei looked to the bedroom door again. The squatting person had disappeared. At that moment, Han Fei made the wise decision to escape. He did not stay to switch on the light, or retreat to the bathroom, or wait for the thing to get him. He jumped down from bed and raced towards the front door. He knew the thing had entered the bedroom. He was not going to wait in there like a sheep waiting for the butcher. Instead of finding out what the thing was, Han Fei valued his life more. Every second was precious. Han Fei did not think he ever ran as fast as he did now. He rushed towards the anti-theft door and blasted through it. The commotion lit up the lights in the corridor. The dim light streamed into the house, but Han Fei did not dare to turn around to look. He only chanced to glance back from the corner of his eyes as he raced towards the steps. Inside the empty room, a person was contorted in an impossible angle under the bedroom light. If Han Fei had stopped to open the light, he'd come face to face with a bloodless visage. As he ran forward, Han Fei closed the door behind him with a swing of his feet to put some distance between him and the thing. Perhaps the door might stop the thing from coming out, one never knows. However, soon Han Fei heard a spine-tingling sound coming from inside his house. It sounded like someone was scratching the door with their nails. The thing wishes to come out too? Can't things like that phase through walls? Well, Han Fei was not going to stay to find out. He grabbed his cleaver and raced down the stairs. Han Fei knew the granny was no friendly character either, but compared to the unknown creature, the old lady seemed to pose a smaller threat. Han Fei arrived at the 3rd floor, and the familiar smell of meat hit him again. He saw the old lady's door being left half open, and there were several black plastic bags by the door. They were different from the ones he saw inside the refrigerator earlier. Taking a few steps back, Han Fei's back knocked into the door of another tenant. An already cracked bagua mirror fell from the top of the door, and it almost hit him. Turning back to look, Han Fei noticed the person's door was covered with talismans. That was definitely not a good sign. Is there not a normal person in this building? And why didn't I notice this earlier? The stream of endless stimuli pulled Han Fei's nerves taut. Right at that moment, all the voice-activated lights went off. He stomped loudly on the ground, but the lights refused to come back on. In the deadly silence that followed, Han Fei could hear clearly the sound of the door being opened. Something was approaching him in the dark. His heart raced. Han Fei traced his way down the steps. He sensed the thing was chasing him. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei rushed all the way to the 1st floor. Then he realized with devastation the building entrance was locked. He was unable to leave this apartment building. Han Fei tried to force the lock open with brute force. The cleaver chopped repeatedly at the lock. Eventually, though, a shadow loomed over him, like something giant had stopped behind him. Something curled around his neck. Han Fei continued to chop at the lock like he was crazy, but in reality, he was actually waiting for the exit button in the menu to light up. Chill seeped through his body. Slowly, energy left him and the cleaver dangled by his side weakly. Just as he was about to lose his consciousness, the button finally lit up. The 3 hours were up.
Exit now.
Bang! A loud crash boomed in his mind. The world spun and pain gripped him. Resisting the pain, the moment Han Fei regained control of his body, he yanked the gaming helmet off his head and slammed it heavily on the table. The projected monitor on the wall showed that it was already 3:01 a.m. Han Fei entered the game in the morning, but when he exited, it was already past midnight. Fatigue bogged down on every inch of his body. A sense of surrealism overcame him. Since the gaming world was so similar to the real world, it felt as if he was still trapped inside the game.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed your first gaming experience inside the 1st edition of Perfect Life. Please do explore it further.
The cold robotic voice chimed deep inside his mind. Han Fei froze to the spot. He was sure that he had already removed the gaming helmet. So where did the voice come from? How is this possible?
Notification for player 0000. You have completed your first gaming instance. Please initiate your 2nd gaming instance within the next 24 hours.
Why is this voice still in my head? Han Fei touched the back of his head, and he winced with pain. He picked up the heavy gaming and was shocked to see blood splattered inside the helmet. Thinking back, Han Fei remembered blurrily. There was something that was inserted into his head when he first put on the helmet. Wait, this is attempted murder, right? Han Fei took out his phone to call the police, but as he attempted to do so, the robotic voice said again.
Notification for player 0000. Please do not reveal any gaming information to anyone else, or the black box within your brain will explode, and cerebral death will be certain in 0.001 second.
Black box. Cerebral death. Han Fei looked at the Iyashikei genre logo pasted on the side of the gaming helmet, and he felt his headache intensifying. Chapter 6. After Han Fei lost his job, he did find temporary solace in many different video games. His main goal was to vent and readjust his status so that he could soon regain motivation to continue on with his life. Well, his goal was accomplished now. After playing this Perfect Life, he had a renewed and deep appreciation for the goodness of life. The injustice that he faced before paled so much in comparison to attempted murders and virtual ghosts. So in a way, he was cured. But the method of treatment was rather rough. To borrow an analogy, It was like the surgeon had decided to chop off his hands because of a wood splinter got stuck in his pinky. Lying listlessly on the ground, pain and fatigue tormented his soul. Han Fei had no idea whether he ultimately drifted off to sleep or lost his consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. At 7 a.m., Han Fei was woken up by knocking on his door. He crawled up from the floor, and his brain blurred. It was not until he saw the gaming helmet on the table and the blood stains inside it that he realized the game yesterday was not a dream. The new player mission is already so damn hard, and it'll only get harder from here. If this is not a death summon, then what is? I'm just a comedy actor. I don't even know how to fight. How am I supposed to wrestle with a whole building of crazy neighbors? Bang, bang, bang. The knocking was insistent. If this happened before Han Fei experienced perfect life, the young man with great social anxiety would pretend to be absent from home and quietly wait until the person left. But now, he strode to the front door and opened it without much thought.
Good morning. We are the police from Xian Fu Road Station.
Xian Fu Road was located at the older parts of town, which incidentally was also where the convenience store where Han Fei bought the gaming helmet was located.
My name is Zhao Ming, and this is my colleague Zhang Xiaotian. Police?
Seeing the two officers in uniform at his door, Han Fei's eyes lit up. The thing called black box in his brain threatened him with death should he report his situation to the police, but he couldn't help it if police came to find him on their own, right?
Please come in.
Han Fei was never this glad to see someone in his life. He happily invited the two officers into his house and ran to the refrigerator to serve them drinks.
We're here because we have some questions for you. There was a fire in our district yesterday, and you were seen on the camera near the arson site.
The two officers were confused by the warm welcome they received. Zhao Ming even took out his phone to confirm the situation. He realized Han Fei was acting very dissimilar to the profile the police had collected on him.
Actually, I do have something I need to tell you.
Han Fei sat down across from the officers.
Oh.
The two officers shared a look. Their expression became serious as they stared at Han Fei.
What is it that you wish to tell us? Yesterday night, Warning. Warning, player 0000. Do not reveal the existence of perfect life, first generation, to anyone. After the third warning, the black box inside your brain will explode.
It was like someone tightened a grip around Han Fei's nerves. The tremor that came deep from his brain froze Han Fei. His lips dangled open, but no words came out. The two officers looked at Han Fei's open mouth, and the trio stayed in that awkward silence for a few seconds.
So what happened to you yesterday night?
One of the officers prompted. They had no idea of the pressure Han Fei was currently under. Beads of sweat slid down Han Fei's cheek. The horror of death curled around his every nerve. Veins popped on his forehead. Han Fei gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the couch. Ultimately, he kept the existence of the game to himself. The two officers were startled by his sudden action.
Sir, please calm down. We can talk this out. It is unwise to resort to violence.
Han Fei churned his mind to try to figure out a way to voice out his problem without bringing up the game. To prevent the black box from exploding, he picked his words carefully.
Around yesterday midnight. Okay, officers, please pay attention to the timing. An old lady came to invite me to her home for dumplings. When I was there, her grandson knocked over the bowl of fish soup and said she cooked with ingredients taken out from coffins. But I clearly saw the old lady take out the ingredient from the refrigerator. Doesn't that mean there might be a dead body inside her refrigerator, or else why would her grandson make that assumption? I'm actually more curious why you'd make that assumption.
The two officers saw how serious Han Fei was, so they did not press him further. In any case, Zhao Ming activated the recorder in his pocket silently, while Zhang Xiaotian moved his left arm casually behind his back.
And then, what happened? I went home and tried to sleep. But the bathroom door started to move on its own, and something came out from it. By the way, do you believe in ghosts? Huh. Ghost. The kind that squats on the ground and knows how to teleport. It has a very pale face, and it can contort its body like it has no bone.
Han Fei's emotion frayed. He was afraid that the police officers might leave on account of the absurdity of his story, and he'd miss the chance to seek help, so he even used gestures to add to his description. His acting chops were put fully on display.
So I took my recorder out for a ghost story.
Zhao Ming took a deep breath and tried to keep his tone even.
If this is everything you have to tell us, then we better save both of our time. Listen, sir, we will now ask you some questions, and we need you to answer them truthfully. But I swear to God I have been telling you nothing but the truth.
Han Fei was not acting. He blinked wildly like a hostage being held against his will. But the person that held him hostage in this case was not a person but a game.
First, why would you show up around Antique Street at 1:30 p.m. yesterday afternoon?
Zhao Ming did not go down this spiral with Han Fei and cut right to the chase.
I went there to purchase a second-hand game. Oh yes. We can go and find the shop owner. Officers, you have to come help me find that shop owner. What shop owner? Most buildings at Antique Street are too old to be in use. In fact, all the shops there have been relocated 3 months ago. But that's impossible. I've been purchasing games from that old convenience store for the past 3 days. We can go there now. In fact, I'll bring you there now.
Han Fei jumped up from the couch.
Are you toying with us? Do you find this funny? There was a big fire at Antique Street yesterday afternoon. All of the empty shops have been burned down. Thankfully, the place was deserted, so there was no recorded injury.
Now Zhao Ming and Zhang Xiaodian eyed Han Fei with blatant suspicion.
All the shops have been burned down.
Han Fei stared at the officers dumbly. But moments later, determination returned to his eyes.
Impossible. There has to be a bug. I remember the shop owner's appearance very clearly. As long as you can find this person, you'll realize that I am not lying.
Han Fei was a very professional actor, so he had a great memory. He immediately took out some stationery and wrote down the old shop owner's facial features.
Just focus on these features. I am sure you'll be able to locate him soon enough. I will tell you again, there are no more shops in active business. Zhao Ming wanted to say something more when his phone vibrated. He had Zhang Xiaodian watch over Han Fei while he exited the room to take the call.
Hello, Captain Wang.
Have you arrived at the arson suspect's home? Did you find anything?
A middle-aged man's voice came from the line.
We're here, and we did find the man suspicious after a brief questioning and conversation.
Zhao Ming looked into the room and lowered his voice.
What do you mean? Based on the profile given to us, this suspect is supposedly to be a highly introverted and hard-working comedy actor. We went through his social files and realized he had been to several sessions of psychiatric counseling in the past. According to his files, he suffers from severe social anxiety. An actor with severe social anxiety? That is what the files say, but after actual interaction with the suspect, we noticed that he is extremely hyper and easily stimulated. His actions are also very weird. I believe his social anxiety has been cured, but what? But the man probably has gone insane through the process.
Chapter 7. After Zhao Ming finished the call and returned to the room, he noticed both Han Fei and Zhang Xiaodian were busy on their phones.
What are you two doing? Since Han Fei gave us such a detailed character profile, I thought I'd input it into our database. Perhaps we might land on a hit. No way. After Han Fei saw the old man on the screen, he exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, that's him. He even told me his whole family are fans of my show. They like my show a lot." Well, I cannot tell whether he lied to you or not, but I'm sure you are lying to us.
Zhang Xiaodian swiped on the screen to reveal the person's additional information.
This old gentleman is a cemetery custodian at the outskirts of Xianlu City. His parents died when he was young, and he had no children. The closest family he had would be the hundreds of unmarked graves that he cares for outside the city. That's impossible. He even gave me consolation at his shop yesterday afternoon. Is your system mistaken?
Han Fei checked the picture and the info on the officer's phone repeatedly.
You talked to him in person yesterday?
Zhang Xiaodian slid the information to the last page.
Take a closer look. This old gentleman died 3 days ago, and he was buried in the cemetery he looked after in his life.
The government database could not have gotten something like that wrong, right? Han Fei was dumbfounded as the old man's black and white picture stared back at him through the screen.
But you were right that he was your fan. He loved your show and would often watch them during his midnight shift. It had caused several public disturbances. He had several complaints about that in our records.
Zhang Xiaodian put away his phone. Both he and Zhao Ming turned to Han Fei.
I think it's time for you to come with us. We'll find out whether you're related to the arson or not. We will not frame an innocent person, but we will not allow a criminal to escape the law either. I am willing to cooperate, but I wish to take a detour to Antique Street first. I need to see this for myself.
Han Fei's mind was muddled. He thought his life was confusing enough, but who knew there was still so much space for him to sink under. After he arrived at Antique Street in person and witnessed the aftermath of the fire, Han Fei's heart was as ashy as the burned remnants. Even the foundation of the buildings was cracked. Any form of evidence would be lost by now. Why me? Is it because that old man was my fan? Other people's fans give them cards, chocolates, and pens. How come my already small group of fans would play such an unfunny trick on me? At 9 a.m., Han Fei was escorted to Xian Fu Road Station. Perhaps it was his first time in the police car. His lips were white and his mind was elsewhere.
I'll go report this to Captain Wang. Xiao Tian, look after him.
After Zhao Ming left, Zhang Xiaotian led Han Fei into the holding cell. This possible arsonist, Han Fei, was highly dangerous, so he needed to be isolated from the public.
You really got the wrong person. I haven't even played with firecrackers in my life, much less burned down a whole street. Just stay here and wait quietly. This is a misunderstanding.
Before Han Fei could argue his case further, the cell door slammed shut.
You really got the wrong person. The real culprit is still out there. I am the real victim here. Save your breath. Every criminal says that. No one will admit their wrongdoing unless cornered.
A female voice rang out in the holding cell. Han Fei turned to the source. The first thing that caught his attention was a pair of black Doc Martens which was crossed on top of the interrogation table. It was connected to a pair of toned legs wrapped in a tight black jean.
Enjoying the view?
The woman who sat at the innermost corner of the cell had a great body. Since Han Fei entered the cell, she kept her eyes on her phone, but somehow, she knew everything that happened around her.
Well, take in as much as you can. You might not have the chance anymore. Our country might not have a fixed law for arson, but intentional arson that leads to immense damages has a maximum penalty with no upper limit. I heard you've burned down a whole street, so I'd expect nothing less than a life sentence. I have to admit, what a way to go. Hold your horses. Unlike you criminals, I'm here to help the police find the truth. This arson case is not as simple as it looks. There is a greater culprit at work here.
Only two kinds of people would be found inside a holding cell, the police or the criminals. In any case, Han Fei did not give the woman much thought. His mind was still fixed on the game.
A greater culprit?
This was the first time the woman lifted her head. Her eyes shone like she had found a new toy.
Indeed, burning down a whole street requires detailed planning. At least there have to be several ignition points to ensure the fire can continue to burn. But the cameras on site caught no one else but you. It does feel like you've been made a scapegoat. Finally, someone who makes sense.
Han Fei's earlier negative impression of the woman overturned. After all, she was the only person who would believe his words so far.
That's just simple logic. But why would someone frame you? There's no smoke without fire. You must have done something equally horrendous to have someone target you like this.
The woman's instinct was sharp. Her gaze shot through him.
What kind of crime could I have committed? All I ever did was to work hard to earn a place before the camera, but I was squeezed out before I was given the chance to do so. I just wanted to play a game to relax, but Han Fei sighed when he thought back to the events that had transpired. The fact that he was still alive was a miracle.
Never mind. Before this, I always believed that whenever God closes a door, he will open a window.
But now, I feel like God has not only sealed up all my windows and doors, he has also left a ghost inside the house with me.
Han Fei was not a chatterbox by any means, but after playing Perfect Life, he was more open to human communication. He had no idea whether this was a good thing or not.
Even though I don't know the truth, it does sound like life has been harsh to you. You're right about that. By the way, what have you done to land in here, big sister?
Han Fei walked to the woman.
Big sister?
The woman's eyes twitched. Clearly she did not favor this term.
I am here because I was caught in a brawl. I broke a man's nose and fractured two others' ribs. In my defense, it was too chaotic at the time to go for something more light-handed. Wow, that sounds impressive.
Perhaps due to their similar state, the two soon became good chatting partners. Han Fei tried to reveal parts of the game's plot to her.
There's nothing wrong with your analysis. There is definitely some other refrigerator in that old woman's home, but physically speaking, the chance of her being the murderer is low. She might just be the accomplice to help deal with the dead bodies. I suspect the real murderer might be her family members. I think so too.
The two bonded quickly.
What is this old woman's name? I'll help you investigate after I get out from here.
The woman promised seriously. To Han Fei's surprise, she bought his story.
The old lady's name is Meng Si. She's about 70 and her hair is all white. She has a grandson whom she calls Chun Chun. Got it.
The woman recorded all the info on her phone.
Why don't you add me as a friend? We'll be able to contact each other more easily. Thank you for your help, but this is an emergency. When do you think you can leave this place? If you're that desperate, I can get to work right this moment.
The woman stood up and landed a square kick on the cell door. Bang! The door swung open and Han Fei was stumped. What? How is that legal? The woman walked out from the holding cell without anyone stopping her. Then a loud roar came from the station.
Li Shui, you're getting worse. This is a place of law. You can be sure I will call your superior about this.
Hearing the middle-aged man's voice, it finally dawned on Han Fei.
She's a police officer? Actually, she's not your run-of-the-mill police officer. She joined the heavy crime unit when she was 23 and solved many big cases in the 5 years she was on the job. But she was transferred out from heavy crime due to her repeated violations against the rules and rough handling of the suspects.
Zhang Xiaodian looked at the broken lock and sighed.
Officially, she was sent here to help with the lack of manpower at the station, but in actuality, everyone knows that she was demoted back to basic patrols because her superior wants this to be a lesson for her, to help even out her temper.
Chapter 8. Han Fei thought Li Shui was a suspect like himself, so he opened up to her, but turns out the woman was a police officer. However, standing at the cell door, watching Li Shui walk away, Han Fei did not feel as despaired as before, for at least now one officer was willing to listen to his side of the story.
Hey, don't be fooled by her looks. If you're innocent, with us, you'll at most stay here for a while, but if you fall into her grasp, you'd wish that you had ended up in jail.
Zhang Xiaodian signaled for Han Fei to follow him to another room. Inside the small room, a middle-aged officer was holding the phone angrily. This was probably the man who lectured Li Shui earlier. He looked imposing and had an intense presence, but somehow, he failed to get Li Shui to abide by his orders.
Captain Wong, calm down. At the end of the day, she's an inspector who has been given multiple awards. She's here basically to experience life of the locals. There's no need to get serious with her.
Zhao Ming poured a glass of water and placed it on the table.
So what if she is an inspector with multiple awards? It is meaningless when she does not act like one. If she refuses to follow the rules, then tell her to stop reporting to work tomorrow.
The middle-aged officer said angrily.
Sir, if you really fire her, her parents will most likely come to thank you in person. I heard she comes from a rich family, and her parents have been protesting her choice of profession.
After this comment, Zhao Ming realized it only got his superior angrier, so he quickly changed the subject.
Captain Wong, by the way, this is Han Fei.
Hearing the name Han Fei, Captain Wong finally calmed down and tuned into work mode.
Kid, so sorry for letting you wait so long. We just have some questions to ask you. Hopefully you won't hide anything from us.
This was the first time Han Fei was summoned to the police station in his life, so he was inadvertently a little bit nervous.
Of course, I will cooperate as much as I can.
As technology advanced, police work also became far simpler than before. Every citizen had their own personal information model. The computer could even predict the criminal potential within an individual based on their everyday conduct. Other than that, most officers had a lie detector app and a case analytics app within their personal phone. With the aid of computers, the chance of unjust trial had been lowered to the bare minimum. They chatted for an hour before the police allowed Han Fei to leave. Be it the computer analysis, or the probability derived from his database personality modeling, Han Fei was revealed to possess no criminal suspicion. The system's hazard assessment on Han Fei was an extremely rare 0. In other words, Han Fei would not commit crime under any circumstance. He was objectively speaking, a fine, law-abiding citizen. Or at least that was what the computer thought.
Captain Wong, we're letting him go just like that? We can't do anything about it. The police station has no right to detain suspects without evidence.
Captain Wang studied Han Fei's citizenry information and his brows pleated together.
Our district has been selected as the safest district within Xianlu City for the past 5 years, but this arson case will change everything. Even until now, the evidence department is unable to find out the cause of the fire. This is one hell of a difficult case. Do you want Zhang Xiaodan and me to go and tail this fella?
Zhao Ming could read his superior's mind after years of working together.
Okay, but be careful you're not spotted by him.
Captain Wang put all the info about Han Fei away.
This is the first time in my working life I've encountered an adult with 0 score in hazard assessment. My former superior once told me there are only 2 kinds of people who will have such extraordinary scores. The first is the kind who is born a saint and has a naive view of the world, but even such individuals would rarely maintain a 0 score throughout their lives. Then what is the other kind?
Zhang Xiaodian and Zhao Ming leaned over.
They are super criminals who are extremely dangerous and cunning. They possess incredibly high IQ and are either extremely familiar with hacking technology or know the human mind so well that they can self-hypnotize themselves to trick the computer system.
Captain Wang took a deep breath.
In any case, these people are experts at manipulating human psychology. They will do anything to suppress their criminal personality. They look harmless on the surface, but internally they're the most twisted individual humanity has to offer. And you think this Han Fei is someone like that? I'm not sure, but it's best that we be careful.
Standing outside the police station, supercriminal Han Fei held the bread he just bought from the auto vending machine.
Police officers don't need to eat these days.
It was almost 11 a.m., but there was still no reply from Li Shui. Han Fei decided to head home then, but he only took a few steps when his phone vibrated. When he saw the caller ID, he was quite surprised.
Director Jiang, how can I help you? I need you to come to the old city's northern street at 1 p.m. today. I am shooting a new movie. You should try out for it.
Han Fei was about to reject it on account of the problems he was currently embroiled in, but before he could say anything, the man already hung up.
Hello, Director Jiang.
Han Fei pressed his dry lips listening to the dial tone. I'm not going to be a good comedy actor if I'm in no mood to even entertain myself. That was what Han Fei believed, but he eventually convinced himself otherwise. Director Jiang was kind enough to extend him an olive branch when no one would, so it'd be rude to reject him. Therefore, Han Fei went home to take a quick shower, change, and rush towards Northern Street. Xianlu was an international metropolis, and its land mass was huge. The core of the metropolis was modeled into a high-tech intelligent city, replete with skyscrapers and tech companies. It also housed top talents from all over the globe. In comparison, the older part of the city appeared more decrepit. The place still retained its appearance from years ago.
I'm sorry, but is Director Jiang around?
When Han Fei arrived, he was surprised to find 2 film crews on set. One of them was shooting a modern comedy romance, while the other had a criminal, thriller theme. Han Fei's previous works were all related to comedy, so he naturally wandered towards the former.
Han Fei.
The worker who was checking the actors' list spotted Han Fei.
Haven't you been fired from the agency? Why are you here? This is our agency's film.
Han Fei was confused too.
It was Director Jiang Yi who told me to come. Huh. But the director for this drama, Secret Urban Romance, is not Jiang Yi. Have you come to the wrong place?
The worker was just a small-time worker at the agency. He pitied Han Fei's condition, so he explained the situation to him patiently.
The director is not Jiang Yi?
Han Fei was certain he was at the right place. Since the director of this modern romance was not Jiang Yi, then the latter could only be responsible for the other set. Slowly turning around, Han Fei stopped to study the eerie apartment building on the opposite side of the street. The closed apartment door had a poster pasted on it. It had the following written in blood-red ink: Flower of Sin.
Wait, he wants me to act in a horror movie?
Chapter 9. After walking to the apartment building, Han Fei knocked on the door lightly. Soon a crew member came to meet him.
Director Jiang Yi told me to come for casting, but I've run into some troubles lately. I might not be able to. But I've no experience in this genre, and I have more important things to do later tonight. Director Jiang, the new actor is here.
The crew member shoved the script directly into Han Fei's hands.
Normally, there will be a special room for casting, but we're running on budget here, so don't mind it that much. Hurry on over, Director Jiang has been waiting for you for a long time already.
Holding the script copy, Han Fei was manhandled into a room. 6 actors about his age stood by the wall. None of them dared to utter even a word.
Do you call this acting? Do any of you have actual respect for this profession? Such ridiculousness.
In the middle of the room, a middle-aged man pointed vexedly at the few actors. His tone was severe and loud. One of the younger female actors was almost in tears.
Do you think tears will help your acting? Why is the fake blood only on your clothes? What about your face and hands? Do you think the murderer will take your beauty shot into consideration when he's coming after you? Let me tell you now, if you're afraid of dirtiness and tiredness, don't be an actor. I don't care if you're here because of the sponsors. If you're on my set, then you'll have to follow my standards.
Director Jiang was famed for his temper. He was once a lecturer at Xian Lu Movie and TV Acting Academy. Han Fei finished a course under him before. After a long lecture, Director Jiang finally turned to Han Fei.
I've heard about what happened to you. I have a character that you can read for.
Studying the room, Han Fei knew it was unwise to say no directly, but instead he uttered respectfully.
But Director Jiang, I have not acted in the horror genre before. It's the audience's power to pigeonhole an actor, but it's the professional actor's job to break out from those preset molds. Get it? So, are you a professional actor or not?
Director Jiang walked towards Han Fei with the script.
Our script is based on a real case that happened several years ago, the human jigsaw case. Until now, the murderer is still on the loose. To help get into character, I'd advise all of you to read up on the news articles at the time to get to know the characterizations better. Director Jiang, who will I be playing? Officially, the police have revealed 7 victims to the public, but in reality, there are 8 victims because the murderer used parts from his previous 7 victims to piece out an 8th body. You will be playing his second victim, Wei Youfu.
Director Jiang spoke quickly as he flipped through the script.
I'll give you a brief summary of your part. Wei Youfu is your typical white-collar worker. He reached home late one night after a long OT session. He came home to find his wife missing. He sent a few messages to his wife, and the latter replied saying that she had gone temporarily back to her mother's place. The man who was tired did not think much of it and entered the bedroom. Here's the kicker. The wife did not return to her maiden home because she was already dead. The murderer was hiding inside the bathroom, cutting through her body. The message was sent to Wei Youfu by the murderer. Director Jiang, what kind of personality did Wei Youfu have? Don't interrupt me. The hardest thing about your role comes at the latter part. As Wei Youfu drifted off to sleep, he heard the bathroom door open. His wife's head was placed by someone at the door. His fear was instantly ignited and horror swallowed him. The murderer walked out from the bathroom and made him the second prey of the night.
Director Jiang circled some of the few acting points on the script.
The government will never allow us to shoot a gory scene like dismemberment, so you will have to use your expression to have the audience feel that intense sense of fear. You have to draw into your own primal fear to evoke the same sensation in the audience. Can you do that? I'll try my best, even though I've not attempted this genre before.
Han Fei's dream was to be a comedy actor. He had no idea how he'd end up reading for a horror movie role.
Okay, we'll go right to the set to have you feel everything out.
Director Jiang waved to summon the few cameramen up to the second floor.
We initially wanted to use the original crime scene as the set for authenticity, but we failed to contact the original house owner, so we settled on this place.
Heavy blinds were set up in the set. With the lack of light, the set looked quite the part.
All right, everyone, it's time to get into place. Get moving. Since the main antagonist is absent, floor manager, you put on the mask and take his role as the murderer working inside the bathroom for now. Remember to calculate your timing pushing out the human head. Then you're to jump out from inside the bathroom.
5 minutes later, everyone was set, and the room quieted down. With Director Jiang's guidance, Han Fei slowly got into character. Lying inside the dim bedroom, his body was gradually swallowed up by darkness. Han Fei closed his eyes. He did not really need to act, for the horrendous memory from last night was still fresh in his mind, the spine-chilling cold and unshakable despair. Creak. A soft gasp whispered inside the quiet room. Han Fei opened his eyes blurrily. His eyes darted about before landing on the bathroom door. His wandering pupils eventually focused on the door handle. It was like he had rehearsed this scene many times. Before Han Fei fully awakened, the bathroom door handle started to move on its own. Perhaps it was the light distortion, but the camera captured the bathroom door opening a small gap. The darkness behind the small gap appeared to hide a world of the dead. When the 5 fingers reached out from the gap, the terror in Han Fei's memory was invoked. His pupils narrowed and his heart pulsed. He felt a chill caress his face. His blood surged through his body, and his adrenaline level shot through the roof. Han Fei's face paled, and his body kicked into self-defensive mechanism. His psychological terror triggered a biological reaction. The wife's head rolled out from the small gap. The familiar face careened down the bedroom floor. She appeared to be smiling, but the smile was chilling, like she was asking when he was coming to join her. The suppressed dread within Han Fei sparked off when the bathroom door was shoved open and the bloody knife entered his sight. The murderer was coming after him. The familiar darkness carried with it the familiar dread. The despair from his previous failed escape froze him into place. The image of the pale human face hidden under the bedside lamp overlapped with the real-life murderer. For a split second, Han Fei could not tell what was real and what was fake. The actual death threat from the system turned his face into a mask of fear. Words could not describe the expression in Han Fei's eyes. Even the floor manager who played the murderer had to stop himself and turn around to look behind in alarm. Cut! Director Jiang, who held the script, rushed over. He roared angrily at the floor manager.
Why did you turn around? You're the murderer. Why did you stop to look behind you? I'm sorry, Brother Jiang.
The floor manager removed the mask, and his face was covered in cold sweat.
When I saw the expression Han Fei's face earlier, I really thought there was something behind me, so my head instinctually turned around. You were supposed to be a fucking murderer. How can you be so easily scared? You've wasted such a good shot.
Director Jiang then ran back into the bedroom and personally helped Han Fei up from the bed.
Han Fei, your acting has improved tremendously. You are born to be a horror genre actor. This talent of yours should not be wasted. Is my acting really that good?
Now that Han Fei had calmed down, his expression returned to normal.
Yes. It was as if you were there in person and experienced what Wei Youfu did yourself.
Chapter 10. Han Fei was embarrassed by Director Jiang's heavy praise. He thought about telling him the truth, but he realized how ludicrous it would sound.
You're a gem. With you in this movie, the earlier scenes of this movie are settled.
Director Jiang flashed a gratified smile at Han Fei.
I don't understand how come you never achieve popularity considering how good your acting skill is. Now I realize it's because you were in the wrong genre all along. You should attempt more horror films in the future. It's still my dream to be a comedy actor. I like to make people laugh. I enjoy that feeling a lot. There is more than one road that leads to Rome. You can make a name for yourself as a great horror actor, and then you will have the freedom of choice to pick the script you want.
Director Jiang was very satisfied with Han Fei.
Needless to say, you've passed the casting. Go home and rest. You'll officially join the crew starting from tomorrow. Han Fei had no idea whether he would even live to see another day. Based on the game's rules, he would have to log in every day.
I'll do my best for you in terms of pay, so don't you worry about that.
Director Jiang wore his feelings on his face, and that could be why, like Han Fei, he had not caught his big break. Only about 10 minutes had passed since he arrived at the set. Han Fei swiped a boxed lunch from the crew and was about to leave when his phone vibrated. This time it was Li Shui who called.
Have you found anything?
Old City, Northern Street, Compound 21. I'll be waiting for you here. I found Mengxi. Okay, I'll be there immediately.
The set for Flower of Sin was situated at Compound 15, so it was not that far away from Compound 21. Han Fei followed his GPS and ran over there immediately. After passing through many old buildings, Han Fei finally arrived at the entrance of a family compound, which looked quite aged.
This way?
Li Shui's voice echoed from inside the compound. She looked the same as she did in the morning. There was a Honda Repsol parked beside her.
Mengxi stays here. There are 12 Mengxis listed in the city. I've screened through all of them, but none matches the description you gave. However, you did not look like you'd lied to me for no reason, so I expanded my net of research, and I finally found your Mengxi.
At this point, Li Shui stopped and stared at Han Fei for a long time.
Well, why'd you stop? And why are you looking at me like that? Follow me.
Li Shui led Han Fei into the compound, and they headed up to the third floor. There was a pot of ash placed at the door of the house on the right. There was half-burned paper money inside it. Looking into the house, there was a ceremonial table painted black, which had a black and white picture on it.
She's already dead for 10 years?
Han Fei stood at the door and did not even dare to step into the house. The convenience store boss died several days ago, and this Ming Si died a decade ago. Han Fei realized that everyone who was related to the game, other than himself, was already dead. No, wait, there is still another character in this story. With one last bit of hope, Han Fei turned to Li Shui. Before he spoke, though, Li Shui seemed to know what he was about to ask.
Chen Chun was indeed Meng Si's grandson. His actual name was Meng Chun. He also died 10 years ago.
So they are all dead people. Han Fei felt a chill run up his spine. He did not expect every single NPC he had encountered in the game would be dead people from the real world. He thought he had found warmth and comfort with these people in the game. Thinking back to his experience, his scalp numbed. What kind of hellish game have I gotten myself into?
I'm sorry, but if there's nothing else, please leave. I do not wish to be disturbed anymore.
A middle-aged man with surprisingly white hair walked out from the small house. He looked around 40, but his mannerism suggested an age much older.
Uncle, we do not wish to disturb you, but there are simply too many suspicions in this case. With far advanced technology, many cold cases have found previously missed breakthroughs. You would wish to see the actual culprit brought under the punishment of law, right?
Li Shui, who appeared so brash and impersonal to others, was now so kind and patient with the victim's family.
It has been 10 years, and there is not one trace of the murderer. My body is failing me by the days. I can't stand much more disappointment.
The middle-aged man walked into the kitchen and took out a bowl of cooked dumpling and placed it on the ceremonial table. Then he lit a joss stick and bowed thrice at the black and white picture.
Granny would make dumplings on the first day of every new year, right?
Han Fei studied the picture of the old woman on the table as he wandered into the room.
I remember she liked to say that dumplings have the meaning of unity, and they are meant to usher in the new year. Having dumplings on 1st of January will help you chase away the negative aura from the previous year.
Han Fei's words seemed to evoke some memory within the man because he turned to look at Han Fei with disbelief.
Granny was a very good cook. She was especially famed for her fish stew. The soup would be milky white in color, and you could smell her cooking it from miles away. How did you know all these?
The middle-aged man staggered towards Han Fei.
You've met my mother before? But you would be only around 10 when she died. I have indeed met her before. She even treated me to a bowl of dumplings.
Han Fei did not know how to explain the situation without sounding like a crazy person, so he wisely changed the subject.
Uncle, can you tell us more about Granny?
Some memories were incredibly painful. The middle-aged man hesitated for a while before he entreated Han Fei and Li Shui to join him in the living room.
Mother was a very kind person. She did not marry, but she did adopt 3 orphans. Every single penny she earned, she used to raise these 3 children.
The middle-aged man took the edge of the couch.
I was the oldest, but I was born with a weak constitution. My mom named me Meng Changsho. I'm also the least gifted of our 3 siblings. My first younger brother is called Meng Changxi. He was an abandoned baby with a deformation on his face. But he had a bright mind, and he always did well in classes. However, due to his appearance, he had low self-confidence. He was shy and introverted. My second younger brother is called Meng Chang'an. He's the brightest of us 3 siblings. He excelled at school and had many friends. The number of awards he had won could fill up a whole wall. He was scouted by Afterlife Pharmaceutical, and currently I hear he is the head of his own department.
Speaking of Meng Chang'an, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened somewhat, but that radiance soon dimmed.
He still sends me a monthly allowance, but we have not met since our mother's accident. What exactly happened to Granny 10 years ago?
Han Fei was most curious about that.
Actually, I did not know much about it at the beginning. It was not until Changshi's disappearance and the police's visitation that I realized something was wrong.
The middle-aged man's eyes filled with regret and guilt.
After Mother retired, she opened a dessert shop. The police found many animal carcasses and a dead body inside her shop's refrigerator. What? She was involved in the famous frozen body case? The coroner determined the time of death for the victim as 1 week prior. It was impossible for Mother to not realize a dead body was stuffed in her refrigerator for that 7 days, but there was no report of her calling the police about it.
The middle-aged man crossed his arms.
The granny wouldn't have killed that person, right?
To determine the nature of the old woman was crucial to Han Fei. It would be a great breakthrough for his necessary survival in the game. Chapter 11.
Of course not. Mother would never hurt anyone,
Meng Changshu said confidently.
The coroner also deduced that my mother could not have been the murderer. Furthermore, on that very same day, my mother and my son, Meng Chen, disappeared. The old lady was not the killer, but she must have known the actual killer to have helped keep their secret for a whole week. She would only do this for someone she was extremely familiar with.
Li Shui zeroed in on the main point.
From what you told me, it sounded like the granny was a kind-hearted person. To be able to make someone like that turn on their moral, the killer would have to be her closest family. In that case, the killer is mostly likely one of you siblings. If Granny has already given her cooperation by helping the killer hide the body, why would the killer come after her in the end?
Han Fei signaled for Li Shui to not jump to conclusions.
I feel it is more likely that the granny was giving the killer a chance to surrender themselves to the police. She gave the killer a week's time, but she had greatly underestimated the depth of sin within the killer. The police had considered all these possibilities at the time, but they found no evidence. However, not long after my mother's death, Changshi went missing as well. No one knew where he went. There was no news of his person or discovery of his dead body. The neighbors all speculated that he had run away due to guilt.
The middle-aged man shook his head with a pained expression.
Changshi was introverted and did not prefer human company, but I know he would never do something like that. In fact, I doubt any one of us three could do something like this. We were the ones who lost our family, but we were also the ones who were treated as the biggest suspects.
The middle-aged man said agitatedly before he started to cough. He reached down to grab a bag of medicine from under the coffee table.
As you said, Meng Changshi disappeared without any explanation. If we can find his body, then we could narrow down the scope of suspects. But if we cannot, then he'd always be on the suspect list.
Seeing as the middle-aged man was about to take his medicine, Li Shui handed him a glass of water.
In any case, I personally don't think Meng Changshi is the killer. What do you think? I don't know.
Han Fei kept the latter half of the answer to himself, but I'll go and ask the old lady myself later tonight. Studying the black and white picture on the table, Han Fei could only think of the game. Try as he might, he could not easily categorize Meng Si as an objectively good or bad person. At that moment, he truly understood the complexity of human nature. Meng Changshu coughed repeatedly, so Han Fei and Li Shui left to allow him the chance to rest. This case was huge 10 years ago, but now other than the family members of the victim and the officers on duty, not many people remembered it anymore. Han Fei started to move down the steps when he realized Li Shui stood still at the landing and did not follow.
Do you have something else to do here? When I screened through the database for you this morning, I noticed something peculiar. Meng Si stayed at the same building as the victim of another case. Coincidentally, both cases happened around 10 years ago.
Li Shui said as she headed upstairs. Meng Si stayed on the 3rd floor, and Li Shui led Han Fei to the 4th floor.
Have you heard of the human jigsaw case? No way.
Han Fei was instantly reminded of what Director Jiang said. The crew wanted to borrow the actual crime scene to use as the set, but could not find the owner. They eventually settled on Compound 15.
The killer of that case is currently unfound as well. The first 2 victims of that case were found on the 4th floor of this building 10 years ago. The victim was a pair of loving husband and wife.
Li Shui stopped before one of the doors.
10 years ago, the police had once suspected the 2 cases to be related. They might even be committed by the same person, but the modus operandi for both cases were too dissimilar. If the killer from the refrigerator case is mentally twisted, then the killer for the jigsaw case is the literal devil.
She knocked on the door, and about 10 seconds later, the door opened a small gap. A lanky old man appeared behind the door. He frowned at Li Shui and Han Fei.
Who are you looking for? We're the police.
Li Shui flashed her badge. Her patrol badge actually did not give her the right to enter private residences, but clearly the old man did not understand that, because he opened the door, albeit unwillingly. Everything was arranged neatly within the 70 square meters room. The old man probably cleaned it daily. After entering the house, one would notice the many pictures that decorated the living room wall. In the pictures, the old man looked so healthy and always wore a big smile. It was hard to believe this was the same person as the grumpy old man standing before them. Other than the old man, most pictures also featured a young couple. The man looked honest and kind, the woman gentle and soft. It was clear that they were deeply in love. There was a cupboard next to the wall of photos, and it was filled with many Lego toys.
I would visit the station every year. I've lost count of the number of times I've been there. So have you finally caught the killer?
A trace of despair laced the old man's voice. He caressed the picture on the table as if he was still unable to accept the cruel truth until this day.
Actually, the reason we're here is because we have a few questions for you.
Li Shui pulled out her phone and opened a few law enforcement apps. She tossed out questions expertly. While leading the questioning, she tried not to place the old man in too much pain. Her method and tactic of questioning was far more mature than Zhang Xiaotian and Zhao Ming. While Li Shui conducted her inquiry, Han Fei sat to the side quietly. He made use of the time to study the photos hung on the wall. The man in the photo was Wei Yufu, the man he was about to play in the movie. Inside the game, Meng Si lived on the 3rd floor while Han Fei stayed on the 4th floor. In real life, the old lady also stayed on the 3rd floor while Wei Yufu and his wife stayed on the 4th floor. Even though the apartment buildings in real life and in game were wildly different, this coincidence did catch Han Fei's attention. He now suspected the ghost that he saw in the game yesterday night was Wei Yufu's wife, the woman who was brutally murdered inside the bathroom. The seemingly unrelated aspects had their paths crossed, and the point of intersection was Han Fei. Through Li Shui's questioning, Han Fei gained a brief understanding of Wei Yufu's family. They were basically good people. If the tragedy did not happen, they would continue to live happily together. They are not people with malice when they were alive. A very brave thought surfaced in Han Fei's mind. To survive in that hellish game filled with monsters and ghosts, I need to find a safe house. If I can gain Wei Yufu and his wife's approval, I should be able to stay with them. Then at least I would have a place I could recuperate without worry. The already dead appeared in the game, be it human or ghost. Han Fei decided the best way to survive was to join them. With this idea in his mind, Han Fei stood up and sidled close to the old man. While the old man and Li Shui looked on with confusion, Han Fei asked the old man,
Sir, actually I was good friends with Brother Yofu. Can you tell me if there's any unfulfilled wish that he had in his life?
Chapter 12.
Brother Yofu?
The old man was naturally suspicious of Han Fei.
You said you were Yofu's friend, so how come I have not heard of you before? I'm sure he had. My name is Han Fei. Does that ring a bell?
Han Fei looked at the old man with such sincerity that the latter thought maybe his memory had really failed him. After all, this was from 10 years ago.
Well, now that you mention it, Yofu did have plenty of friends, but you did not look their age.
The old man commented.
I'm an actor, so I have to take good care of my appearance. Due to official characterization, I have a stringent skincare routine.
Han Fei quickly changed the subject before his lie was caught.
Sir, I really just want to do something for Brother Yofu. Well, he did have plenty of unfulfilled wishes. All he ever wanted in his life was to build a family with Ame. Not long before their accident, the kid came to me, telling me that he had saved up some money because he wanted to compensate Ame for the wedding ceremony that he owed her. When they registered, they did not have one because of economic constraint.
The old man shook his head.
But it's pointless to talk about these things now. If you ask me, the biggest wish he'd have now would be for someone to catch their killer. After all, the person had murdered the love of his life. Got it? Family, wedding, and catch the killer.
Han Fei memorized these details. He took a look at the old man.
Sir, I believe Brother Yofu would be greatly concerned about your health as well. You have to take good care of yourself, and I promise I'll try my best to catch that sick killer.
After leaving his phone number, Han Fei chatted with the old man for a while before he left with Li Shui.
Hey, why did you lie to the old man by pretending to be Wei Yofu's friend? You're not going to take advantage of the poor old man, are you?
After they left the building, Li Shui voiced the suspicion in her mind.
Of course not.
Han Fei did not know how to explain his situation. He turned to glance at the dilapidated apartment behind him.
But I was not technically pretending to be Wei Youfu's friend, because we will be actual friends soon. You're one strange fella.
Li Shui hopped on her bike. When she passed Han Fei, she tossed him a helmet.
Come on. Where are we going? I'm dropping you home. Where else?
After he returned home, Han Fei curled up at the corner furthest away from the study table and stared at the gaming helmet sitting on it. The bloodstains inside the helmet had dried, and they seemed to form a strange red pattern on the inner wall. Earlier, a part of Han Fei prayed that this was just an elaborate prank, but after everything that happened today, he had completely abandoned that hope.
The game did say that completing the new player missions will aid me to better understand the gaming world, so that should be my next goal.
Night eventually fell. Han Fei walked to the window and glanced at the skyscrapers situated around the city center. As the world around him changed with the advancement of technology, sometimes Han Fei felt detached to even the real world, much less a gaming one. Time rolled continuously forward, leaving those like himself, who had no resource to catch up with the rapid footsteps of technology, behind. Facing new technology that surfaced every few days, Han Fei sometimes felt so helpless.
Oh well, hopefully, I'll live to see another day.
Han Fei sat in front of the computer and started to research the cases from 10 years ago. Since this was deeply related to his survival, Han Fei was extremely serious. He printed out all the available information and pasted them on the wall before the study table. The originally empty wall was soon covered in clues and crime scene photos of various old cases. Those who did not know him would assume he was a private detective from his living arrangement.
There are 8 victims from the human jigsaw case. When the first 7 victims were found, they were all missing a body part. The 8th victim was mostly pieced together from these missing parts. After comparing all the databases, the police failed to find actual information on the 8th victim. Therefore, when the case came to the press, they simply referred to the 8th victim as number 8. Han Fei busied himself until late into night. By then he had a rudimentary grasp of these old cases. He glanced at the time at the lower corner of the computer screen. He reached for the gaming helmet as the clock was about to strike midnight.
Dead people are appearing in-game, and there are so many mysteries to be solved, but for now, my most immediate concern is to ensure my own survival.
His sight was swallowed up by blood. The sense of dizziness and suspension arrived at once. Just as Han Fei was about to faint, a robotic voice rang deep inside his brain.
Welcome to Perfect Life, where you are free to choose your own perfect life.
When his eyes reopened, Han Fei realized he was leaning on the ground floor staircase. His surrounding was tomb-like quiet. I better go find Meng Si first. After his previous gaming experience, Han Fei had a clear goal this second time around. He would try to get some quests from the old lady and attempt to overstay his welcome for the whole 3 hours at her house. This was because after 3 hours, he could quit the game any time he wanted, and that would make it perfect for exploration. He could quit should the situation get too dangerous. In other words, the most dangerous period for Han Fei was the first 3 hours he logged into the game. Some unknown black substance stuck to the rusted steel banister. Eerie doodles decorated the dusted walls. Han Fei noticed most of the human caricatures were incomplete. They looked bizarre. Han Fei tiptoed up the stairs and came across the cleaver on the steps. He picked it up and headed to the old lady's home. The black plastic bags outside the house had been cleared away. Only 2 black stains remained of them. They seemed to leak out from the mysterious stuff which was wrapped inside the plastic bags.
Granny?
Han Fei knocked lightly on the door. He used the lightest force possible, but the echoes still sounded loud in the silent corridor.
Is no one home?
Han Fei leaned his ear against the door. There was no sound coming from inside. It was as if the place had been abandoned.
Where could they have gone to so late at night? Chapter 13. Han Fei's brain calculated everything within 0.1 second, because he knew time was not on his side. He had to move fast. Both parties were racing against time.
Quick! Hurry up!
His musculature and physique training as an actor helped a lot in this case. Even though his heart was shaking, his hands were not. The moment he landed on the right key, he shoved it into the keyhole. As the spring clicked, Han Fei pushed the door open and dashed into the house. He slid the door close and clamped his hands over his mouth. Through the door, Han Fei could hear a beast-like breathing coming from the other side. What the hell is it this time? Standing on weak knees, Han Fei forced himself to look through the peephole. There was nothing in the corridor. The sound of breathing has disappeared, but the smell of blood is still there. Han Fei was not dumb enough to pull open the door to check. He adjusted the angle of his eye and finally caught a human face hidden at the lower corner of the door. The thing from the 6th floor is still here. He's hiding at my blind spot and probably waiting to ambush me. If the old lady from the 3rd floor gave Han Fei a feeling of kindness with a trace of creepiness, then this thing from the 6th floor exuded a sense of madness, bloodlust, and cunningness. I surely have been given the best choice of neighbors. Han Fei took a step back and wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead. I can't leave since that thing is waiting outside the door. But to quit the game, I have to complete at least one mission. It would appear like my only choice is to complete one of the new player missions inside this house. To be perfectly frank, the seemingly simple new player missions had left a deep psychological scar on Han Fei. In any case, I should wait the 3 hours out first. Han Fei stopped to assess his own situation. There was a bloody murderer waiting to pounce at him outside his home, and the ghost inside his home would come alive at night. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. But now I am only level 1. Perhaps after leveling up, things will get much easier. Since he was forced to continue this game, Han Fei found solace in this little self-deception. Han Fei took note of the time from the wall clock. Han Fei did not dare to venture too deep into the house. After switching on all the lights, he stayed close to the front door. The smell of blood in the corridor thickened, and occasionally there was a strange noise. The thing from the 6th floor was very patient. Han Fei just wished he'd use a more conventional approach to come greet his new neighbor. When I completed the fuse mission, the system hinted to me that forming a peaceful neighborly relationship is the first step to a perfect life. In other words, the game hopes that I would share a good relationship with my neighbors. Perhaps this means that I would need the friendship and help from my neighbors to survive in this game. Smelling the blood in the air, Han Fei grimaced painfully. This is one hell of an Iyashikei game. I suffer from society anxiety, so it formulates a treatment that forces me to face my anxiety or I'd die. Time eventually arrived at 3 a.m. The 3 hours limit was over. Now Han Fei only needed to complete a mission and he could quit the game. His passionate neighbor was still posted outside the door. Han Fei's exit was blocked, so after much consideration, he decided to attempt the new player mission again. If the ghost reappears, I'll run out the door. Hopefully the ghost will take care of my neighbor from the 6th floor. Then I'll inherit his place and keys. I promise to live the best life on his behalf. I won't let his sacrifice go to waste. That was of course the most idealistic situation, but the cruel truth was Han Fei would most likely be killed by his 6th floor neighbor once he opened the front door. Pulling up the mission interface, Han Fei hesitated for some time before he chose the second mission, watch a television show. Han Fei already knew about the presence of the ghost inside the bathroom from his other new player mission. The first mission would bring him too close in comfort to his housemate. He could not imagine a world where he'd voluntarily go shower with a ghost.
Player 0000 has accepted grade G new player mission. Watch a television show. Mission introduction. Ever since your move here, you've lost count of the times you failed to fall asleep. Stuck with insomnia, you have decided to watch some television. Mission requirement. Please switch off all the lights in the house and switch on the television. Watch any channel for 30 minutes. Please do not move your eyes away from the television screen within these 30 minutes.
The mission again sounded deceptively simple, but Han Fei knew the real challenge it would bring. Since Han Fei was unable to leave the house, there was not much else he could do. He switched off all the lights and switched on the television set at 3:05 a.m. The old-fashioned television box buzzed noisily. Probably due to bad signal, not many channels were available. Most of them consisted of black and white static. The new player mission had officially started. With the remote in his right hand and the cleaver in his right, Han Fei sat up straight on the couch and stared transfixed at the television screen. It'll be fine, 30 minutes will go by in a jiffy. Han Fei surfed through the channels. When he stopped at channel 44, homophonous to death in Chinese, there was finally a viewable broadcast. The light in the room was dim, and that added to the already blurry state of the broadcast. Han Fei tried to raise the volume, but the show apparently was soundless. It appeared to be a cartoon, but Han Fei could not recognize it. He had not seen anything like it before. It had such a strange animation style. Is this a cartoon from hell? Han Fei leaned his body forward to get a closer look. At that moment, footsteps rang in his ears. The sound was too close to have come from the corridor. As mentioned earlier, the show was a silent one, so this could only mean that someone was moving inside the house. The footsteps slowly approached Han Fei. He was now sure the person came out from the bedroom and made its way towards the man on the couch. Is it the same ghost as before? Han Fei did not dare to move, and eventually the last footfall was heard right behind the couch. Han Fei was watching television at 3 a.m. alone inside a dim room. Suddenly there was spattering of footsteps, and it disappeared right behind him. The thing has left, or is it still standing right behind me? His Adam's apple trembled. Han Fei resisted the urge to turn around, and instead fixed his stare on the screen. The animation still had no sound. In the show, the main character had a disability, and it was trying to hide from something. Whenever it stopped to rest, a pair of invisible hands would grab at it to pull it back. Han Fei had no idea what the meaning of the animation was, but when the character was pulled back for the third time, Han Fei felt a heaviness land on his left shoulder. It took everything he had to not turn around. He glanced from the corner of his eye, and he believed he saw a pale hand. His heart started to pound involuntarily. Han Fei gritted his teeth as he forced himself to focus on the show, but as he turned his attention back to the television, a scarier surprise awaited him. A pair of legs emerged from behind the television shelf where the television box sat on. There was more than one ghost inside this house. Han Fei's body started to shake. Based on how well things were going, he thought about running to the front door and go invite his sixth-floor neighbor to come join him before the television. Chapter 14. To enjoy blessing and misfortune together. That was how one should treat one's friends and neighbors. Watching television inside a haunted house at 3 a.m. was too exciting to be done alone, so Han Fei decided to invite his neighbor to join him. As he adjusted his posture little by little, Han Fei's mind churned to come up with multiple solutions. The sixth-floor neighbor was hiding at the corner of the front door to prevent Han Fei from spotting him directly through the peephole. Based on his neighbor's actions so far, Han Fei believed that if the door was suddenly opened, the former might turn on the aggression without checking who the person behind the door was first. Therefore, to help the ghost inside the house and the monster outside the house form a better bond, Han Fei had to figure out a way to make the ghost go through the front door before he did. That was the plan, but it was incredibly difficult to put it into action. His body was drowned in the darkness. The chilliness soaked into his every nerve. Even a small movement of his body caused his heart to tremble. The sole light that came from the television screen seemed to dim. The broken character struggled through the endless cycle of capture and escape. Han Fei could not tell what was the abductor. All he knew was that escape was futile for the main character. The character's soundless screams appeared to be an omen. Its struggle was futile. It was dragged by the invisible hands back into the black house again and again. It tried many things and utilized every object it could grab on to mount a resistance. Every time it was able to escape from the black house, but every time it did, it would lose another part of its body. The ruination to the character's body became more pronounced, and its movement speed slowed. When it attempted the seventh escape, it seemed to know its imminent end. This time it did not wait for the invisible hands to catch up. Instead, it turned around to face its captor. The camera angle turned, and the screen showed a monster sewn together by various human body parts. It had been following the main character. The amalgamated hands morphed into a billowy black smoke. After it apprehended the cartoon character, it once again dragged it back into the black house. Not long after that, the door opened again, and the character who had lost yet another part of its body staggered out the door. This time, it did not even attempt to run. It stopped with despair at the entrance. It looked at the dark hole of the front door and slowly walked back into it. Then, the camera angle traveled into the black house for the first time. Han Fei held his breath. He too wished to know what was inside this nightmarish black house. The gory scene that he anticipated did not appear. Instead, the decor of the black house was surprisingly normal. There was a shoe rack by the front door, and the tiles were slightly cracked. The walls were mottled with black and red stains. The old electric clock on the wall showed that it was 3:15 a.m. Wait a minute. A couch was placed in the middle of the small living room. The television set in front of the couch was playing a show. The main character's body was bent over with defeat. It stopped resisting and slumped with despair on the couch. The broken character stared at the television screen. Han Fei could feel its empty stare on him, and his skin crawled. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was sure that the nightmarish black house was exactly the same as the house that he was currently staying in. The character in the cartoon watched the television silently when a face poked out from the bedroom behind it. Then came its neck and body. The monster pieced together from body parts seemed to have grown larger since its last appearance. The monster sidled up to the couch and proceeded to place its hand on the main character's left shoulder and then right shoulder. At that same moment, Han Fei felt the hair on his shoulders and neck stand on end. His right shoulder slumped from an unknown weight. Oh my God! The main character in the cartoon appeared to be Han Fei, and the Frankenstein monster was standing behind him. The despair of the cartoon character filtered through the screen into Han Fei. Futile escapes led to continuous dismantling of his body parts. This was an unsolvable nightmare. The character inside the cartoon had given up. The monster behind it slowly fractured, revealing the many faces hidden inside its body. The sound of skin tearing and bones creaking appeared behind Han Fei as well. He was experiencing what the cartoon character did in real time. The difference was that the cartoon character had already given up, but Han Fei had not. Han Fei stared closely at the monster on screen. He scanned the visible human faces underneath the monster's gory appearance. Before he logged into the game, he did his research into the human jigsaw case. He thus had seen all the pictures of the victims. Currently, he spotted them again inside the monster's body. Among them was Wei Youfu and his wife, Ame. A pressure on his shoulders locked him into place. Han Fei was so nervous his breath stopped at his throat. A chill came from his shoulders, and an unknown force tried to drag him away. The character inside the cartoon had its own body torn apart. Blood splattered on the screen, and some even dripped out onto the floor near Han Fei. Han Fei started to feel pain gathering around his shoulders. This was probably the closest he had been to death so far. The cartoon character did not struggle as it was pulled into pieces. That was a foretelling of Han Fei's final ending. Under the great pressure of death, Han Fei decided to attempt one last plea.
I am not surprised to be killed, but if it's possible, can you let me hear my wife's voice again? She is waiting for me to come home, and I once promised her a beautiful wedding.
Tears wetted his eyes. At the last moment of his life, the man facing death did not care about his own life, but the one promise that he had given his wife. The simple words seemed to evoke some kind of power. The pale hands that were made from multiple human body parts appeared to hesitate.
I work very hard and often have OTs that last deep into the night. However, I never feel tired because I know there will always be a light waiting for me to come home. I am really not afraid of death. I am just afraid that I'll disappoint her. I'm afraid that she'll keep on waiting for me. Can you give me a chance to bid her farewell?
Unfallen tears and reddened eyes. The man's face filled with determination. Inside the cartoon, the human faces of Wei Youfu and Ame inside the monster's body appeared to come alive. They no longer looked that vicious. They stared at Han Fei as if staring at their life partner. The monster stopped moving. The 7 human faces inside it appeared to come at a conflict. Han Fei uttered those words from the perspective of Wei Youfu. At the time, no one had given Wei Youfu the chance to do anything, but now the power of choice had been given back to Wei Youfu. Time ticked by. The human faces turned anxious. Just as the monster was about to launch another attack at Han Fei, the honest-looking Wei Youfu suddenly bit at the human face next to him. The room appeared to shake. The pair of legs behind the television set disappeared. Something was definitely happening. Suppressing his curiosity, Han Fei kept his eyes on the television screen. However, he could feel the force on his shoulders dwindling. Soon the half an hour was up. The oppressive feeling inside the room dissipated.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed Grade G new player mission. Watch a television show. Notification for player 0000. You have successfully reached level 2.
Chapter 15. The robotic voice sounded in his mind, but Han Fei was not distracted by it because the man's entire focus was still on the television screen. The strange cartoon was still playing. On the screen, the monster made from human parts stood behind the couch. That meant that if Wei Youfu and Ame's faces were damaged, or they lost their humanity again, Han Fei would be placed under fatal threat once more. Dead people in real life have reappeared in this game. I am not sure what their current condition is, but one thing's for sure. They still retain part of their living memory. At least that was evidenced from Wei Yufu and Mei's ability to understand my earlier plea. Viewing the tormented monster on the television screen, Han Fei resisted the urge to turn around and instead said softly,
A blissful life together was ruined by that crazed murderer. Are you looking for revenge?
Han Fei realized how redundant his statement was, but he hoped that this would remind the monster of the actual culprit behind its current torment. That hopefully would shift the monster's hostility away from him. It was not Han Fei who caused this tragedy. Wei Youfu and Mei were faultless either. The real criminal was the person who murdered them. Even though Han Fei had not officially studied psychology, he had been to many psychotherapy sessions to deal with his social anxiety. He remembered the following from one of his many psychologists' office walls. To understand a man, you'll have to walk a mile in his shoes. To console those in pain, it would be unwise to define their pain within one's subjective understanding. Since he had not personally experienced those pain before, it would be presumptuous for him to give advice to them. A good psychiatrist was often a good and patient listener. Han Fei was not a trained psychiatrist by any means, but whenever the doctor assumed this attitude during their sessions, he would feel more at ease. Therefore, now he decided to put that practice into good use. Inside a haunted house at 3 a.m., next to a Frankenstein's monster, he chose to be its listener. He could not see the monster, but he could hear the torture in the monster's voice.
I can't imagine how long you've been trapped here already. Han Fei pulled out these words from his counseling sessions. He screened through them and selected the ones most appropriate for the situation. Gradually, the cartoon in the television changed. The two faces that represented Wei Youfu and Mei stopped fighting. They seemed to be touched by Han Fei's words. The madness fell away from their faces to reveal some brilliance of humanity. However, while Wei Youfu and Mei slowly calmed down, the other faces headed down the other direction. It seemed like they were ready to transfer the pain and despair they meant for Han Fei onto Wei Youfu and Mei. The other faces were unaffected by Han Fei's words. They were too deep in pain to be persuaded by his psychobabble. The ache in their hearts cut deeper than the killer's first two victims. The later they died, the deeper their pain? Why? What has the jigsaw killer done to them? The cartoon was a reflection of real life. Seeing Wei Youfu and Mei's faces being torn apart, Han Fei knew he had to step in immediately. The two victims regained a trace of their humanity. That was key to changing everything. If they were consumed by the other victims, then Han Fei would come to face a monster who would be crazier and would not hesitate to consume its own kind. Technically, Han Fei had already finished his new player mission, so he could exit the game now, but he chose to stay.
You've saved my life, so I will not leave you and your wife to this fate. I shan't leave on my own. If the other victims wish to vent their hatred, then I will get them a new target.
Han Fei hurried to the front door. As he moved, so did the monster. The other 5 faces did not plan to let Han Fei go that easily. Pain and despair twisted their features. Smelling the blood in the air, Han Fei knew his neighbor was still there. If my neighbor shows no intention to harm me, then I'll try to communicate with him to get his help to detain this monster. But if communication is impossible, then I'll have to lure him into the house and make him the target for the jigsaw killer's victims. Wei Youfu and Mei were by then almost devoured. The monster was at the verge of losing control. Han Fei knew he had no time to lose. He grabbed the front door handle and pulled it open. The moment it did, a sharp knife plunged in through the gap. Han Fei, who was prepared, narrowly dodged the attack. The neighbor appeared to be privy of the situation inside this house, so he did not follow up his attack. He stayed firmly outside the door. Han Fei noticed this as well. Just as his neighbor pulled back his weapon, Han Fei reached out to grab the man's arm, which was holding the knife, and yanked the man forcibly into the house. Bang! The 2 men fell to the ground. His neighbor sensed something immediately and quickly got up, but Han Fei reacted faster than he did. Han Fei did not try to escape. Instead, he used his body to ram against the front door and slam it close. He locked both himself and his 6th-floor neighbor inside the house. The light from the television set casted a cold light on their faces. His sixth-floor neighbor was lost in bloodlust during his pursuit of Han Fei, but at that moment, he seemed to snap out of it. Sensing the new intruder in the room, the despairing faces turned to the latest arrival. This time Wei Youfu and Mei did not intervene. A giant shadow loomed over the room. The monster inside the television charged out from the living room. The sixth-floor neighbor reacted fast. He instantly reached for the front door, but Han Fei made use of this opening to knock him back. The two fell to the ground again. His despaired neighbor glared angrily at Han Fei. The bloodlust was gone from his eyes. What remained were anger and confusion. It was as if he was saying, "Why did you drag me into this?" The tormented monster grabbed at Han Fei's neighbor. Pairs of deformed arms appeared to flail in the darkness. The neighbor struggled as best as he could. He directed a flurry of expletives at Han Fei. Han Fei watched as the man was slowly dragged deeper into the house. In response to the horrid curses flung at him, Han Fei smiled brightly at his sixth-floor neighbor.
Pleasure to meet you. Glad that you've decided to stay with our big, happy family. Chapter 16. The neighbor's vicious curses soon faded away. He was dragged by the monster into the innermost bedroom. There were 2 bedrooms in this house. The deeper one was locked. Han Fei did his sleeping mission in the other bedroom. But why would the monster drag the man into that particular bedroom? What is so special about it? Han Fei had not explored that locked bedroom before. This was one good thing about Han Fei. The man had the uncanny ability to silence his own curiosity. He'd know when to keep his mouth shut and when to stay put. His neighbor's wails gradually disappeared. Studying the ring of keys in his hand, Han Fei started to consider how he was going to lay claim to his neighbor's estate. After the monster calms down, I should try to enter that bedroom. If I can locate the neighbor's key, I can make his house my second base. Since Han Fei could quit the game anytime he wanted, he was not worried about walking into danger. After cleaning up the room, Han Fei leaned against the front door and inspected his character profile.
Notification for player 0000. After every level gain, you will gain a free attribute point. After gaining 10 levels, you can choose a new profession. Notification for player 0000. New player mission. Watch a television show completed. Obtain 1 free skill point. Obtained mission reward, Landlord's Ring. Inventory function unlocked. Mission reward will be placed inside inventory after mission completion.
Honestly, when Han Fei saw the notifications, he was quite disappointed. He had taken such a huge risk during the mission, but the rewards did not appear proportionate to the peril he had placed himself into. Han Fei clicked open the inventory and retrieved the Landlord's Ring.
Landlord's Ring, Grade G blood red item. After the landlord passed away, his beloved family made a ring out of his ashes. Memories bridge the gap between life and death. You'll feel their presence once you put on this ring. Them?
Han Fei had a rudimentary understanding from the item description.
This ring will enable me to see ghosts?
Han Fei put the ring on as a trial. The moment he did, he felt a chill coming from his ring finger. The closer he walked towards the innermost bedroom, the more pronounced the chill.
This ring can act as an alarm. The scarier the ghost, the chillier the presence they'll emit from this ring. Huh. Well, I stand corrected. This thing is quite useful after all. With this ring, I can avoid wandering too close to dangerous areas.
Han Fei had no idea what blood red item meant precisely. When he researched on Perfect Life, he did not encounter that particular concept. After he finished studying the ring, Han Fei turned to the skill point and attribute point he just gained. I have a free skill point, but the problem is, the skills that I currently possess, cooking and acting, will not help me in a fight. After giving it some thought, Han Fei decided to improve his acting skill. In this hellish game, acting might come in useful. At least Han Fei could imagine it being more useful than cooking.
Player 0000. Your acting skill is now intermediate level 2. When you reach intermediate level 10, the skill will automatically upgrade to advanced acting.
It's surprisingly hard to level up one's skills in this game. But then again, this is just a new player mission. It's understandable that the rewards won't help my character progress much. Before gaining a new skill, Han Fei decided he would focus on training his acting skill. After all, his intention was to shed his living human identity and join the big family here as soon as possible. For the attribute point, Han Fei used it to improve his stamina after a quick deliberation. His original stamina was a measly 4, it was too weak. When he apprehended his neighbor earlier, he almost let the man get away. After doing that, Han Fei swung several fists into the air. He could feel his body gaining power and his movement becoming more fluid. This is just from the addition of 1 point. If my level continues to increase, I might one day be able to outrun a ghost. With the get-out-of-jail-free card in his pocket, Han Fei treated his situation more relaxedly. It was not until then that he felt like he was playing a game. Picking up the cleaver, Han Fei turned towards the front door. He did not intend to disturb the Frankenstein monster, but instead planned to go visit Meng Si. The old lady is not an innately bad person. If I help her with her problems, she might help me back. He had a new appreciation for this game. Other Iyashikei games meant to bring healing to the players, but this game aimed to heal both the players and NPCs. It was truly a masterpiece of gaming. The moment Han Fei stepped out from the front door, though, he felt the chill from his ring finger. Clearly, something was wrong with the corridor. This place is quite literally a deliverman's nightmare. The chill from the ring was within Han Fei's acceptable range. Han Fei slowly entered the stairwell armed with the cleaver. He lived on the 4th floor and the granny on the 3rd. There was only 1 floor between them, but Han Fei was still extremely cautious. The corridor was eerily silent, but the strange thing was Han Fei noticed the voice-activated lights on the 6th floor kept flickering on and off. Slinking down the stairs, when Han Fei reached the landing between 4th and 3rd floor, he stopped. Slowly squatting down, Han Fei looked up through the gap in the banister. The lights on the 6th floor were still coming on and off, even though Han Fei heard no sounds that would prompt them to do so. Is there someone there or not? Nudging his feet, Han Fei moved towards the 3rd floor. At the last step, the chill suddenly intensified. What's happening? Han Fei did not retreat because if the situation demanded it, he could quit any time he wanted. He continued to move downwards and saw the door of the tenant opposite from Meng Si's home was open. The cracked Bagua mirror still laid on the ground. However, most of the talismans on the door had been peeled off. Meng Si kept her door closed due to the presence of her neighbor? Han Fei slowly moved towards Meng Si's home. He was finally within range of the old lady's front door. But before he could even knock, a bone-piercing chill came from his ring finger. Han Fei whipped his head around and saw a little child running at him with a bright smile. In just the blink of an eye, the child moved from the inside of the house to the front door. Han Fei's nerves pulled taut, and he immediately chose to quit the game. Blood once again covered his world. The nervous connection was severed. Once Han Fei regained control of his body, he pulled the gaming helmet off immediately. He collapsed weakly on his bed. Han Fei's hands shivered uncontrollably.
I was already so careful, but without that ring, I would be dead by now. This is one hell of an impossible game.
Chapter 17. Every time he exited the game, Han Fei would have a renewed appreciation of life. He did not rest for too long. Soon he switched on his bedside lamp and turned to study the wall covered with crime scene photos.
Why would the 7 victims from the human jigsaw case appear in that form? Are they trapped inside that house?
A haunted house, at least in Chinese culture, referred to any estate which had a history of tenants who perished in unnatural death. The house that Han Fei had in the game appeared to feature 7 deaths in total. That was the most crowded haunted house he had ever encountered in his life.
Now that Wei Youfu and Mei are somewhat back to normal, I need to help the other victims regain their sanity.
Han Fei knew the biggest unfulfilled wish these victims would have to be apprehending their killer, but he was just a D-list comedy actor. What could he do? If he really located the killer, he might end up as the 9th victim.
I need to take this slow. After all, this is not the gaming world. I only have 1 life to lose.
Han Fei took out his phone to jot down the notes.
The apartment building that I inhabit inside the game is very dangerous. Currently, it appears like each floor has 4 units in total. I live on the 4th floor. Based on the reaction of my 6th floor neighbor, he seemed to understand I was staying inside a haunted house. He did not dare to venture in too carelessly. If viewed from this perspective, the monster inside my house should be considered quite dangerous, or at least most of the tenants seem to fear it. As they say, the most dangerous place can be the safest place. As long as I do not provoke the monster, the haunted house can provide me with protection from the other neighbors. The other noteworthy detail is the child from the third floor. Even with the Frankenstein monster, my place was not littered with talismans. The house on the third floor will prove to be a big trouble. The child trapped inside that house might be as dangerous as the monster in my house.
Once that detail crossed his mind, Han Fei's head ached.
Who the hell would tear off the talismans from the door? Based on my earlier experience, I'll log in at the location that I logged out. If the child guarded the door next time I log in, wouldn't I walk directly into my death?
Of course, Han Fei wished he could have found himself a safer place to quit, but he did not have that luxury of choice. If he had reacted a second slower, the child would be hanging on his body already.
He moved too fast for me to even escape.
Han Fei was now worried that he'd be dragged into the child's house when he started the game next.
If there's a chance in the future, I should invite him over to my house.
At 4 a.m., Han Fei switched on the computer, held his phone, and started to compare the crime scene photos on the wall. He worked on the clues and relationships between the cases. The sun shone on his face. Han Fei had no idea when he fell asleep. He woke up blurrily. When he saw the clock on the wall, he jumped out of bed immediately.
Jesus, it's already 9 a.m. Director Jiang will have my head.
After a quick shower, Han Fei left his home and headed towards Northern Street. As expected, he was late. When he arrived, the shoot already started.
I'm sorry for being late.
Han Fei apologized, but his apology was brushed off easily.
The first scene will be between the antagonist and the first victim. The actor playing the antagonist is not even here yet, so you're not technically late.
The floor manager who was scared witless by Han Fei last time sauntered over. He handed a cup of coffee to Han Fei.
You better get used to this. This is not the first time that our great antagonist is late to the set.
Han Fei heard the message between the lines.
I'm sorry, but do you mind telling me who the actor playing the antagonist is?
Han Fei played the second victim, and this actor played the killer. They would be in plenty of scenes together, so it was normal for Han Fei to ask such questions.
You probably have heard of him before. His name is Zhang Ye. He has appeared in many variety shows, but he has not nabbed any signature role in his career. I suppose one would consider him a B-list celebrity. This time, his agency wants to use our movie to help him branch into acting.
The floor manager explained to Han Fei.
He hasn't acted in anything before?
Han Fei put down the coffee.
But the antagonist can often break or make a movie. Well, Zhang Ye himself is a character of interest these days, and the fact that this will be his first antagonist role will be a great selling point. Furthermore, he graduated from a famous acting academy, so he should have the basics down.
The floor manager said as commotion came from outside the building. It was followed by a series of footsteps.
I was at a variety set late into the night. This business is taxing on one's health.
A young man about 20 entered the set with his manager. One could easily pick up the scent of cologne and the alcohol that it was trying to mask.
Just get to makeup.
Director Jiang uttered without even raising his head. After all the crew members were in place, Zhang Ye finally arrived.
You have very little lines, and your first scene will be inside the stairwell. The killer you play has targeted on Mei. You'll tail her into the stairwell. I need you to create the impression that you're an unshakable, scary shadow of hers. Okay, understood.
Zhang Ye nodded confidently. The actor playing Mei was young and thus inexperienced, so she was not a helpful scene partner. The killer played by Zhang Ye gave no tension. If anything, from the camera, it did not look like the girl was tailed by a crazed murderer, but a drunkard. Even Han Fei could not accept this level of acting, much less director Jiang. Just a simple scene had to be shot over several times. Zhang Ye was required to climb the stairs up and down. It took a toll on the young man, and he eventually collapsed on the stairs and refused to move.
Director, you have to understand that I have my own style, and I wish to infuse it into this role that I play. If the style that you wish to accentuate in this role is frivolity and frippery, then bloody job well done.
Director Jiang said acerbically.
You have the acting chops, but if you want to take on an antagonistic character, then you have to act like one. You are a serial killer with at least 7 known victims. There's a veritable hell hidden inside your heart and mind. But director, this is just the first scene. I am helping you pace the story. When the time comes, you'll see that I've been working towards building the scary climax.
Zhang Ye countered.
All right, show me that then. We'll just shoot a close-up of that scene now.
Once Director Jiang said that, everyone turned their eyes towards Zhang Ye. The young actor was silent for a long time before he suddenly waved the prop knife around and squealed like a rubber chicken.
Cut, cut, cut.
Director Jiang sighed and said,
Just ask anyone here. Did your acting scare any of them? Did they feel any scary vibes from you?
Director Jiang turned to the floor manager and asked with Zhang Ye standing right there.
Well, did you feel even a smidge of fear from his performance? Not really. What about you? It's quite funny, actually.
A few more people were asked. Most felt nothing.
Every twitch of the muscle, every shot of the gaze is part of acting. The actor who played one of the victims yesterday managed to scare our floor manager, but the killer that you played is more like a drunk ruffian. Did you even read the script before you came?
That appeared to be the source of Zhang Ye's problem, but the man naturally would not admit it.
Director Jiang, there's no need to resort to exaggeration just to pick on my acting. How could an actor in the role of a victim possibly scare a professional crew member?
For some reason, the argument circled around to Han Fei. Director Jiang had Han Fei walk over to him.
You've read all the parts, right? I did. Okay, you rehearsed this scene for him. Me?
To be fair, Han Fei had been putting himself in the mind of the murderer, but he wasn't doing that for the sake of acting, but he wanted to figure out more clues to solve the case.
But I'm just a comedy actor. Stop it with that nonsense. Come, show him how it's done.
Director Jiang had great confidence in Han Fei. The latter actually wanted to keep a low profile, but since he was named, there was nothing he could do. He lowered his head, and his initial encounter with his sixth-floor neighbor appeared in his mind. The man was holding a sharp knife and poked his head out from the staircase banister. He stood at the dark corner, waiting for his prey to walk into his trap. The desire for blood and flesh was clear on his face. He worked hard to suppress his urge to destroy and ruin. He could not wait to plunge the sharp instrument into his prey's fleshy body. An oppressive breathing, a wicked gaze. His prey finally entered the dim stairwell. Now was his chance to strike. No one was able to stop him now. He slowly raised his head. Han Fei stared at Zhang Ye's neck, and a smile slowly bloomed on his cracked lips. Chapter 18 To Survive in Perfect Life. Han Fei had repeatedly studied the human jigsaw and frozen body case. He tried to put himself in the killer's shoes and stared at the wall of crime scene photos deep into the night. So many innocent lives were snuffed off like candles in the wind. Whenever he was reminded of that, Han Fei's heart gripped with pain. Why would someone do something so inhumane? Han Fei knew he would have to detach himself to understand the killers. Through the medium of the crime scene photos, Han Fei constructed the image of the killers in his mind. Twisted minds and deformed emotions, compelled by hatred, they used drastic methods to achieve their own goal. Within the killer's perspective, they followed their own form of logic. Every single one of their kills were meticulously planned. This was not a crime of passion. Their expressions might speak of madness, but their actions were entirely logical. Many things were wrong with their minds. There was no empathy and love in their emotions. The selfishness, hatred, and heartlessness were carved deep into their bones. The puzzle derived from the victims gradually clarified. A human figure slowly surfaced, albeit blurrily. He was introverted, selfish, heartless. He was sensitive in a way and had trouble communicating with others. He was definitely clever, but not in the conventional sense. He wore a mask in the day and would only shed it when he was ready to work on his prey. At that moment, he lost all his disguises and revealed a smile. The smile was like a rose growing above one's grave. The thorn dug deep into the bones. The pretty flower grew from a desecrated and dirty soil. When Han Fei lifted his face to reveal that grin, Zhang Ye hugged Director Zhang's arm, and both men took an involuntary step back. No one shouted for the camera to stop. No one even dared to speak. When Han Fei took another step forward, Zhang Ye and Director Jiang retreated again until they knocked into the staircase banister. Zhang Ye, who was going weak in the knees, attempted to push Director Jiang out as bait. It was then that Director Jiang came to. He sucked in a cold breath and nodded with admiration.
Cut. Cut. Han Fei, would you consider playing the killer in this movie? The role is born for you. From your gaze to your expression, there is not one shred of madness, but there is no one present that is not stunned into fear.
Zhang Ye's face was pale. He finally scurried out from behind Director Jiang. In terms of acting, He was indeed no match for Han Fei. Compared to Han Fei's performance, Zhang Yi's earlier takes appeared even more ludicrous. He realized how big of a clown he must have looked back then. Even though Zhang Yi wished for a hole to hide himself in, for this character, for the preparation that his agency had done, he had to say something. If he lost this role due to this reason, he would have a hard time explaining it to his agency. Zhang Yi's mouth opened, but this normally quick-tongued young man found himself at a loss. The acting skill between the two of them was so obvious that even the non-professionals could easily determine who was the better actor.
Director Jiang, you have to be joking. I don't have the personality to take on the role of the antagonist.
The antagonist role had a lot more scenes, and due to the plot requirement, he would have to work a lot of nights. Han Fei's current focus was still on the game. After all, he would have to be alive to act. After rejecting the director, he turned to Zhang Yi and said gently,
You are a very good actor, but you've been in the variety genre for too long. You just need some time to adjust your acting style. Furthermore, I have a deeper understanding of the human jigsaw case than you do, but that can be fixed easily. I shall share some of the related information with you in a bit. That should you help construct the killer role more fittingly.
Han Fei was being extremely kind. Even though it was public knowledge that Zhang Yi's acting skill was so much worse than his, Han Fei did not mock the man, but chose to elevate his fellow actor's performance. He stressed in a roundabout way that he was not going to snatch the role away from Zhang Yi, and was willing to help with the man's acting skill. By then, Zhang Yi's alcohol had completely cleared. He seemed to witness a halo of light coming out from behind Han Fei. Am I in the presence of an angel? This is practically unheard of in the entertainment business. The understanding of his fellow castmates' difficulty, the lack of selfishness, the humility despite the scary acting skills. Who would not love this kind of colleague? Seeing this, most of the crew were confused. Why would Han Fei's previous agency let go of such a precious talent? Han Fei did not waste time. Based on his own experience, he listed out the few places that he believed Zhang Yi needed to improve on. One didn't need to be so intense when playing an antagonistic character. Exaggeration of one's performance would very easily cause the opposite effect. Director Jiang concurred with Han Fei's advice. After a brief discussion, even though Zhang Yi was still not as good as Han Fei, at least he was no longer as awkward as before. Standing quietly to the side, Han Fei played his role of a side character perfectly. He knew that he'd be better at the killer role than Zhang Yi, but now was not the time to take the center stage. Through the window in the stairwell, Han Fei looked across the street. The drama of his previous agency, Secret Urban Romance, was also shooting. He heard from his new buddy, the floor manager, that the second main male character for this drama was the person who usurped his place in his old agency. Han Fei of the past would have surrendered to this cruel fate without making a fuss, because he knew a small character like him could not do anything to rival against the agency. However, after experiencing Perfect Life, Han Fei had a reassessment of his perspective. The time spent at the edge of death gifted him perseverance and faith.
There is nothing impossible in this world.
Turning his head to look at Zhang Yi, Han Fei's expression revealed nothing, even though he could notice the limitation to the man's performance. Zhang Yi's acting still had a long way to go. Some people were blessed with natural talent in acting. Others honed their craft from years of experience. Han Fei's skill, though, was a present from constant brushes with death. There was no chance for NG. A bad acting job would lose him his life. Zhang Yi's first scene wrapped up around late afternoon, but the second scene finished quickly because Han Fei was there to provide aid, and director Jiang purposely focused the camera on Han Fei. There were not many frames on Zhang Yi, so the scene was done with just 2 takes. Han Fei, who finished all of Wei Youfu's scenes in one go, left the set around dusk. When he left the set, he noticed a rather luxurious car parked by the roadside. The exhausted Zhang Yi and his agent walked towards it.
Director Jiang is famed for his high standard. Thanks for helping our Ye earlier.
The manager handed Han Fei a gift box.
How shall I refer to you? My name is Han Fei. Mr. Han, I hope you'll help Ye more in the future. Our agency has placed high hopes on Ye. After your guidance today, his acting has shown great improvement.
The manager was telling the truth. In fact, he only came to talk to Han Fei because he saw the opportunity to wrangle more acting lessons out of Han Fei.
I did not provide much guidance. We were simply helping each other.
Han Fei waved his hands and rejected the gift box kindly. His mind had already wandered over to the analysis of the frozen body case.
Teacher Han, thank you for everything today. I have to admit that I drank too much yesterday night, but I promise you this will not happen again.
Zhang Yeye was slightly younger than Han Fei. The young man had a vibrant personality, and honestly, he was more suitable for variety shows than acting roles. But of course Han Fei would not be so blunt to point it out. Chapter 19. Han Fei did not accept Zhang Yeye's gift. Even though his social anxiety was not as serious as before, he was still not that good at interpersonal relationships. Or rather, with the training under a certain game, his social ability was progressing down a different direction. After cleaning the table, Han Fei studied the wall filled with the victim's photo.
My monster roommate's biggest wish is to find its killer, but how am I supposed to deal with a crazed murderer on my own? I am just a barely known actor, and the enemy is a crazed murderer who has managed to escape police detection after killing 8 people. This shows that the killer is extremely clever, has a great sense of counter-surveillance, and is good at disguises. If I get too close to the killer, won't I end up being silenced first?
Han Fei's face paled. Detective series always looked so good and easy on TV, but it was extremely dangerous to replicate in real life.
I will need cooperation from law enforcement, but how can I do that without exposing the presence of the game? I also have to keep a low profile to prevent the murderer from coming after me. Now he is hiding in the dark, and so am I. We're both shrouded behind anonymity, but once the spotlight shines on me, it's guaranteed that he'll come after me to save his own skin.
Han Fei gripped his fist in frustration. He knew his limit. He was only a minor mob with 5 points in stamina.
I can quit the game, but not real life.
Han Fei stood up from the couch.
I need to do something about this.
Switching on the computer, Han Fei went online to order metallic pens, nunchucks, safety torches, and electric tasers. Then he visited several relevant websites to purchase tons of literature on criminology, self-defense, and survival. In this day and age, as long as one was willing to pay, knowledge would always be available.
I have been wasting my life away. I will have to invest more into myself from now on.
He set up a schedule for physical training and mental exercises. Those who did not know Han Fei might get the impression that he was an optimistic and cheerful person. After the plan was in place, Han Fei threw himself into studies. He not only had to figure out the killer's criminal workings, he had to learn how to rescue the victims from despair. This too homework would greatly improve his chance at survival. When it was almost midnight, Han Fei locked all the windows and doors before putting the gaming helmet on with hesitation.
Last time, I logged out on the 3rd floor. I need to watch out for that kid. I have to rush up to the 4th floor the moment I log into the game.
The connection was secured. When midnight struck, blood enveloped Han Fei's world.
Welcome to perfect life, where? Before the robotic voice finished, Han Fei opened his eyes. In that moment, his face paled. The chill that came from his ring finger froze his entire body. Han Fei turned his head slightly, and the door, which was previously covered in talisman, was left half ajar. A barely visible child was sitting right inside the room. He is indeed waiting for me. Chilblains immediately crawled over his body. Han Fei thought he had experienced the worst the game had to offer, but, in that moment, he realized he was still too naive. The horror of this hellish game had far exceeded his expectation. I still have not completed any mission and stayed for more than 3 hours. If I am dragged into the kid's house. Han Fei did not even dare to imagine the possible consequences. He tried to nudge his body away from the door, but once he did, the kid lifted his head. Han Fei's back tingled as he felt the kid's eyes on him. If I run as fast as possible, I should be able to get to the 4th floor before he does, but I still need time to open the door. Han Fei was at the verge of despair, but at that moment, the child suddenly stood up. While Han Fei was wrapped in confusion, the door behind him suddenly opened.
Come in.
Han Fei felt a force pulling him into the house opposite from the kid. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Fei leaned into the pull. He only had one chance. He cooperated fully to mount a quick escape. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the child crawling after him. With just the breadth of a hair, Han Fei managed to retreat into the safety of Granny's house. Bang! The door slammed shut. The sound of nail scratching came from outside the door. Han Fei collapsed to the ground. His back was soaked in cold sweat.
Are you all right?
Meng Si coughed several times as she helped Han Fei up from the ground.
Granny, if not for you, I'd be dead by now. Thank you.
Han Fei said sincerely.
Why would you suddenly appear on the third floor?
Meng Si's face was pale, and her body appeared frilier than before.
My house is haunted, and I'm here because I have some questions that I need to ask you.
Han Fei was not lying. His house was truly haunted.
That will have to wait. I need to go check if the child is gone.
The old lady picked up the red candle from the dining table and placed it right next to the front door. The candle light flickered, and it was then that Han Fei realized the lights in the house were off again. The old lady studied the dancing light and the shadows on the wall. After a long time, she said, "There is no sign of the child's shadow. He did not follow you in here. What is up with that child? He is so scary."
Han Fei slowly gave out a sigh. Instead of answering, Meng Si picked up the candle and moved shakily back into the room.
"Granny, there was only a short period of time between me noticing the child and you opening the door. Have you been staying by the front door? Or this is all a coincidence?"
Han Fei had his suspicion. He knew the old lady was not a bad person, but a little caution went a long way.
"I have been watching the house next door,"
Meng Si admitted as she placed the red candle back on the table. She sighed and the wrinkles on her face deepened.
"Chin Chin is gone. I suspect he has run to the opposite house." "Wait, Chin Chin is missing?"
Han Fei was shocked.
"Ace, why do you think I always keep Chin Chin locked up in his bedroom?"
The old lady slumped weakly on the chair.
"Why?"
Han Fei had indeed pondered that question before. During his first visit here, the old lady unlocked the bedroom door before she called her grandson out for dinner. Han Fei still remembered how strange he thought this behavior was.
"That is because Chun Chin always wants to go and play with that child who should not exist. I have noticed early on that Chun Chin keeps repeating this unfamiliar name. He also often sits alone next to the door covered in talisman. His lips would move as if talking to another child."
Chapter 20.
Chin Chin has always been a shy boy. He normally won't approach the other children in the building and prefer to be alone. But from who knows when, he suddenly became more extroverted. At the time, I was quite happy at this change. One time, he stayed out until very late. I got so worried that I asked the building manager's help to find him. We searched for a long time before we found him inside the neighborhood's abandoned water tank. He was curled inside all alone, and his body trembled from the cold. We asked him what he was doing, and he said he was playing with hide and seek with his friend. When I asked him for the name of his friend, Chin Chin held out for a long time before he was willing to reveal his friend's name. It was Weep. At the time, I was confused. What kind of parents would name their child Weep? But when the building manager heard the name, his expression shifted immediately. He then asked Chin Chin whether this Weep stayed on the third floor. Chin Chin nodded. The building manager then told me something that haunts me until this day. The room with the talismans is not the site of any murder, but it is the location for an incident that is much inexplicable and horrible than that. When the neighborhood was first built, there were children going missing every so often. Naturally, a search was initiated, and they found the missing children's clothes and toys inside room 1034 on the third floor. It was then that the rumors of room 1034 being a child-eating home started to circulate. It was not until everyone worked together to seal up all the windows and doors of room 1034 that the disappearance stopped. I have no idea how the child by the name of Weep is related to the house, but once the disappearance ceased, so did the appearance of this child. Weep has not been heard of for a long time until Chun Chin mentioned his name again that day.
The old lady's wrinkles folded together.
Ever since I forbade Chun Chin from going out with Weep, it was like some spirit had taken over Chun Chin. His temper turned explosive, and he kept saying that someone was waiting for him, calling his name. Whenever my heart softened at his pleas, he'd run to the opposite house and mumble to himself by the front door. He'd laugh and cry on his own. In the end, I had no choice but to lock him up inside the bedroom.
After hearing the old lady's story, Han Fei's heart chilled. There were so many scary things inside this building. However, none of them dared to get close to room 1034 and had to eventually seal the house shut. That went to show how scarily powerful this Weep was.
After I decided to lock Chin Chin up in his bedroom, His personality worsened. Yesterday, after lunch, the kid sneaked out when I was not paying attention. When I got to the door, I noticed the door opposite was left half open. Someone had removed the talismans and wooden boards.
The old lady sighed. It was clear that she was truly concerned about Qin.
Qin might have removed the talismans himself, but he's too small to peel back those boards. It should be the work of some other tenants.
Han Fei realized none of the tenants here was normal, so he had to consider things from the worst perspective.
Has there been anything serious and out of the place that happened here recently? Not that I know of.
The old woman shook her head, but after giving it some thought, she added,
Wait, now that you mention it, I have not seen the building manager for a long time already. It's like he too has gone missing. The building manager?
This person kept getting featured in this tale, so Han Fei had to ask.
Granny, who is this building manager that you keep mentioning? He's the tenant who has stayed here the longest. He's about 60 and is very kind. He shares a good relationship with most of the older tenants. But as they departed one after another, his physical conditions deteriorated. It was as if their departure took a physical toll on him.
Can one's physical condition not take a toll from staying at this place? Han Fei thought back to what Meng Si said, and her description of the building manager did match someone in his mind.
Granny, this building manager, does he have a head of white hair and a black mark around his neck? Yes. Where have you seen him?
The granny nodded with shock. It is really him. The clues slowly lined up in Han Fei's mind. The building manager was the old man who sold Han Fei the gaming helmet. There was more to this old man than he appeared. The cemetery custodian was probably just one of his identities. Han Fei's brain worked quickly. He still had too little information.
Granny, do you know where I can normally find the building manager? He stays at room 1101 on the 10th floor. Do you plan to get the building manager to help find Qin?
Meng Si frowned deeply.
But the corridor is very unsafe. Furthermore, if we leave now, we might run right into Weep.
Han Fei memorized the number 1101. This was the first important clue he obtained since he entered the game. If I wish to get to room 1101, I need to go upstairs. But I am now just level 2. The chance of reaching the 10th floor is too low. I better take this slow. Taking a glance at Meng Si, Han Fei had an idea. Qin was Meng Si's most important family. If he could rescue Qin from danger, he would gain absolute trust from Meng Si. Han Fei would never fathom the possibility of forming an ally with an old lady when he started the game, but now, he could use every help he could get. Furthermore, Meng Si did technically save his life earlier, so this was his way of repaying her. Han Fei's plan was to somehow lure Weep into his own home on the 4th floor and have the Frankenstein monster deal with Weep. Suppose the monster was unable to kill Weep, at least it would be strong enough to hold Weep back for some precious time that Meng Si and Han Fei needed to enter room 1034 to look for Qin. Even if Qin was still not found after doing all that, Han Fei should have gained sufficient trust from Meng Si due to the many risks that he had taken on her behalf in search of Qin. By the end of the day, Han Fei would have a neighbor that he could truly call his friend inside this scary hellish apartment. After much deliberation, Han Fei made the decision. He opted to reach for this rare opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei told the old woman in a tone that suggested a death-instilled determination.
Granny, I have an idea that might save Qin. What kind of idea?
The old lady asked anxiously.
I'll be the bait to lure Weep upstairs. You will use the opening to enter the opposite house. If Qin is really in there, you have to grab him and leave. No, you will be risking your own life. I can't let you do that.
The old woman rejected it firmly.
Granny, we have to do something.
Han Fei offered his sincere thoughts.
How about this? We'll wait here for 3 hours. If 3 hours later, Qin still hasn't returned and Weep is still guarding outside the door, we'll follow my plan. I'll lead him away and you'll go to the opposite house to find Qin. If Weep leaves within these 3 hours, then we can go upstairs to get other neighbors to help us. But, be it luring Weep away or going to ask other neighbors for help, they are both extremely dangerous. A careless move, and you'll lose your life. Aren't you afraid?
The granny was worried about Han Fei.
Of course, I am afraid, but there is no better solution.
Han Fei said firmly as he worked his icy fingers.
But true courage is only shown when one chooses to do the right thing in face of fear and danger.
Noting Han Fei's willingness to go so far for her grandson, Meng Si was truly touched. At that moment, the robotic voice suddenly rang inside Han Fei's brain.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness with Meng Si increases by 10. Forming a peaceful neighborly relationship is the first step to a perfect life. Notification for player 0000. Grade G Hidden Mission. Search for Chun Chun has been triggered. Will you accept this mission?
Chapter 21. Han Fei did not accept the mission immediately, for it was still not the time. He just logged in and had not achieved the requirement necessary for a quick exit from the game. If he was captured by Weep, death would probably become a luxury. Ignoring the notification in his mind, Han Fei helped Meng Si back to the living room couch.
Granny, don't worry. I promise to figure out a way to save Chin Chin. I am also worried about you. I really do not want to repeat the mistake of sacrificing other people's happiness to save my own family again.
The old woman was under great distress. Her face scrunched up in duress. Han Fei heard the hint in the old woman's words, but pretended not to understand any of it.
You have just saved my life. This is the least I can do for you, Granny.
Seeing the sincerity on Han Fei's face, the old woman slowly lowered her head. She seemed to be taking a trail down memory lane. Her eyes watered with guilt.
You are a good kid. Wait here a moment. Granny has something to give you.
The old woman headed into the locked bedroom. She rummaged inside it for a while before coming out with a mottled jade pendant.
Granny does not have anything precious. This small pendant was given to me by my mother when I was young. When I used to travel alone at night, having this pendant around would make me feel much safer.
The old lady handed it to Han Fei.
If you do not accept this, I will never agree for you to take on such a dangerous task.
Realizing how adamant the old woman was, Han Fei had no choice but to accept it. Once his hands touched the pendant, the robotic voice returned.
Notification for player 0000. You have just obtained a Grade G item, Meng Si's Protective Talisman. Meng Si's Protective Talisman, Grade G normal item, a protective talisman given to Meng Si by her mom.
The item description was short, and Han Fei did not really understand the function of the jade pendant, but to his knowledge, jades were mostly used to ward off evil spirits. Han Fei felt quite undeserving to get such a precious item from Meng Si.
Granny, thank you so much. Is there anything else that I can do for you? I feel like I need to do more to deserve a present as treasured as this. It's okay. There's really nothing else. But I feel so bad for taking such a cherished gift without doing anything. Just try to think of something. I'll help if I can.
Han Fei wished to get another mission from Meng Si.
I noticed that the lights are off again. Is it because the fuse is burnt? I can help you fix it. No, it's not broken. I purposely kept the lights off because only candlelight can show Weep's shadow. Then how about I help you clean up the room? Sweeping, mopping, I don't mind the chores.
Han Fei used action to prove his words. He helped the old woman clean places that she'd normally had a hard time to reach. He gave off the presence of a kind, hard-working, friendly young man. Meng Si's affection towards Han Fei increased. The old lady's eyes softened as she watched Han Fei bustle around the house. She smiled like she was looking at her own grandson.
Stop stressing over the chores. Why don't you come and sit with me? All of my children have left home for work. They haven't returned in a long time already. This house has been quiet for so long. Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Meng Si has reached amicable. Grade G normal mission. Accompany and listen has been triggered. Will you accept it?
Han Fei was waiting for this moment, so naturally he accepted it. He pulled over the chair and sat next to the old lady. Meng Si started with everyday complaints, but eventually her story trailed back into the past.
There used to be a young woman who adopted 3 kids. The eldest was the most honest, but quite unexceptional. Everything about him was mediocre. She picked up the second child from the hospital. He was an abandoned baby. His face was slightly disfigured, but his mind was especially clever. He was the gentlest and kindest among the 3 brothers. The youngest was the naughtiest and had the complete opposite personality from his elder brothers. Whenever he was bullied, he would punish his bullies right back. Because of that, he got into many fights. The woman always lectured him, and the child never once answered back, but the woman knew her child never heed her lesson because in his mind, he did nothing wrong. Every time after he was lectured, the youngest would run out the door. During his runaways, he'd go to vent his frustration by burning ants and dismembering earthworms. He'd sit and watch them suffer. Actually, whenever her youngest child ran away, the woman would quietly follow behind him. Out of the three brothers, she loved her youngest the most and was naturally the most worried about her. Her second child was the cleverest, but he was not a show-off. The woman knew he could easily score the highest in his class, but he'd purposely lower his marks to reach the median. The youngest child, though, was completely different. He would always fight for number one. He was a natural-born fighter. He was tough on others, but toughest on himself. The days passed by, and the three children eventually grew up. The woman thought she could retire and let her children off into the work, but something unexpected happened. Her second and youngest sons fell in love with the same woman. Of the two, it was the second child who got the woman's hand. Until now, the woman cannot understand how it was the second child with the face disfigurement who would get married first. She had nothing against it. She just thought his facial disfigurement would delay him in the love department. Clearly, she was wrong. In any case, the woman was happy for her son. When her second child returned to his maternal home to prepare for the wedding, her youngest kept himself busy in the kitchen. He single-handedly slaughtered all the chickens, ducks, and fish needed for the wedding feast. He locked himself up in the kitchen and refused to come out to greet the guest or even his elder brother. After the wedding, everything appeared to return to normal. Her youngest son's temper softened, but the woman could sense that something was wrong. Soon after that, the woman found the dead body of a crow inside the cargo of the cold transport truck her eldest used to transport the ingredients for her dessert shop. Her eldest son did not think much of it, but the woman knew something was off. Someone else had used the truck behind her eldest son's knowledge. The dead crow was, in all sense of the word, a bad omen. The woman started to pay attention to the little details. She would notice bird feathers, animal fur, and even blood stains inside the truck. Every time she would clean them up, but soon after, these things would reappear inside the cargo. She checked the GPS location taken by the truck and realized the system had been tampered with. The records had all been wiped clean. To figure out the truth, she asked a friend for help to install a small tracking device under the truck cabin. The woman realized the truck would always make a detour to a specific location after making each round. On one night when the three brothers were not home, the woman decided to trail the truck. She followed the direction and arrived outside the city. At an abandoned bungalow, she saw her three sons wrestling on the ground.
At that point, the old woman's voice caught.
She also saw there was a dead body not far away from her three sons.
The old woman gripped her chest as if she was in pain. Her story ended then. Han Fei was truly shocked. He thought that out of the three brothers, there was only one killer, but turns out all three of them knew about the murder. They were all accomplices. When Han Fei and Li Shui visited the eldest son, this seemingly innocent, harmless man had perfectly swindled both of them. Chapter 22. Han Fei knew the old lady's story was modeled after her own. She was revealing to him her life story. The kinder a person, the greater the guilt they had to bear on their conscience. The guilt could progress to become an actual illness that crawled deep in one's heart, causing ache when it was brought up. Seeing the state the old lady was in, Han Fei did not know what to say. Human nature was so complicated. A person who lived her life in kindness might end up as an unwilling accomplice. Meng Xi's hands tightened around her chest, and she ended her tale right then. Through the conversation with Meng Xi, Han Fei noticed something noteworthy. This old lady in the game did not seem to retain the knowledge that she was already dead. That was quite curious. The Frankenstein monster, formed from the victims of the human jigsaw case, carved the pain and despair during their dying moments onto their souls. It was the reason behind their loss of rationality and madness. The pain and despair overshadowed their other memories, leaving behind only the recognition that they had been cruelly murdered. The situation with Meng Xi was the complete opposite. She was kind and well-natured. She could remember details from her youth, but did not seem to have any recollection of her death. They were both from the world of the departed, but Han Fei suspected this difference in them was due to the disparity in their dying state. Those who died from tortured death, those who harbored hatred and pain against the world would end up crazy and mad in the game. But people who had died due to other circumstances, like this old lady, managed to retain their human rationality after death. Perhaps at the moment of death, Meng Si did not carry much hatred, only regret and lamentation. In any case, this was just Han Fei's speculation. The game was pretty much still an unknown to him. He would have to explore further.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed grade G normal mission accompany and listen. Friendliness with Meng Si increases by 10. Friendliness level with Meng Si has reached the required standard. Congratulations for gaining Meng Si's friendship. Now you have learned how to form a peaceful neighborly relationship.
Han Fei moved his character profile to its last page, and he noticed a new addition entitled Life Blueprint. Meng Si's name appeared under the tab called Neighbors.
Meng Si, slight regret the old lady has a kind heart. She feels like she owes this world and many people in her life. She has a selfless personality trait.
Staring at the character information, Han Fei was confused. What does this slight regret affixed to the old lady's name mean? He tried to tap on the term, and the robotic voice answered in his mind.
Most citizens in this world have regret in their hearts. They could originate from a lingering wish, a complication they are unable to let go, or a past that they wish to return to. Regrets are delineated into 3 levels: slight, regular, and extreme. Regret at different levels will have different manifestation styles.
Hearing the explanation, Han Fei's confusion deepened. Is this how the NPCs are differentiated in this game, according to their regret levels? No, wait. The system only said that most citizens in this world have regrets in their heart. That does not encapsulate all the characters found in this world. This world is populated by ghosts and all kinds of psychos. They probably have their own other categorization system.
In other words, after gaining Meng Si's friendship, Han Fei was clued into the level delineation of normal citizens. But to know the level delineation among ghosts and psychos, then he would have to befriend at least one of them first. The 3 hours flew by so fast. Han Fei put on the old lady's jade pendant and moved to the door. The ring from his finger gave off a constant chill. From that, Han Fei knew that the child had not wandered too far. He probably still patrolled around the 3rd-floor corridor.
Granny, I suspect the child will guard this place forever unless we do something about it. I will open the door in a bit to lure him away. Then you will have to rush into the opposite house to find Chin Chin. Do not hesitate for even a moment.
Han Fei was worried about the old woman. After all, she was in her 70s already. She was not as agile as he was.
Okay.
To save her grandson, Meng Si would give it everything she got.
On the count of 3, I will open the door. You have to wait until the child leaves with me before you come out.
Han Fei took out the ring of keys from his pocket and searched for the key to his house.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
The door pulled back and Han Fei shot out like an arrow. Once he stepped into the corridor, his finger was instantly frozen. A child's weeping drifted into his ears. He charged up the stairs and saw from behind him a startlingly white child was crawling after him. Han Fei took 3 steps at a time. When he reached the 4th floor, he felt a weight drop down on his back. It has crawled onto my back. The chill spread from his back to his neck and finally his cheeks. Han Fei refused to let himself be distracted. He rushed to the front door of his home and plunged in the key. He turned the key with all his might. He kept his head looking forward. The chill caressed his cheeks. Just as the lock clicked, a child's face peeked out from behind Han Fei's shoulder and paused right before his face. The 2 faces were only several cm apart. Han Fei's hair stood from fear. Any person would have screamed in terror, but the man gritted his teeth and continued to push the anti-theft door open. To stop him, Han Fei's neck was strangled out of shape. His breathing became difficult. The child wanted to pull Han Fei back downstairs while Han Fei was determined to collapse into his room. The door fell open and Han Fei tumbled in. He slammed against the solid ground. The child now sat on his shoulders. The pair of small hands covered his eyes. A spine-tingling wail echoed in his mind. Han Fei tried his best to ignore it as he crawled towards the innermost bedroom. He remembered that was where the Frankenstein monster had disappeared to. The extra point in stamina he earned from his recent level up was the deciding factor. He eventually reached the bedroom and knocked repeatedly on the door. The door vibrated. This haunted house had not been so lively for such a long time already.
Wei Yofu.
The bedroom door opened with a shower of dust. A cold draft howled out from within. The hands that closed Han Fei's eyes slowly loosened. Han Fei finally saw there were 7 individuals sitting facing away from him by the bedside. The bedroom was like a morgue. It was dark and eerily frigid. At that moment, Han Fei did something that even the ghost did not expect. With the child on his shoulder, he crawled into the bedroom and closed the door behind him. In the darkness, the child's crying became more piercing. Han Fei could not see anything. He shivered and explained matter-of-factly, "This child is so lonely. I figured since we have so many people at home, he would enjoy making friends with all of you."
When the pressure on his shoulder disappeared, Han Fei immediately opened the bedroom door and rushed out without a second's hesitation. The child on his back disappeared. Han Fei noticed the child's crying remained inside the bedroom. He slumped to the ground and sighed in relief.
That was so scary.
When the child reached out to strangle his neck, Han Fei thought that was the end of it. He checked the bedroom door to make sure it was locked. Then Han Fei ran back to the living room.
The system did not announce the completion of the hidden mission. Has something happened to the old lady and Chen Chen?
Chapter 23. In the entire building, Han Fei only managed to befriend one person. If something happened to Meng Si, then the effort he used to gain her friendship would all go to waste. I've already entrapped Weep, so theoretically speaking, room 1034 should be perfectly safe. Or is Chen Chen not there? With the cleaver in hand, Han Fei ran back to the 3rd floor. The door with the talisman was fully open, but there was no sign of the old woman.
Granny? Chen Chen?
Han Fei poked his ring finger into the room. He did not feel anything. In other words, the house was safe. After a brief hesitation, Han Fei slowly sidled into room 1034. Room 1034 was covered in talismans, the ground, the walls, the ceiling, and even the tattered furniture. The whole place was sealed behind layers of talismans.
Isn't this a bit much? Even my own place does not look like this.
Han Fei made his way forward carefully.
Something's not right. The child that I brought back home does not seem that strong. He should not require such a heavy ward. There has to be something else inside this house.
Even though the ring did not emit any response, Han Fei decided to retreat for now. But when he nudged backwards, he realized with a shock the front door had been shut without his knowledge. Instantly, he was covered in cold sweat, and his body froze. What the hell? He just trapped the child in his room, but now he was trapped himself inside room 1034. The irony was not lost on Han Fei. What should I do now? Have Wei Yofu bring the child over for hostage exchange? But the problem is, the Frankenstein monster won't listen to my orders. Furthermore, the child is probably dead by now.
Standing where he was, Han Fei tried the door handle with dire hope. The door was not locked, but he was unable to open it. This is such a nasty trick. You already have the upper hand of being a ghost, and you still resort to traps like this. After 10 seconds standing by the door, Han Fei finally calmed down. The landlord's ring still has not responded. This is probably the only good news at the moment. There was a dirty thing inside the house, but it did not expose its presence. It purposely hid itself. Han Fei knew that he was stuck here unless the power beyond decided to let him go, which seemed unlikely. His mind started to spin as he scanned the room around him. The windows are completely boarded and covered in talismans, so the windows aren't going to be my exit. However, this room is right underneath my own. If I make a big enough commotion, it should elicit a response from my roommate. His eyes wandered over to the kitchen, and Han Fei's gaze fell on the stove. The gas supply is probably dead since the place has been abandoned for so long already. Even if I can manage an explosion, I'll be the first to die in the fire. Han Fei screened through all the possible solutions in his mind, but was sorry to realize he seemed to be inadvertently trapped. I can still quit the game, but the problem is, the next time I log in, I'll still end up here. Since there was no other option but forward, Han Fei decided to inspect the house further. Han Fei fingered the jade pendant Meng Si gave him and slowly inched towards the living room. He did not dare to make too much noise and kept his movement as soft as possible. The house with the talismans was surprisingly large. Bits of white rice littered the ground. Ceremonial urns were placed at the corners, and Han Fei even came across many torn paper dolls. The torn dolls had painted-on faces with vibrant colors. It looked eerily out of place. What has happened in this room? Why is the child called Weep? Thinking about these things, Han Fei pushed the bedroom door open. The rusted axle creaked noisily. When Han Fei planned to step into the bedroom, a blindfolded child hugged him from behind.
I caught you.
Chen Chen.
Han Fei stared at the blindfolded boy. He then turned to look inside the bedroom. Meng Si was unconscious on the ground. Her tattered jacket was covered in children's handprints.
I finally caught you.
Chen Chen exclaimed happily. Han Fei raised his hand and swiped the back of the boy's head.
Is now the time to play?
Pulling down the blindfold that covered Chen Chen's eyes, Han Fei finally noticed the problem. There was no pupil in Chen Chen's eyes. Two scarily white eyes stared at Han Fei.
I caught you. It's your turn to be the ghost. It's your turn to be the ghost.
Chen Chen repeated that proclamation, and his voice turned louder. His boyish voice echoed inside the room like someone was repeating his words. Han Fei reached out to close up Chen Chen's mouth, but he realized with consternation that even after doing that, the boy's voice could still be heard reverberating through the walls. To make things worse, the ring on Han Fei's finger gradually chilled. The ghost is coming. The horrid presence came from everywhere. Han Fei guarded Chen Chen and the unconscious Meng Si behind him. He turned his head to look around.
It's your turn to be the ghost. It's your turn to be the ghost. The ceremonial urns tipped over and sticky handprints appeared on the walls. The torn paper doll faces appeared to smile at him. Soon Han Fei saw a pale hand reach out from inside the closet. It was followed by a pale, small face. Footsteps came from the supposedly empty living room. A round head peeked out from behind the television. A girl with a ponytail crawled out from behind the couch. The house was coming alive. From behind Shoe Rock, inside the kitchen, under the bed, behind the curtain, underneath the mattress, one after another child with blanched faces and eyes devoid of pupils crawled out from their hiding places. Han Fei's breath caught in his throat. His knees weakened. He barely managed to stay upright, even as he leaned against the wall. These ghosts appeared to be the missing children from the neighborhood. There were so many of them that Han Fei's scalp numbed. The air in the room froze as the children turned to look at Han Fei. This hair-raising scene already stopped Han Fei's heart. The children's voices gradually faded away until a horrid crying started to ring out inside the house. Han Fei turned to the source and saw a shadow squatting by the corner of the living room. The shadow was small, but it was clear that he was different from the other children. This is the real Weep? The other children streamed into the bedroom. Every single one of them carried a blindfold with them. Their white eyes followed Han Fei's pupils as they repeated the same phrase. It's your time to be the ghost.
Han Fei did not answer. At that moment, a child leaped at Han Fei. His sharpened nail aimed at Han Fei's eyes. Those who refuse to put on the blindfold will have their eyes gouged out. Pairs of small hands grabbed onto Han Fei's clothes to lock him into place. Han Fei could only watch as the nails widened in his sight. Everything seemed to be over, but just as the pain was about to arrive, the jade pendant around his neck snapped crisply. A burst of chill energy exploded from it. The boy who was about to pull out Han Fei's eyes was sent flying. He hugged his broken fingers and started to cry. The other children were so shocked that they let go of Han Fei. It was the granny's pendant that saved me. Han Fei lowered his head and saw that the jade pendant around his neck had cracked. It probably could be used one more time before it snapped into pieces. What to do now? The talisman can't protect me forever. I need to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Harrowing sobs drifted into his ears. The shadow had slipped into the bedroom. It represented the chill and darkness of the whole house. This was the real Weep. While the children parted for Weep, the latter stared at Han Fei quietly. He picked up one of the fallen blindfolds and offered it to Han Fei. Meng Si's pendant could only be used one more time. Han Fei knew rejecting Weep would not change his situation. His every nerve tensed, and he knew this was the most crucial moment. Han Fei did not reach out to accept the blindfold, but he did not reject the offer to play hide and seek either. After some thought, a cruel and evil smile appeared on his face. Squatting down, Han Fei leaned his face towards the shadow.
A normal hide and seek is not fun. How about we up the ante?
Shoving his hand into his pocket, Han Fei's slightly demented expression colored with wicked obsession. His eyes brimmed with unbridled excitement.
In the rules of a normal hide and seek, a designated ghost is tasked to find everyone else, but today, how about we do something different? All of you ghosts will come and find me, a single person.
With an upward curl of his lips, Han Fei's face was practically sticking to the shadow.
I will use my life as the wager. If you can find me within an hour, then my life will be yours. But if you fail, then you have to do 3 things for me.
His eyes burned with venom and madness. The chilliness from the jade penchant had not completely faded. At that moment, Han Fei looked like he belonged among the ghost kids. The room gradually silenced. After who knows how long, the shadow nodded. He led the other children out from the bedroom. Han Fei picked up Meng Si and Chen Chen. He placed them at the front door. The smile on his face grew demented. His body shook as if he could no longer contain the elation within him.
If you fail to find me inside this house, then feel free to explore the houses of the other tenants. That is a free hint I'm giving you.
After all the children and the shadow turned around, Han Fei walked to the front door. He tried the handle again, and as expected, the door did not budge.
Such an interesting bunch of kids.
Han Fei commented in a derisive tone.
Remember our bet. Give it your all.
With the craziest and maddest expression, he cackled maniacally.
And the game starts now.
Opening the menu, Han Fei clicked on the button to quit the game. The world turned red and spun. When Han Fei opened his eyes again, he quickly yanked the gaming helmet off. His body was soaked in sweat. Han Fei scratched his head madly, and his eyes were bloodshot.
Oh my fucking god, what have I done this time?
Chapter 24. Han Fei exhausted the acting skill of his life within that few short minutes. He kept urging himself to get into this new character, but even so he could not stop his physical body from shaking. Han Fei had that bit of hope left, but he knew the chance of that occurring was small. Weep is a scary character. When I looked into his eyes, I felt like he was looking into my soul. If I showed even a trace of flaw or cowardice, he would most likely kill me on the spot. Thinking back what he had done, Han Fei shivered from fear. This feeling of having my life dangled in another person's hands is horrible. If I can survive this night, I need to level up as fast as I can and collect as many items as possible. Han Fei gritted his jaw in determination, but moments later, helplessness and despair draped over him. The chance of surviving that night was minuscule. If he logged into a room filled with ghost children, he had no confidence to escape with his life intact. Tomorrow night should be my last time playing the game. Studying the gaming helmet on the table, Han Fei did not know what to say. He was just a normal person. Naturally, he had fear of death. With his nerves pulled taut for so long, the strain drained Han Fei once he exited the game. However, he found himself unable to fall asleep. He was just a young man. He had a whole life ahead of him. He'd always assumed there was plenty of time to achieve his life goals, but at that moment, he realized how ubiquitous death featured in a person's life. I assumed there will always be a tomorrow, but now I realize that is not a constant. Should tomorrow not arrive, how will I assign the last 24 hours of my life? His anxious nerves refused to settle down. Han Fei logged into a music streaming site and selected a few relaxing songs. No matter how advanced technology became, music would always provide sanctuary to the soul. Night passed by without leaving behind a trace. As dawn arrived, Han Fei took out his phone and scrolled through his contact list, which was only half a page long. Han Fei was an orphan. He did not have a happy or even normal childhood. Seeing others pampered by their parents, he'd remind himself to stay strong and power on. There was no one to help him in life but himself. He had not experienced romantic nor familial love before. The world was not kind to him, but he wanted to face it with laughter and joy. He liked the sound of people laughing. The laughter was like drops of water, providing sustenance to his lonely and parched soul. This was one of the main reasons he wanted to be a comedy actor. Ending the music, Han Fei looked out the window at the rising sun. The world resuscitated with light.
Dawn has arrived.
Opening the window, Han Fei rearranged the gaming helmet to its reserved spot. He could not change what had happened, so, instead of worrying about the past or the future, why not treasure the present? He was reminded of a quote by Charlie Chaplin. Today, I only do what brings me joy and happiness, things I love to do and that make my heart cheer, and I do them in my own way and in my own rhythm. Han Fei entered the bathroom to prepare for the day ahead. He looked at himself in the mirror. To his surprise, he saw no trace of despondency.
In the face of death, many troubles appear so unimportant and frivolous. Is that the power of this Iyashikei game?
Han Fei changed and exited his home. It rained yesterday night, so the air was particularly fresh. He inhaled deeply and was about to step forward when he heard children crying. The young man, who, at that moment, was particularly sensitive to children crying, startled involuntarily as he turned to the source. Two children were standing under a large tree, mumbling something between sobs.
Don't cry, what happened?
Han Fei walked over and consoled the two kids.
Xiao Guai is stuck on the tree and can't get down.
Han Fei titled his head up and realized Xiao Guai was a small kitten. The kitten mewed piteously, evoking the sense of compassion in others.
Help me take this.
Han Fei removed his jacket and climbed up the tree. It feels like my body is lighter and my movement more agile. Will the improvement in the game affect my status in real life? Han Fei managed to get the kitten down from the tree after much coaxing.
Take good care of it. Do not let it run away again.
The two children nodded while hugging the kitten. It was a cute picture. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Han Fei was weirdly reminded of Weep. They are all children, so how come the difference between them is so big? Is it possible that Weep was once an innocent child like these two? Patting the dust away from his clothes, Han Fei left his neighborhood. Not long after his departure, Zhao Ming, Zhang Xiaodian, and Li Shui walked out from behind a well-hidden car parked at the neighborhood corner.
Will a twisted supervillain help two children save their pet cat?
Zhang Ziatoten commented hesitantly.
Don't let your guard down. Have you forgotten what the captain said? Supervillains are all experts at manipulating the human mind. This is probably just one of his disguises.
To be honest, though, Zhao Ming was having second doubts. No matter how you looked at Han Fei, he did not scream supervillain, or at least the kind of supervillain they had in mind.
How is he a supervillain? He looks nothing like the supervillain I've encountered.
Li Shui stood at the back. Her words immediately caught Zhao Ming and Zhang Xiaoyan's attention.
Although to be fair, I've only encountered one supervillain in my life. I was on the escort team tasked to send the man to prison. It was just to escort one person, but the whole street was cordoned off, and it involved the cooperation from many different departments. Sisterly, you've seen an actual supervillain before. What does he look like?
Zhang Xiaodian asked with curiosity.
I didn't get the chance to see his face. He was locked inside a specially made safe box. His whole body was shackled. I only remembered there was a butterfly tattoo on his exposed right hand.
Li Shui shrugged.
Stop asking me. You should know these things are confidential. We better turn our attention back to Han Fei. Sisterly, since you do not think Han Fei is a supervillain, why did you volunteer to join us on our surveillance mission?
Zhang Xiaodian was confused.
It's because I'm afraid that you two will do something stupid and harm an innocent person.
Li Shui then walked away.
Neither of you have sleuthing and tailing experience, so please stay far away from me.
The three officers dressed in casual outfits stayed silently behind Han Fei. They hoped to witness a flaw in this. Chapter 25. Going to the supermarket alone, going to the movies alone, and going to eat steamboat alone. When night fell, Han Fei found himself walking by the lakeside alone. The sun dropped down the lake surface. The streetlights casted shadows on his body.
Han Fei, what are you doing here alone?
Li Shui in casual gear jogged over.
None of my scenes are arranged today, so I came out to appreciate the beauty of this city.
As time neared midnight, Han Fei's heart palpitated. Whether he'd survive his next gaming instance was completely up to luck.
I saw you at a steamboat shop alone at the mall earlier. I wanted to come over to say hi, but you left right after you finished the meal.
Li Shui stopped next to Han Fei.
When you're in a bad mood, you should go partying with friends. Clear your mind and relax. I have no friends.
Han Fei admitted before adding.
But I do have a great neighbor. Have you always been alone? Yes.
Han Fei confessed. Studying Han Fei by the lakeside, Li Shui was reminded of a quote by her superior. Those who strove for idealism often end up at the outskirts of society. The lake breeze ruffled Han Fei's bangs. He stared at the intelligent city center across the lake. The glimmering lights lit up the place like fireworks, but Glow was unable to reach the two on the other side of the shore. Li Shui and Han Fei idled by the shore, while Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiaotian hid inside a bush about 20 meters away from them.
How come it feels to me Li Shui cares quite a bit for this Han Fei? Do you think someone that brooding will be likable by girls?
After squatting for some time, Zhang Xiaotian whispered.
It depends. If he has Han Fei's face, then the girls will think he's broodingly handsome. But if he has your face, then the girls will see you are being broodingly creepy. Are you looking for a fight? I'm just telling you the truth.
Zhao Ming did not continue the argument with Zhang Xiaotian. Instead, he pulled out his phone to call Captain Wang.
Captain, we've tailed Han Fei for a day already. He has completely turned my perspective of him. He couldn't have been our perp.
Zhao Ming and Zhang Xiaotian's suspicion of Han Fei lowered aplenty. They were touched by Han Fei's unplanned acts of kindness.
Is it because you've been discovered by him? As you know, people like him are good at putting up appearances.
Captain Wang said with hesitation. He asked,
Where's Li Shui? Tell her to answer the phone. Despite her blatant disregard for the rules, I have to admit she is a very good detective. Sister Li? She's now chatting with Han Fei by the lake shore. What? I think they're discussing topics about life. Did I ask for that? Is that the point here? Didn't I order you people to tail him in silence? What the hell are you doing? Get back to the station immediately. Now.
Li Shui received a sudden text on her phone, but she made no move to reach for it. After a while, her phone started to vibrate incessantly.
Isn't that your phone? Aren't you going to answer it?
Even Han Fei heard the buzzing.
Sorry. I'll talk to you next time.
Li Shui accepted the call and walked away from Han Fei. The night darkened. Han Fei stayed by the shore alone until 10 p.m. before he left. Walking through the familiar streets, Han Fei appreciated the sights before he reached his rental home. He ordered a quick supper and looked through the recordings of the shows he had participated in on the internet.
I always have such big smiles before the camera. But was I really happy then?
Time ticked by soundlessly. Han Fei, who had some to drink, sat by the table quietly. He set up the cables adroitly and then held the gaming helmet up by both hands. Seeing the time ticking on the corner of the computer screen, Han Fei had no idea what to think. He forced himself to snap out of it. When midnight arrived, he put the helmet on. His vision darkened and his body felt like it had sunken underwater. Then everything turned blood red.
Welcome to Perfect Life, where you are free to choose your own perfect life.
Before he even opened his eyes, Han Fei got a whiff of a horrible smell. He stayed put and carefully assessed the chill that came from his ring finger. The ghosts are right beside me. Things could not have been worse. Han Fei tried his best to calm down because he knew the next few minutes would decide his life and death. Fluttering his eyes open, the moment his pupils focused, a demented excitement gushed out of Han Fei's eyes. He was about to use his acting skill to accentuate the personality he had given himself. Scanning around, he confirmed he was still inside room 1034, but the room had changed a lot since the last time he was here. All the furniture was ruined. Wooden chips littered the ground. The closet was upended and the bed frame was shattered. The mattress and bedding were shredded. Children's handprints were everywhere. Looks like the children had literally turned the house over trying to look for him. A chilling presence kept emitting from the landlord's ring, but the presence was flickering. Han Fei lifted his finger to follow the intensity of the frost. He turned to the direction where the chill was the strongest. Weep was standing on the ceremonial urn by the corner. The presence radiated off the shadow was weaker than before. Both of his arms were missing, and they were regenerating at a very slow pace. At this point, Han Fei understood two things. 1. Weep went insane after he failed to find Han Fei inside the house. He probably went to the other apartment units and got into conflict with Han Fei's other neighbors. 2. Weep's loss of arms and fluttering presence meant that there were one or more ghosts which posed a greater threat than Weep inside this building. He did not mean for his hint to cause such a serious consequence. After losing both of his arms, Weep stood on the heavily damaged ceremonial urn quietly. Tattered paper dolls scattered around Weep, but none of the other children was in sight.
You only wanted to find someone to play with you, but they tore off your arms instead. How can people be so cruel? This is so unfair.
Han Fei voluntarily walked towards Weep.
Who did this to you? Perhaps I can help you.
With plain malicious intention, Han Fei squatted down before Weep. He studied the boy like he had found a new and interesting toy.
Don't cry. What happened?
Han Fei said the same thing that morning, but the situation was completely different. Instead of a kind big brother, the man who knelt beside Weep now was more like a beast, eyeing his prey. Han Fei was sticking to his evil persona, but he knew better than to push his luck. For example, Han Fei did not point out directly that Weep had lost the game. He did not bring up the wager of the 3 things now Weep had to do for him either. The shadow turned his head towards Han Fei. His eyes scanned Han Fei. The tenants of the building referred to him as Weep, but this Han Fei tried to understand and stop his tears. Furthermore, he did not seem to be afraid of him. Weep did not quite believe in this possibility, but his conviction started to shake. This man before him might be a presence more evil and scarier than he was. He might be a ghost wearing human skin. Chapter 26. The suppressed madness and barely contained hysteria. The red eyes seemed to be radiating malice. The small body swayed slightly. After losing both his arms and friends, the weakened Weep leaned away from Han Fei.
Why did you move away?
Han Fei half squatted and studied Weep, who stood by the corner. A trace of sadness appeared in his eyes.
Don't you want to be my friend? We could play so many games together, Before he finished, Han Fei heard a click come from behind him. He turned to look and saw the front door open. When he turned back, the shadow already disappeared, leaving behind only a shattered ceremonial urn.
You do not even wish to speak with me?
Standing up, Han Fei's face colored with sorrow. He gathered the pieces of urn at one spot.
My name is Han Fei. I live just above you. When you feel like playing, feel free to come find me.
Han Fei did not leave immediately, but searched through the house, as if looking for Weep. Pushing open the doors, he eventually found the fainted Meng Si and Chun Chun beside the ruined bed. Picking up the two, Han Fei finally walked out from room 1034. He closed the door behind him, and the chill caressed his face. Han Fei then realized how strenuous the whole affair was on his body. His body and mind had been stretched to the limit. He expected the worst, but when that did not happen, it took all his acting training and mental constitution to not let any relief show. Han Fei was confident Weep could easily dispatch him even in his injured state should Han Fei show any weakness. The release from tension was so sharp that Han Fei's body ached with pain. Sucking in a deep breath, Han Fei found the key on Meng Si. He opened the door and dropped the two back in their house. Closing the front door, Han Fei switched on all the lights in the room. The robotic voice rang in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed Grade G Hidden Mission, Find Chun Chun. Friendliness with Meng Si increases by 30. Obtain basic reward, 1 free skill point.
Warning: obtaining different completion rates for hidden missions will give different rewards. You have not only found Chun Chun, but also rescued him back to safety. Mission completion rate is 100%. You gained double the EXP. You also gained a unique skill, personal skill, Hide and Seek. Hide and Seek, personal passive skill, cannot be upgraded. You are a master at Hide and Seek. When you are in hiding, your presence will be greatly lowered. Others will easily look over you. When you are looking for others, your senses will intensify and can more easily notice details that otherwise you'd miss. Notification for player 0000. You have reached level 3. Obtained 1 free attribute point. Notification for player 0000. Since you've reached level 3, the chat system has been unlocked.
Looking at the mission interface, Han Fei finally calmed down. Even though the mission was incredibly dangerous, the reward was quite lucrative. His level increased, and he even obtained a unique skill. The skill description might not look like much, but it was incredibly useful to Han Fei, especially in his current stage. He could use it to avoid detection and increase the chance of finding useful clues. It was a godlike skill at early parts of the game. Han Fei allotted the free skill point to acting, making his acting skill intermediate level 3, and the free attribute points to stamina. He still believed his stamina was too low. He was too weak.
I heard the system mention that the chat system has been unlocked. Does that mean there are other players in this hellish game?
Opening the menu, Han Fei found the option for the chat system at the lowest corner. After clicking it open, he was stunned. There were 999 chat rooms in this game, and each of them had their own code. But the strange thing was all the chat room was grayed out, and he was denied entry.
I've already reached level 3, so why can't I join any of these chat rooms? Are none of these chat rooms meant for me? They are formed by other players? But are there really other players in this game?
Han Fei glanced at his ID, 0000. That did make it seem like he was the only player in this game. After a brief rest, Han Fei climbed up from the ground. Now that I've completed the mission, I only need to stay here for 3 hours, and then I can explore the game freely. Han Fei picked up Meng Xi's keys. He used it to open the door earlier. He was about to return it when something stopped him. There's no telling when Meng Xi or Qin Qin will wake up. This is the perfect opportunity for me to inspect their house. Han Fei glanced towards the locked bedroom. Should I do this or not? The key was in his hand. Han Fei looked at the door for a long time before he decided to return the key. Meng Xi was his only trustworthy friend in the game at the moment. He did not wish for cracks to appear in this friendly, neighborly relationship. Han Fei placed the keys back into the old lady's pocket. When he pulled back his hand, the robotic voice in his mind said,
Notification for player 0000. You did not violate Meng Xi's trust. Friendliness with Meng Xi increases by 10. You have gained her complete trust. She now treats you like family.
When Han Fei heard that, he immediately realized that Meng Xi was already conscious. The lady was sneakier than she presented herself. After saving Qin Qin, his friendliness level with Meng Xi increased by 30, and now it increased by another 10. Han Fei, who knew everything, did not expose Meng Xi. Looking like he was none the wiser, Han Fei picked up Meng Xi and Qin Qin. He then went to the bathroom to grab a towel to wipe away the grime from Qin Qin's face and arms. After half an hour, the old lady finally awakened. She groaned weakly. When she saw Qin Qin, she was very excited, and she thanked Han Fei profusely. The sense of appreciation was not faked. That was affirmed by the fact that the mission reward was an increase of 30 points in her friendliness level.
Han Fei, I really don't know how to thank you. I really did not think someone would go through such big risks to help people they've just met a few times. Granny, you're the first person to welcome me when I moved into this building. You invited me to dinner and even warned me to be careful of the things inside room 1044. I remember all that you've done for me.
Han Fei scratched his head with embarrassment.
I do not have much family and friends. When I first came to your house, it felt like home. You made you realize how warm a home can be.
Han Fei helped the old lady back onto the couch.
Granny, you should rest, and I'll return to my house. If you need my help in the future, just go upstairs to get me. If possible, I do wish that we can be as close as family.
Perhaps it was Han Fei's final proclamation that struck the softest part in the old lady's heart. When Han Fei prepared to leave, the old lady slowly stood up.
Han Fei, actually I'm not as kind as you think I am. I have been hiding a horrible secret, and it has been eating me alive, the old lady admitted with guilt. She took out her keys and wandered over to the locked bedroom.
I know you're curious about this room. Come and follow me. Chapter 27.
I've not told anyone about this secret before, and it is the biggest mistake I've made in my life.
Meng Xi unlocked the door and led Han Fei into it. The bedroom was small. There was a single bed, and next to it was a giant freezer.
Remember the story I told you about the woman and her adopted 3 kids? Well, that woman was me.
Guilt and conscience had been tormenting the old lady. It was not until she survived a brush with death that she decided to tell the truth.
That day, I followed the truck's trail to the city outskirts and saw them fighting next to a dead body. Listening to their insults and words, I only then realized the peace that they shared was merely a show staged for my sake.
The old lady's twig-like hand gripped the black cloth.
Something was not right with my youngest son, even when he was young. From burning ants, he slowly escalated to torturing stray cats and dogs. It was like he was unable to vent his frustrations like a normal person, and he could only release the pent-up tension through these demented actions. Both my eldest and middle son knew about his abnormal personality. They had privately chatted with him many times. They hid this from me so that I would not worry about it. My eldest helped my youngest sign up for psychiatry counseling when he was still in university, and my middle child helped clean up the dead animal bodies. His older brothers had been covering his tracks, but kindness and patience were not going to change him. Tragedy eventually struck. That day my youngest killed a drifter squatting at that abandoned bungalow. The first to notice the problem was my middle child. He was used to burying the dead animals on his younger brother's behalf, but when he realized this time it was a dead human, he was stunned. In the heat of the moment, he declared his youngest brother the spawn of the devil, and someone like him should not have been born in this world. Kneeling before the dead body, my youngest did not show much remorse. He even told his second elder brother excitedly that he could soon prove that he was not sick. He had already found the butterfly hiding deep inside his brain. He'd die to capture that butterfly.
Retelling this story, the old lady's voice started to tremble. She silently peeled the black cloth off. Butterfly deep inside his brain? Did Meng Xi's youngest son suffer from some kind of mental illness? Or was it a hallucination? Han Fei had a belief that things were not that simple.
My youngest always claimed that there was a butterfly that resided in his brain. He could feel it, but could never locate it. The butterfly would lead his way forward. Whenever the butterfly flapped its wing, he would be taken over by the desire to kill. As the desire grew, the closer he came to that butterfly. According to him, the butterfly had the most beautiful colors he had ever seen.
The woman groaned as she tried to pull the freezer open. When it did, the cool air oozed out. Han Fei glanced into the freezer. All he saw was a layer of rotten, old books.
"Granny, why would you store books inside the freezer?"
The old lady did not answer. Instead, she reached into the freezer to retrieve one of the books. Underneath, it was a frozen human face.
"These books belong to my youngest, and the man underneath the book is the drifter from that horrible day."
Putting the book aside, the old lady knelt beside the freezer.
"I watched as my children fought and injured each other. My heart broke because it was all my fault. I didn't raise them right."
Guilt, self-blame, and pain dwindled the old woman's voice.
I rushed forward to stop the fight. When they saw me, they were shocked. Even my youngest, who was the feistiest, stopped. While my two elder sons argued about whether to call the police, I tried to persuade my youngest to surrender himself. Throughout the process, he did not utter a word. At the last minute, when his brothers decided on phoning the cops, he told us something that had all of us gobsmacked. He said there has been someone else directing his murders. However, he was unable to give us the person's name. He said once he did, we would all be in mortal danger. He even told us that there would be a series of murders that was to happen soon in the old city. Everything was to search for the butterfly in his brain. As his family, we wanted to believe him, but this was a murder. In the end, my elder two sons decided to give him 1 week's time for him to prove the real culprit's existence. In the meantime, we had to find a place to hide the dead drifter's body. The abandoned bungalow was a hot spot for squatters and drifters. If the body was left there, my youngest child's crime would be exposed too soon. Therefore, we used the cold truck to move it into the freezer. I couldn't remember much of what happened next. There seems to be a loss in part of my memory. I only remember my 3 children leaving me to guard over this body until my youngest comes back to surrender to his crime.
The old lady clearly did not remember her death. This was probably caused by the game. The youngest son claimed that he was induced by someone else to kill, and the string of murders in the old city he mentioned coincided perfectly with the timing of the human jigsaw case. But how did he manage to predict that? Han Fei knew that out of the 3 brothers, 2 of them were still alive. There had to be more to this story. From my perspective, none of the 3 brothers sounds trustworthy.
Han Fei's eyes moved, and they landed on the book that once covered the dead man's face. The book was called Butterflies of the Soul. It was written by Santiago Ramon y Cajal, the pioneer of neuroscience study in the last century. The following quote was embossed on the cover. "Like the entomologist hunting for brightly colored butterflies, my attention was drawn to the flower garden of the gray matter, which contains cells with delicate and elegant forms, the mysterious butterflies of the soul, the beating of whose wings may some day clarify the secret of mental life." Butterflies of the soul? Am I a butterfly soaring through the world of hell reconstructed in this game? Han Fei knew nothing about the game. For now, he merely wanted to survive. Han Fei's most immediate concern was to level up and not to figure out the mysteries of the game.
Granny, your youngest son has to be punished for his crime. You helping him with the cover-up will only make him worse. In fact, more people might have become his victims because of it.
Han Fei slammed the freezer shut. He had decided to apprehend Meng Xi's youngest son. Perhaps that would bring deliverance to the old lady.
The victim lost his life, but his killer has escaped from his due punishment. No matter the reason, I find that incredibly unfair.
Han Fei felt he was close enough to Meng Xi to voice his mind.
The freezer has not just frozen a dead body, but it has also frozen a few generations of happiness and bliss. I believe it is time for you to let go. Chapter 28. Picking up the book. Han Fei tried to place it inside his inventory, but he failed. The system did not provide any explanation either. I feel like there has to be a reason why the youngest son, Meng Chang'an, has left these books behind. As Meng Xi exposed the secret in her heart, her suppressed guilt and anxiety poured out as well. It looked like the weight of the world fell on this frail old lady.
Granny, you have to get back up. Qinshan still needs you. No matter what, he is an innocent party in all of these. He shouldn't have to shoulder any of the pain caused by the adults.
As naughty as Qinshan was, the boy was never really looked after even back when he was still alive. He was killed alongside her grandmother. Honestly, he was the most innocent victim of this whole tragic story. After helping the old lady off the ground, Han Fei carried Qinshan into the bedroom and placed him on the bed.
Granny, I will come visit you more often. If you have any trouble, you can come find me. We can discuss it together.
Han Fei's plan was to turn Meng Xi's house into his own safe house. He'd come to stay here for a whole 3 hours after logging in, and while he was here, he'd try to snag random quests from Meng Xi or Qinshan. This arrangement was perfect. But Meng Xi clearly did not envision that to be Han Fei's plan because she gasped in surprise.
You're still willing to help me even after knowing my darkest secret?
To be fair, Meng Xi had already paid with her life for her mistake, and Han Fei was not there to judge her. Now he just wanted to survive in this hellish game.
Take care of Qinshan and do not let him run away again. For him, you'll have to stay strong.
After saying that, Han Fei searched for paper and pen and moved to the next topic. The reason he worked so hard to gain the old lady's friendship was because he needed Meng Xi's trust. This was the crux of his intention. Han Fei did not know much about this world, and he needed someone to provide him with the necessary information. Meng Xi had stayed here for a long time already. She was the perfect candidate.
Granny, as you said, the building manager has not shown up for quite some time already. I'm afraid something has happened to him. I need to go up to the 10th floor to check on him. It's too dangerous up there. I'd rather you stay here.
Meng Xi persuaded Han Fei against it.
But if we stop ourselves due to fear, the danger will one day extend to reach us either way. I'd rather be the active party than the passive one.
Han Fei picked up the pen.
Granny, you've stayed here for a long time. Can you tell me about the taboos we have in this apartment building?
Seeing the determination in Han Fei's eyes, Meng Xi ceased her persuasion. She thought about it and said,
Room 1044 that you stay at is in itself a taboo, so is room 1034 on this floor. Normally the neighbors will stay away from these 2 rooms, and they will hurry past them. Are there places in the building which are more dangerous than these 2 rooms? Yes, there are.
The old lady nodded.
Something is not right with the entire 9th floor. Other than the floor manager, every tenant that ventured up there had disappeared. There is a problem at the landing between 7th and 8th floor as well. According to rumors, if you go there after midnight, you'll end up arriving at a completely different location and see some special things. Have you been there before? Of course not. I wouldn't be here if I have. These are merely rumors.
The old lady was a cautious one.
Other than that, something strange has happened in room 1084 on the 8th floor. A tenant has once run into a young woman there. When the building manager was still around, he'd warned me from going to the 8th floor alone. The 7th floor, to my knowledge, is unoccupied. The original tenants of the 6th floor have moved away and some non-locals have moved in. I rarely interact with them, and I'll stay away whenever I hear them. Wait, them? There are several of them staying on the 6th floor? And they came from outside the neighborhood?
Han Fei was reminded of the man who came to welcome him that day. The man first appeared on the 6th floor.
Yes. Other than these, there are other smaller taboos. For example, When you go through the corridor at night and someone calls your name, do not turn back no matter what. Do not answer any knocking at night because the tenants here normally won't come visit at night. There is one last thing. If the voice-activated lights start to flicker when you're in the corridor, you have to be careful because it means that something is coming. The old lady gave Han Fei many things to be alert about, and Han Fei jotted them all down.
Granny, for as long as you stay here, is there any neighbor that you got along with? The kind you'd befriend?
Han Fei wanted to get to know more neighbors. He knew how limited a person's strength was. After giving it a long thought, the granny shook her head.
There is none that I'd befriend, but if you really have to pick one, I personally think the tenant at room 1052 on the 5th floor is not so bad.
The tenant at room 1052? Yes, her name is Su Qin. She's crazy.
As if worried that Han Fei might get the wrong idea, Meng Si added in a way of explanation.
She might not make sense at times, but she has not actively harmed anyone before. One time, Chun Chin accidentally ran up the stairs, and it was she who brought him home. Okay, I will try to get in touch with her.
Han Fei was not scared back by the knowledge that the girl might be crazy. After all, compared to his murderous roommate, a crazy woman, who would not harm others, was like an angel.
She has a pitiable background too. If you can, do try to help her. Okay.
Of the entire building, there were only 2 tenants whom he could possibly befriend. Han Fei felt quite disappointed, but he did not show it. After 3 hours of exchanging notes, Han Fei drew up a map. He marked out all the known taboo places on the map. My final goal is to enter the building manager's room 1101 and find out why he has dragged me into this game. If possible, I'd take over anything he had left behind as well. But before that, I should try to reach out to the tenant of room 1052 and try to get more people on my side. Patience is a virtue. Han Fei understood that well. This was not a game where one could rush. After all, one's life was at stake here. When it was about 4 a.m., Han Fei departed from the old lady's home. He sneaked into the stairwell and made sure to keep his presence unknown.
There are some additional blood-red stains on the walls and children's handprints on the banisters and steps. Looks like Weep did go berserk yesterday night. The child probably got into quite a bit of trouble because of me.
When Han Fei returned to room 1044, the place looked like it had been hit by a tornado. Chapter 29. After returning to room 1044, instead of leaving the game, Han Fei stayed to clean up the room.
I still haven't completed both the new player missions for sleeping and showering. It's time to go. If I continue to be this stressed, I might go insane from playing this game.
After experiencing the deepest fear, Han Fei realized the beauty of normal, everyday life. This Iyashikei game had done its purpose of helping him learn to stop and smell the flowers. Opening the game menu, Han Fei was about to log out of the game when he realized the previously all grayed-out chat rooms had one that was currently lit up. Among the sea of grayness, the brightness of the button to join chat room 444 appeared so out of place. Does this mean I can access this particular chat room now? Han Fei confirmed that the time was 3:59 a.m. At this twilight hour, this change happened. Reaching out to click on the button 444, the robotic voice rang out in his brain.
Are you going to enter chat room 444? Yes. Please select whether to keep your ID anonymous. Yes.
Han Fei selected that option without much thought. In this place where ghosts and murderers roamed, it was far too dangerous to show his ID. After entering the chat room, Han Fei waited for several seconds, but no one spoke. He hesitated for another few seconds before he punched in the message.
Is anyone around?
Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. There's still someone online at 4 a.m.? Brother, you must have more than one liver to sustain such a lifestyle. I have more than one liver. Han Fei pictured that image, and it grossed him out. He could not tell whether this was just a figure of speech or something else. Trying not to expose too much information about himself, Han Fei was very careful. In contrast, this other player was so flagrant with the display of their player ID. They must be an old player, or they had gained access to the function of changing one's in-game ID. Either way, this player was definitely more experienced with the game than Han Fei was. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. Brother, you still there? You must have gained plenty of EXP from playing until so late. What level are you at now? In spite of the casualness of their tone, this player was clearly trying to dig up more information about Han Fei. The latter's brow furrowed as he replied.
You must be a high-level player too, since you're also still online now. What is your current level?
Without revealing anything, Han Fei kicked the question back to the other player. Granted, the other player could have lied, but the lie would still tell Han Fei plenty of information. From the number given by this experienced player, Han Fei could gauge the current maximum level of this game. This was the art of speech, the psychological battle between expert players. Han Fei was focused as he stared at the chat. After all, this was the first time he encountered another player in perfect life. In spite of the horrid nature of the game, this player was able to chat with Han Fei with such nonchalance. This further confirmed Han Fei's belief that this was a long-time player. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. I joined this project as a medical consultant. I just reached level 14. My level is low because I can only play at night since I need to work during the day. I'm sure my level is much lower compared to hardcore players like yourself. Reading Huang Yin's reply, Han Fei sunk into deep thought. He merely asked for the player's level, but they had volunteered their real-life career and gaming habits. Is he trying to confuse me with an influx of information? As an old player, he should know that I'm fishing for information. Why would he be so generous with them? Is this another fake front? Anonymous player, level 14? You have leveled up quite fast then. How did you gain so much EXP so fast? Han Fei did not think the person would reveal his leveling trick, but he was proven wrong. Huang Yin's reply soon came. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, my gaming life started in the hospital since I was a doctor in real life. However, I had to start from the internship level. I just focused on completing the daily missions like helping the doctors with their chores, doing night patrols of the wards, and wooing the nurses. Without even knowing it, my level is already at 14. This game is honestly quite addicting. The vexing details in real life are absent, and it gives one a feeling of control over one's choice of life. Seeing Huang Yin's message, Han Fei's frown deepened. Is this person serious? In this game, a hospital has to be more dangerous than an apartment building, and he still has the nerves to patrol the wards at night. The images of human organs black market, gory surgeries appeared in Han Fei's mind. All the doctor's white coat was dyed red while Huang Yin pushed a cart stuffed with fresh organ harvest as he made his rounds in the wards. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. This game is a sandbox with plenty of freedom. I am personally a casual player. Brother, what kind of perfect life you've chosen for yourself? Staring at the message, Han Fei did not know how to answer. He had no idea what kind of life the game had given him. After all, he had not even ventured out from this apartment building yet. Han Fei knew nothing of the world building of the life he inhabited, but he did not want the other player to know he was actually a new player. He didn't want to make himself out to be an easy prey. After all, this was a hellish game where the winning philosophy was the survival of the fittest. Anonymous player. I'm also a casual player. So far, I've spent my days visiting my neighbors and watching television with my roommates. Sometimes, the kids in my neighborhood will invite me to join them in their games. They're all my friends. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. Wow, that does sound like a perfect life. It must be nice to have a group of friends in game. Anonymous player. That is true. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. We should add each other as friends since we both play at night, and we're both casual players. Many testers are playing this game, but most of them have forgotten about the main objective of this game because they are too busy exploring the game's more cryptic gameplay. Anonymous player, cryptic gameplay? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. Yeah, but that's just what I heard anyway. This game is based on human nature, so it is supposed to be as complex as one. 2. According to the other players, human nature, and this game by extension, is like an iceberg. The parts which are shown on the surface are just a small part. The deeper, more cryptic parts of this iceberg are hidden under the deep and dark sea. Chapter 30. Anonymous player. Then so far has anyone found this cryptic side of the game? Huang Yin, tester account player 0999, including this time. Perfect Life has conducted 6 CBE already. Endless players have ventured very far into the game, but none caught sight of this so-called cryptic world. Anonymous player. If you ask me, this whole thing does have a hearsay ring to it. Huang Yin, tester account player 0999. By the way, do you mind if I come over to visit you in-game? What is your name? It's fated for us to be friends since we've managed to encounter each other considering there are literally 999 chat rooms. Anonymous player, you are welcome to visit me anytime. I'll be glad to introduce you to my friends. My name is... Hanfei was about to key in a fake name when he realized chat room 444 got grayed out once more. Turning around to look at the wall clock, Hanfei noticed it was now 4:01 a.m. This chat room is only accessible between 3:59 a.m. to 4:01 a.m. Why is there such a unique time restriction? In any case, Hanfei leaned back and went over the whole conversation he had with Huang Yin. This person does not appear like they're playing the same game as I do. Sitting on the couch, Hanfei stared at the haunted television set. If Huang Yin is telling the truth, then it is very likely that I am in this game's cryptic world while the other players are on the surface world. The players between these two worlds can only interact through the chat rooms during the twilight hours. Of course, there is a possibility that this Huang Yin is faking everything. There might not be an actual living human behind this person. Huang Yin could have gleaned this information by scamming and murdering other players. Nothing was impossible in this hellish game. Caution was the only way to survive. Huang Yin's ID is 0999. Perhaps I can look into that after I log off the game. To prove his suspicion, the most direct way to do it was to approach Huang Yin in real life. If only he can provide me with a solution to leave this place. Standing up, Hanfei walked to the boarded-up window. He looked through the gap. The sun still hasn't come up. It feels like there is only nightfall at this place. After checking his surroundings, Hanfei logged out from the game at his home. Actually, Hanfei's initial plan was to log out from Meng Xi's home. The next he logged in, it would be at the old lady's home. He'd be safe there. But after giving it some thoughts, Hanfei decided to keep his ability to essentially quit this perfect life a secret from the other in-game characters. Clicking on the exit button, his eyes turned red. Hanfei removed the gaming helmet and crawled towards his computer. He keyed in all the new information that he had gathered into his note files. I should purchase all the books Meng Chang'an has read. That will help me enter his inner world more easily. Over these past few days, the biggest purchase Hanfei had made was on books and lectures. With the threat of death, even studying became so much more interesting. After making his order, Hanfei started to search for information on Huang Yin. He tried many websites, but all the testers' information for Perfect Life was confidential. Even if he knew the person's player code and ID, he was unable to dig up any information. If Huang Yin is really that person's name, he'll exist in the law enforcement's citizenry database. Li Shui will be able to access it, but I'll have to figure out a reasonable excuse to get her to help me. Hanfei's reflection stared back at him through the computer screen. He sat next to the walls with the dead victims glaring soullessly down at him. If one walked into the room, one would not expect this young man to be an actor. The dawning sun rose, but Hanfei moved to pull back the curtains. He had gotten so used to darkness that the light hurt his eyes. After a simple breakfast, Hanfei took out his phone to call Li Shui.
Do you mind helping me investigate someone? Are they living or dead? I'm not sure. I only know that their name is Huang Yin and they're a doctor.
Hanfei added.
They might be related to the latest immersive game out on the market. Is this person related to the human jigsaw case? Perhaps. Then give me a minute.
Li Shui ended the call. After a few minutes, she called back.
I found someone that matches your description. Huang Yin, male, Xian Lu City's Andrology Clinic's new vice president, a graduate from the country's best medical university. He took over his father's clinic at the young age of 30. He resides at the core district of the Intelligent City Center. He is known for his gaming hobby, as evidenced by the shocking statement that he gave several years ago on a dating show. The host asked him to choose between gaming and his girlfriend. He answered that he'd give up his girlfriend without much hesitation. Perhaps because of that, he is still single today. Sounds like an interesting character.
Hanfei connected this new information to the Huang Yin he met in-game. They did sound like the same person. After thanking Li Shui, Hanfei hung up and exited his house. He took the train that connected the old city and the Intelligent City Center. Ignoring the charm of the city center, Hanfei hurried to Xian Lu City's Andrology Clinic. Hanfei decided to visit this man in person, so he asked for an appointment. The response that he got from the nurse was quite inexplicable. Huang Yin was unavailable because he was currently attending Deep Space Tech's gaming convention. If this 6CB was successful, Perfect Life would enter OB. Their advertisements could be seen everywhere, and their promotion activities were held almost every day until the OB launch. However, why would a doctor abandon his day job to attend a game's promotional event? Hanfei did not quite get it until he arrived at the event venue. He could finally understand why this event would attract a gamer's attention so much. Deep Space Tech had booked the entire International Business Center. They used 6 3D exhibition halls and 12 interactive booths to promote the game. After stepping through the entrance, you'd think you have stepped into a different world. This was an era where human imagination and creativity were the selling point. Mature technology matched with crazy inventions, be it heaven or hell, human beings could construct them in real life.
How am I supposed to find him among the crowd?
After registering, Hanfei came to the 12th booth, which was the least crowded. Even though his social anxiety was recovering, shuffling through the crowd, Hanfei still felt slight attacks of vertigo. He staggered from the crowd and stood to catch his breath near the emergency exit.
Perfect Life is a casual Iyashikei game that will comfort your soul and ease your tension. Here, you will find plenty of laugh-out-loud scenarios and heartwarming familial life waiting for you. With hope and bliss as our central tendency, we strive to bring positive energy into every player's life. Hearing that familiar opening, Hanfei shivered and his face blanched. Throngs of passionate gamers flooded the place. Hanfei appeared so lonely standing to the side.
"Brother, are you feeling okay?"
A hand patted Hanfei's back and then passed him a bottle of mineral water supplied by the event.
"Thank you."
Hanfei turned to the person. A handsome uncle in a sharp suit stood next to him. The suit the man wore cost about half of Hanfei's yearly income. It was clear that this man was part of the successful elites. Hanfei asked, "I'm fine, but why are you dressed so formally at a gaming convention?" "I actually hate dressing like this, but I was supposed to attend a date arranged by my family today. Normally I'd escape to work, but today, they sent the girl directly to my workplace." "So you came here just to avoid meeting her?" "Of course not. I'm here because I like gaming. It's that simple."
The man was friendly and bright, the complete opposite of Hanfei.
"Looks like this is your first Perfect Life convention. Come, I'll show you around. You'll soon fall under its charm." "I don't want to trouble you. I'll just saunter around on my own." "It's no trouble at all."
The man reached for 2 virtual reality glasses from the counter.
"I see myself as a personal ambassador for this game. It is the best game I've played in my life. I don't mind making another brother in the game. Come, put these on. When you're done with the convention, just return it to the counter by keying in my name." "Oh, right, the name's Huang Yin." "Huang Yin?"
Hanfei's expression shifted for a moment before it returned to normal again. Chapter 31.
As scientific technology continues to improve, humanity bequeathed machines and AI with more emotions and ability, but did you not realize that humanity's own ability to emote is regressing?
Huang Yin and Hanfei put on VR glasses, and they were immediately transported to an alley in the old city. After some conversations, Hanfei noticed Huang Yin was quite a knowledgeable and philosophical person, or at least that was the impression Hanfei had of the man.
Human beings evolved from animals, but our hearts are slowly turning into a machine. This is something very scary. It is why I love Perfect Life, this one-of-a-kind game.
Treading on the pebbled street, taking in the smell of rain and plants, Huang Yin opened his arms as if to embrace the virtual space around them.
This game is helping us relocate our missing emotions and cure our soul's wounds. At this place, we can re-experience the wonderful memories that we have forgotten, and we are reintroduced to the most earnest expression of our existence. Really?
Thinking back to what he had experienced in the game and how disjointed it was to what Huang Yin was describing, Hanfei's eyes almost welled with tears.
Of course,
Huang Yin said confidently.
The game's demo is already so impressive. I wonder how groundbreaking it'll be when it comes to the official version.
Hanfei removed the VR glasses. The old alley and drizzling rain disappeared at once. He was standing inside a booth with Huang Yin.
The official version will blow your mind. This is a game that can make your wildest dreams come true. The game lives up to its name. It will present you with your perfect life.
Huang Yin said with a satisfied sigh.
How come it sounds like you have played more than the demo version? Do you have any insider information?
Han Fei said with a mock surprise gasp.
Haha, you got me. I'm actually a special tester involved in the 6th CB of Perfect Life.
When he searched on the official website, Han Fei noticed there were 4 types of CB players in Perfect Life. The first was the internal gaming staff. They would be the first to test out the game during its many variations. The second was the supervisors from the related government departments. As a super immersive next-gen game, it combined the latest scientific technology and almost maddening creativity, so the government paid specific attention to it as well. The third were special testers like Huang Yin. They were usually the leaders in their specific industry or profession. They would try out the game from their professional perspective and provide suggestions of improvement to the developers to make the game more interesting and real. The fourth was the general player who managed to gain access to CB through certain channels. Some of these people were casual players who simply wanted to experience this unique game. Others were representatives from gaming studios. They joined to gain first-hand information and guides that could be turned into money when the game entered OB.
You must be someone important to have gained the invitation to be a special tester.
Han Fei could now confirm that this man was indeed the Huang Yin whom he chatted with last night. His earlier prediction was correct.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just slightly famous in my field.
Huang Yin was very humble. He had no air of self-importance. He patiently led Han Fei through the convention and greatly hyped up the game. He was more professional than the gaming company's event organizer.
You said in Perfect Life, any dream can come true. Assuming I am a horror movie buff, is it possible that I can experience the various plots of horror movies in the game myself?
After confirming the man's identity, Han Fei started to probe.
Of course, there is a midnight theme park in the game. It is there for the horror games fans. There, you can relive many classic horror movie plot points and take on some of the most heart-pumping rides in your life. In fact, I believe you can choose to work at the theme park and try to trigger the string of missions that would eventually turn you into the owner of the park.
Huang Yin started to help Han Fei plot out his move.
But there is something that you need to be careful about. There is a data called sanity value in game. Once it goes over 10, the system will automatically disconnect you from the server to protect your mental health. You'll get forcibly disconnected when this value crosses 10?
Han Fei's eyes twitched. In his version of the game, his sanity value would have to go over 100 before he could escape from the horrors of the game.
Once you're disconnected by the system too many times, your in-game character might die. Your life is very fragile in Perfect Life, and you only have one life. All your data will reset after death, and you'll start from 0 again.
Huang Yin said with lamentation.
Death is very painful. The game teaches a lesson to appreciate the transience of life. I've personally watched many horror movies, and they normally won't elicit any fear in me, but some urban legends in real life can get my blood pumping.
Han Fei slowly approached the question that he wanted to ask.
Do you think there will be such a themed plot in Perfect Life? There might be traces of them before the second CB. Based on what I heard, at the time, the game didn't have much limitation. The players won't be punished from attacking the NPC. There was a tester who murdered an entire neighborhood, and he was later apprehended due to emerging mental problems. Things got that ugly. What do you think? After humanity has its shackles removed, human beings would turn into the scariest monster.
Huang Yin appeared to remember some of the rumors from back then.
Due to the incident that happened to that tester, Perfect Life added many limitations and cut off about a third of its plot lines. Now, in its 6th CB, all of the plot lines that could possibly trigger morality problems have been removed. In fact, even the Easter egg left in the original creators' will has been removed. Easter egg in the creators' will? You don't know about that? It's quite famous in the gaming circle.
Huang Yin lowered his voice conspiratorially.
The CEO of Immortal Pharma passed away due to illness after Perfect Life's first CB. In his will, he mentioned a black box that he hoped his children could find. According to the man, the box is filled with humanity's deepest regret, desire, hatred, malice, and misfortune. He gave 3 hints to its location. The box is supposed to be at the deepest part of the world, the deepest part of the mind, and the deepest part of the human heart. Did someone find the box?
Cold sweat slid down Han Fei's forehead.
Nope. There were so many different interpretations, and eventually they believed the box was an Easter egg buried in the game. It was the only place where all three hints could make sense. At the time, the testers turned over the game like crazy, looking for it, but no one saw any trace of it. However, for some reasons, after the third CB, all of the designs the old gentleman was involved in had been removed, and we believed now the Easter egg is permanently lost.
A sigh of regret escaped Huang Yin's lips.
If possible, I do wish to know what that Easter egg is supposed to be when I am still alive. Yes, that does sound quite intriguing.
Han Fei touched the back of his head and uttered calmly. Chapter 32.
Brother Huang, other than the Easter egg left behind by the past founder, are there any other strange stories about this game? I'm more interested in those. If you're really that curious, you should visit the game forum. There are plenty of threads discussing that, but most of them are just rumors.
Huang Yin said with derision.
I saw one of the threads claim that there are many surefire ways to see ghosts in-game. The poster listed out a series of guides, like going into the midnight theme park at 0 a.m. and push open the door in the center of the maze and you'd enter another world. Going to the funereal street during twilight and you'd encounter living paper dolls. Entering chat room 444 at 4 a.m. and you'd run into dead players. I have been playing daily, and I spend hours lurking in chat room 444, and I haven't seen a single ghost yet. Indeed, some of these do sound like urban legends.
Han Fei said with an innocent look.
Thankfully, most of them sound so ludicrous that you'll be able to tell their authenticity easily, but there's some that had successfully fooled others. For example, there are rumors going around that the game has a cryptic world, and there is a dark version to Perfect Life, and so on. Cryptic world? Do you still remember the tester who butchered a whole neighborhood? After he was apprehended, he claimed he ran into ghosts. The game brought him to a sinister world filled with the dead, and the game told him to kill all the NPCs to escape.
Huang Yin said with plain disbelief.
Yes, there are players who imagine their perfect life as an adventurer, and the game would send hostile NPCs to help them level up, but to have come up with something as preposterous as that tester, it was never heard of since. Regardless, many testers believed him, and they started to search for this cryptic world. In other words, this cryptic world is supposedly a place filled with malicious ghosts. Do you think such a place would exist in this game? Perfect Life is an Iyashikei game. Unless the developers themselves do not know about this cryptic world, why would they leave such a dangerous element in their game to ruin their own reputation?
Huang Yin shook his head.
As Perfect Life's CB progresses, less and less people believe in this cryptic world. So it was all the tester's own imaginations? No one really knows. Perhaps his mind just snapped that day. Even though he did not murder any actual people, due to his actions in-game, he was determined by the citizenry system to be moderately dangerous. He is currently staying at Xian Lu Asylum's critical case zone for rehabilitation treatment.
Xian Lu Asylum. After memorizing this location, Han Fei changed the topic.
Brother Huang, thank you for showing me around today. I still have other things to do, so I'll have to leave for now. Brother, even though we've just met, I feel like I've known you forever. I haven't had such a satisfactory chat in a long time already.
Huang Yin was a chatterbox, but clearly not everyone in his life could stand his nags. Well, at least not until Han Fei's appearance, that is. To gain more information, Han Fei dissected Huang Yin's every word carefully before he responded. He was the perfect listener.
Perhaps it's because we have the same hobby. After Perfect Life enters OB, I'll see you in-game.
Han Fei took out his phone to add Huang Yin's contact. Due to the pressure brought on by Perfect Life, Han Fei's social ability had improved tremendously.
Sure, once you party up with me, I'll show you how to trigger some extremely rare missions with excellent rewards. You'll be glad to have befriended a CB player.
Huang Yin leaned close to Han Fei and continued when he was sure no one was around.
In fact, during the test, I have discovered a hidden mission that only has a 1% chance of triggering. We can attempt it together during OB. Are hidden missions that rare?
Han Fei asked with blinking innocent eyes.
Of course. Hidden missions are stuff of legends. To have triggered one is like winning the lottery. So don't you go around telling people I've found one. Okay, thank you, Brother Huang.
After leaving the convention center, Han Fei hurried to Xian Lu Asylum. From his perspective, the tester probably did arrive at a world filled with malicious ghosts. When he reached the asylum, Han Fei used many methods, but he failed to glean any information about the tester. He eventually was chased out by the nurse. From the nurse's tone, he was not the first person to hear about this urban legend and come to seek attendance with this mysterious tester. Most of them were probably players of Perfect Life. Like Han Fei, they wished to find out more about the cryptic world through this tester, but they were all chased away by the hospital staff. Facing the wrathful gaze of the nurse, Han Fei had no choice but to return home. On the way back, he stopped at a shop for dinner. After having his body cured by delicious food, Han Fei was ready to go home to have his soul cured. Even though only several days had passed since his first gaming instance, he no longer had the initial fear and anxiety. Han Fei himself was surprised by the speed with which he had adapted. He read some books, analyzed some cases, memorized details about the victims, and did some physical training. Han Fei connected all the wires, put on the gaming helmet, and laid in bed at midnight.
Welcome to Perfect Life, where you are free to choose your own perfect life.
The blood receded. Han Fei opened his eyes to darkness. He was sitting at the corner of his in-game home.
The wall clock shows that it's midnight. The time in game is perfectly in line with the time outside in real life.
Han Fei took a deep breath. As he was about to crawl up from the ground, the robotic voice suddenly came.
Notification for player 0000. Your new player period of protection is over. New player missions, take a shower and sleeping, incomplete, will be substituted. Are you going to give up the new player missions? Be mindful of your choice, because they will not return after being substituted. There's a new player period of protection?
Hearing the announcement, Han Fei was dumbfounded.
I've almost lost my life so many times, and you're telling me I was actually still in the new player period of protection? Then just how much more dangerous things will get from now on.
Before Han Fei decided what to do, he heard a loud bang. He got up hastily and looked through the wooden gaps on the window. Looks like a human body was dumped from upstairs. Jesus, the welcoming ceremony is getting more and more creative with each new instance. Han Fei had no idea what happened upstairs, but he was sure it was nothing good.
Notification for player 0000. Your new player missions will be substituted. Will you give them up permanently?
The voice pressured Han Fei to choose, but in reality, there was not really much choice. At least the new player missions would occur inside this room. But who'd know what kind of objective would be required of Han Fei for the new missions? In any case, Han Fei believed the new missions would be indefinitely harder. Seeing as the new mission players slowly grayed out, Han Fei gritted his teeth and accepted both missions at once.
Player 0000 has accepted the Grade G new player mission, sleeping. Warning. After failing new player mission, the mission will not disappear, but each failure will increase the mission's difficulty slightly. Mission requirement. Please close all the lights in the room and get into bed within the next 5 minutes. No matter what happens, you must not leave the bed in the subsequent 3 hours. Player 0000 has accepted a Grade G new player mission. Take a shower. Take a shower. New player mission whenever you shower at night. You always have this feeling that there's someone else in the house. Mission requirement. Before 4 a.m. arrives, use in-game items to clean your face, head and body. Your combined hygienic activities have to last longer than 20 minutes.
Chapter 33. The sleeping mission will start in the next 5 minutes while I have until 4 a.m. to complete the shower mission. Technically, I should have more than enough time to complete both of them. Now that the new player period of protection was over, who knew what had changed beyond the door of his in-game house? Instead of risking a new mission, it was much safer attempting the new player missions. After all, he had memorized more than 100 pages of case files just to survive in this house. Time ticked by. Han Fei bustled inside the room. He switched off all the light. He found the cleaver under the pillow and detached the wooden beam from the mop. The latter was his choice of weapon. The cleaver was more like a psychological comfort. Should a neighbor come to visit during the mission, he wouldn't use the cleaver. Only when the neighbor refused to come in that he'd use the wooden beam to taunt them or politely invite them in. To prevent the anti-theft door from doing its job, Han Fei purposely left it slightly ajar. If the monster inside the house went insane, I'll run towards the exit. If a special neighbor comes to visit, and I can't defeat them, I'll run towards the innermost bedroom. Han Fei had set up his escape route. After everything was done, Han Fei entered the bedroom closest to the living room. He did the sleeping mission in this room last time. I failed last time because I was too nervous. I was so close to succeeding, but I was too cowardly. This time, no matter what, I'll have to stick around for the full 3 hours. Only by completing this sleeping mission that I'd have more wiggle room for the showering mission. Han Fei stared at the wall clock as if trying to hypnotize himself. When the clock reached 0:05 a.m., he laid down in bed and covered himself under the quilt. He left a gap near his eyes to observe his surroundings. During the previous sleeping mission, the ghost in the bathroom appeared around 2:44 a.m. Today I started the mission at 0:05 a.m. Assuming if the ghost returns again at 2:44 a.m., I only need to stay for another 21 minutes after its appearance, and my mission will be completed. It's difficult, but not impossible. Compared to last time, I even have a new passive skill this time. Hide and seek will help lower my presence. Hopefully the ghost will fail to notice me. Han Fei was quite confident when the mission started. The beginning hours of the mission are quite relaxing. The key moment to this mission occurs at the last half an hour. However, I shouldn't let my guard down. According to the system, the mission difficulty will increase with each failure, so I have to be ready to deal with sudden changes. Hiding under the quilt, Han Fei gripped the cleaver with one hand and the wooden beam with another. His muscles tensed. Like a beast in prowling mode, his expression was stern and his eyes sharp. Who would have thought that several days ago, this was the same man who had locked himself up in his rental house and surrendered himself to gaming addiction? The house was quiet except for the ticking of the wall clock. Han Fei counted along with it internally as his eyes fixed on the bathroom door. His entire focus was on the bathroom. But at 0:14 a.m., a creaking sound came from outside the quiet bedroom. The bathroom door hasn't moved. The sound came from somewhere else. Inside the tomb-like house, any sound would be greatly amplified. Han Fei perked his ears up to locate the source. His eyes slowly moved away from the bathroom door. That sounded like a door opening. I have left the front door open, so the chance of the sound coming from that is low. That means the door of the innermost bedroom has been opened. Han Fei's slow-moving gaze finally settled on the bedroom door. He saw half of a child's face outside the door. The child's facial feature was blurry as he slowly poked his head into the bedroom. Han Fei held his breath and froze his body. The child looked around for a while before he dragged his broken body and slunk past Han Fei's bedroom. Jesus, it's only 0:14 a.m. I refuse to believe this is just a slight increase in difficulty. From the bed, Han Fei could only see the living room and bathroom. He was unable to see the innermost bedroom. It was the sound of the door axle moving that he realized his roommates had decided to come out to play. The innermost bedroom is the most dangerous place in this house. The sleeping mission has changed. The ghost has appeared much earlier than expected, but the good news is they do not seem to be that interested in me. The child wandered around the living room before he sat on the couch. Han Fei could see the back of the child's head from his vantage point. He worried the child's head might suddenly turn around for 180 degrees to make eye contact with him. The air was thick with uncertainty. Han Fei hid under the quilt and was too afraid to even poke his finger out. It's all right. The plan is still the same. I just need to stay here for another 2 hours and several minutes. The child stayed unmoved on the couch. It was not until 0:44 a.m. that a woman with long hair shuffled past Han Fei's bedroom door without warning. She too headed towards the living room. Another one? The woman's figure was equally blurry. She picked up the television remote and silently sat down beside the child. The two ghosts sat facing away from him. Han Fei's hair stood on end. Even when they were not staring at him, his heart was quivering. His heart would probably explode if they suddenly decided to turn their gazes on him. Time seemed to slow down. Every second moved glacially. Ever since the two ghosts appeared in the living room, Han Fei's body had frozen solid. He did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. There was an undercurrent of a different sound mixed into the ticking of the clock. It sounded like dripping water. At 1:04 a.m., the kitchen door was pushed open. A woman with short hair stood at the door with her head lowered and a fruit knife in her grasp. She seemed to be searching for something. At 1:14 a.m., The sound of high heels clicking came from the innermost bedroom. At 2:44 a.m., the bathroom door trembled slightly, and soon the door opened a gap. From that gap, an eyeball glanced into the bedroom where Han Fei resided. A pale arm reached out from inside the bathroom. What hair stuck to the face? The person crawled out from the bathroom, and the next moment, it disappeared from Han Fei's field of vision. The temperature in the bedroom dropped. Han Fei gritted his teeth tightly. He heard something brushing against the mattress. Han Fei's eyes stretched as far as it could without moving his head, and he believed he saw someone kneeling by the foot of the bed. With their head lowered, it looked like the person was ready to crawl into bed with Han Fei. Han Fei swallowed a scream as he kept a close tab on the kneeling figure. It was now 2:45 a.m. The mission time was almost over. Chill crept into his heart. Han Fei's face was purple from the gargantuan effort needed to still his heart and body. Just as his heart was about to give out, the television set in the living room switched on. The cold light filtered into the bedroom, and the chill inside the room dissipated. Han Fei relaxed his closed fists. When he looked towards the living room again, there was a new figure sitting on the couch. Chapter 34. At 2:45 a.m., the television screen lit up on its own. The eerie light illuminated the dark living room. Several faces could be seen reflected on the flickering, snowy static screen. The hellish mission was almost over. To be honest, Han Fei had no idea how he managed to survive for so long, but he finally saw a bit of hope at the end of the tunnel. 5 figures sat facing away from the bedroom door on the living room couch. They stared transfixed at the old television screen, as if there was something immeasurably interesting among the static. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ticking of the clock aligned with Han Fei's heartbeat. He tried his best to calm himself. He must not let himself commit any mistake now that he was at the last leg of the mission. His eyes scanned the people in the living room. Eventually his gaze settled on the television screen. Underneath the fuzzy static, there was a male voice. It was barely discernible. It sounded like a madman mumbling to himself. Han Fei focused his attention. He picked out terms like dissection, metamorphosis, break free, beauty, and so on. Room 1044 is haunted by the victims of the human jigsaw case. I've personally encountered Wei Yufu and Mei's ghosts here. However, based on the tone of the man from the TV, it doesn't sound like he's a fellow victim. If anything, he sounds more like the killer. The victims of the human jigsaw case were all ordinary people. Han Fei had seen their photos at their time of death. Every single one of them was filled with despair and pain. They did not sound like people who would repeat these meaningless mumbo-jumbos after death. To get to the bottom of this, Han Fei tried to grasp every single detail from what the man was saying. Based on the crime scenes, the murders were highly ritualistic. Han Fei thought back to the information he had read on the case. The law enforcement paid special import to this case. Even a decade later, the case was still open. Xianlu police was still investigating and collecting evidence. They even offered rewards for any possible clues. Through the official release statements, Han Fei understood some of the insider details. According to the common classifications, there are 4 types of serial killers: visionary, mission, hedonistic, and control. Xianlu police classified the human jigsaw killer as an extremely violent person with a mission who was looking for control. Most of the victims of the case were children and females. The police profilers thus believed the murderer was someone who had no control in real life, and thus went after targets who were weaker than him. He wished to gain something from these victims to satisfy his twisted heart. Of course, Han Fei only had limited information from the police's official statement. The other information he instead gathered from the internet. They might not be accurate, but at least they had provided him with a direction of investigation. Until now, he agreed with the profiler's assessment, but as he continued to piece together what the man on the TV was saying, he realized the killer had a much deeper purpose than that. There might be a deeper meaning to this string of murders. Metamorphosis? Butterfly? Han Fei had gained a clue from Perfect Life, which was not to the police's knowledge. The suspect from the frozen body case. Meng Chang'an had predicted the human jigsaw case. Meng Chang'an himself was not a normal person. After his first murder, he revealed to his family that there was someone guiding him. He did what he did to catch a clearer glimpse of the butterfly in his brain. The frozen body case and human jigsaw case appear to be related to the butterfly. What does this butterfly symbolize? Meng Chang'an claimed the butterfly ignited the murderous urge within him. Now listening to the man on the TV, The murderer from the human jigsaw case was somehow induced by the butterfly as well. From the murder scenes alone, one would think the murderer is a mission-type serial killer, but now as I listen to this voice on the TV, there are plenty of flagrant symbolism and visions. His motive is extremely complex. Han Fei was not a professional detective. A few days ago, his homework was coming up with punchlines to make people laugh. In terms of deduction and analysis, he was just a beginner. Turning to the figures on the couch, Han Fei studied the 5 blurry shadows and images of the victims floated up in his mind. The order by which the victims were murdered didn't seem to say much, but their age. The child who appeared inside the house at 0:14 a.m. was very similar to the youngest victim of the human jigsaw case. Chui Tianqi, 12, he was once a children's outfit model. He died between 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Then Han Fei turned to the second ghost. This was the woman with the long hair who shuffled past the bedroom door at 0:44 a.m. Chui Tsai, Chui Tianqi's elder sister, 18, she had a pair of pure and gorgeous eyes. She was an eye model. Many eye products had her as their ambassador. His eyes then moved to the short-haired woman with the fruit knife. An image instantly pulled up in his mind. Xiao Qing, 20, a university student and a family tutor. She excelled in both sports and studies. The money she earned she used to support her schooling, and a part she used for charity donation. She also took on legs modeling jobs. Next to the short-haired woman was a lady with a wiry frame. She wore a pair of high heels and her skin was eerily white. Zhang Linfan, 23, a live streamer with a small following. She had a pair of snow-white hands. She often took on nail art advertisements. She was a hand model. She died around 1 a.m. About the same time, she appeared earlier. The next victim should be the 25-years-old Mei. Other than a housewife, she had a social media presence that was quite popular. She shared her daily life on it, and was famed for her plump lips. Many lipstick companies reached out to her. The victim closest in age to Mei was Wei Youfu, 26. He died around 3 a.m. He was the only victim who did not have a particular attractive physical asset. That led the police to believe Wei Youfu was murdered because he arrived at the wrong place at the wrong time. Furthermore, this was the killer's first stint, so Wei Youfu was believed to be an unfortunate collateral damage. Other than Wei Youfu, there is only one other male victim. He was the oldest of all the victims. Gu Hua, 29, a catalog model. He died between 3 to 4 a.m. There were 8 victims in the human jigsaw case. 7 of them had almost similar time of death and were close in age. Han Fei also noticed that the older they were, the later their time of death. From midnight to 4 a.m., from the darkest hour to almost dawn. According to biology, the human body physiology and ability started to peak after 12 and began to deteriorate after 30. Every victim of the human jigsaw case appeared to be specially selected. This was no random killings, it was a premeditated crime.
Notification for player 0000. New player mission. Sleeping has been completed. Obtained 1 free skill point. Obtain the mission reward, the landlord's keys. Notification for player 0000. Due to the slight increase in the new player mission, you have also obtained an additional reward, landlord's cigarettes x 3-inch, landlord's keys, grade G blood red item. After the landlord passed away, the building's spare keys disappeared. Perhaps it was stolen by the other tenants or borrowed by ghosts. Landlord's cigarettes x3, grade G blood red item. After the landlord passed away, his 3 kids laid 3 cigarettes out before his ceremonial urn in his memory.
Hearing the sound in his mind, Han Fei gave out a long breath. When he saw the exit button lit up, he felt everything was right with the world again. Life truly is a journey. I now have Wolverine's nerves of steel. Nothing can put me down anymore. Han Fei glanced towards the inventory, and all the newest mission rewards were there. All of the new player missions reward me with the landlord's items. Is the game trying to model me to become the new landlord? Looks like there is a purpose for me to complete all the new player missions. The landlord's keys will come in very useful. The hint given by the system is not wrong. Completing all the new player missions will help me get to know this world better. Han Fei was thankful that he did not abandon the new player missions. The lucrative rewards of the sleeping mission helped assert his decision to take on the showering mission. The 3 new player missions should correspond to 3 rewards related to the landlord. The The ring can help me detect the presence of ghosts, the key I can use to open other apartment units. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get from the showering mission. Humans were compelled by greed. After Han Fei was sure that he could quit the game at any time, he decided to push his luck further. I still have 1 hour to complete the shower mission. I should try my best to complete all the new player missions. Slowly peeling off a corner of the quilt, Han Fei was astonished to see Wei Youfu standing at the bedroom door. The latter used his body to block the other ghost's line of sight into Han Fei's room. When the hell did he appear? Han Fei then realized Wei Youfu was probably the person who came out from the innermost bedroom when he was all curled up under the quilt. Staring at Wei Youfu's back, Han Fei had a feeling that Wei Youfu was different from the other ghosts in this house. The other ghosts were physically impaired, but Wei Youfu's body was fully intact, or at least it was on the surface. Youfu doesn't seem like he's hostile towards me. This differentiates him from the other ghosts. Is it possible that he still retains part of his humanity and memory? Chapter 36 of all the victims in the human jigsaw case. Wei Youfu was the most unique one. The murderer killed in the name of beauty, but Wei Youfu was much too normal. The man was not particularly attractive. It was rude to say that. Yes, but that was the truth. As sound as the argument was, there was no supporting evidence. Han Fei originally sided with the police, but after he interacted with Wei Youfu in the game, his perspective started to change. With a glance at Wei Youfu's life, it appeared normal and even banal. He never did anything out of line or unexpected. He loved his wife, cherished his father. He worked with honesty and without complaint. The man seemed to always hold the world in the light of hope. There was something beautiful about that. The man had a beautiful soul. Han Fei believed that was the thing of beauty the killer wanted from Wei Youfu. Alas, he had no evidence to prove it. Han Fei tried to think back to everything he remembered about Wei Youfu, and something he saw at the man's home when he first visited the place stuck out at him. He noticed many Lego toys and jigsaw puzzles on display inside the cupboard at Wei Youfu's living room. Lego was a toy manufactured decades ago. They were building blocks with more than 1,300 shapes and equally as many variances in colors. They could be mixed and matched to create different constructions. In China, they were also known as magic plastic building blocks. As technology progressed, Lego was also washed away by the tides of time, but some adults still purchased them as items of collection. Could that be the connection between the two? Both Wei Youfu and the killer were Lego enthusiasts? But Wei Youfu worked with building blocks, but the killer with human body parts. Does this mean Wei Youfu knew his killer? There was even a moment where Han Fei thought, or Wei Youfu is the killer. The killer could have easily found his other targets from the internet, but to know whether someone had a pure soul, they had to interact with them in person for an extended period of time. The killer must be someone who knew Wei Youfu very well. While Han Fei was parsing this information, footsteps erupted from the innermost bedroom. The seventh victim appeared at 3:14 a.m. This catalog model by the name of Gu Hua was once very famous in the modeling industry. He had what the designers called a golden ratio body proportion, but unfortunately, he got into a car accident at the peak of his career. His life was spared, but his face was heavily injured. After a facial reconstruction surgery, his star shone less bright than before. Of the 7 victims, Gu Hua was the oldest. His appearance also appeared to symbolize the passing of the night, and change was about to happen. When Gu Hua walked past the bedroom door, Wei Youfu followed after him. All 7 victims sat on the couch. They sat facing away from Han Fei and stared at the television screen quietly. The television screen reflected the situation in real life, and Han Fei noticed something. When he did the mission to watch a television show, he had tuned into a hellish cartoon with a very abstract and grotesque style. It was like a child's nightmare. At the time, the monster made from the 7 victims appeared to join him in the living room. When they were patched together, the victims were violent, crazy, desperate, and murderous. However, the situation tonight was very different. The victims appeared individually. When they were separated from each other, each of them seemed to retain a certain level of humanity. At least they didn't come after him with malicious wrath. The temperature in the house continued to drop to freezing point before the image in the screen finally changed. Wei Youfu was still seated on the couch in the living room, but on the television, he moved to pick up the picture frame from the table. He took a cloth and polished it gently. He gestured at the people inside the frame as he sidled up to Ame. Ame inside the screen tried to push him away shyly, but she gave up after a few times. She seemed to be lecturing Wei Yofu, but her eyes were filled with bliss. The other victims inside the screen also stood up to attend to their own business. According to Han Fei's research, Xiao Qing was a foodie, and currently she was in the kitchen cooking away. The siblings, Tianqi and Tianyi, were arguing. The younger brother, Tianqi, puffed up his cheeks in mock anger and spat out his tongue at his sister because he couldn't win at verbal arguments. The live streamer, Zhang Linfan, turned to a compact mirror and worked on her makeup. The oldest Gu Hua took out cans of beer from the fridge. He put on an ear mic for music and tossed the cans back. The television screen was showing the last bit of each victim's beautiful memory. However, this last slice of heaven shown on the television was slowly being blurred out by the static. As if trying to hold on to this small shard of happiness, they gathered before the television to watch reruns of it every night. They too once had happiness and bliss in their hands. With the monster's appearance, the television will broadcast the hellish cartoon, but when the victims are separated, the television will show their individual happy memory. The world outside the house was turning more dire and dangerous by the minutes, but an air of peace and tranquility permeated the house. Han Fei hid under the quilt and observed everything. The longer he watched, the more melancholic he felt. As an actor, he was very good at reading expressions. He needed great empathy to get into character. At that moment, he could empathize greatly with the victim's feelings. No one wants to become a monster. Han Fei glanced at the wall clock. It was now 3:30 a.m. The showering mission would perish at 4 a.m., so he did not have much time left. At 3:35 a.m., Han Fei made a very brave decision. He slowly pulled the quilt back. If you woke up to 7 ghosts watching television outside your bedroom at midnight, what would you do? Most would move to call the police, run out from the house, or continue to hide in bed. However, Han Fei chose a path different from all of the above. He chose to walk out from the bedroom to join the 7 ghosts. The patched-up monster could not be communicated with, so to get to know the victims, Han Fei had to interact with them individually. Han Fei tried to even out his breathing as he walked out from the bedroom. The 7 victims were so glued to the television that none of them paid Han Fei any attention. He slunk over and squeezed himself into the end of the couch. If one looked from the back, Han Fei fitted in perfectly. Han Fei had social anxiety and was an orphan. He never had to deal with familial communication problems because he did not have a family before. Leaning into the couch, Han Fei did not disturb the other victims. He merely sat beside them and watched the television quietly. Chapter 37. Staying alone at his rental. The first thing Han Fei did after coming home was to switch on the television. He was not really interested in the program. He just wanted a background sound so it would not appear too lonesome by himself. The old-fashioned television set broadcasted the reruns of the victim's memory. Han Fei imprinted as many details as he could into his mind. However, time was ticking. If he did not attempt the shower mission soon, it would be automatically substituted by the system. Glancing at the clock, when it was 3:50 a.m., he stood up quietly and walked alone to the bathroom. I'll have to give it a try after all. I know collecting all the new player missions rewards will be of great help to me in the future. Perfect Life was essentially a life simulator, so after Han Fei gave it some thought, assigning shower as one of the missions was quite acceptable. However, Han Fei also knew the mission would entail more than just a simple shower. After checking around, Han Fei realized the bathroom door's lock was already ruined. It can't be locked? Han Fei's brows furrowed together. Thankfully, the man was good at finding the silver lining. At least the mission didn't require me to be naked. While fully clothed, Han Fei switched on the shower and stood under it. He was still holding the cleaver. The water plastered his clothes to his skin. It restricted his movement. It did not feel good. The game really did simulate even the smallest detail. After standing under the shower for half a minute, Han Fei noticed the completion rate for the mission was still 0. With his whole body soaked, Han Fei turned towards the wash basin. A bottle of hair shampoo, body cream, and face scrub sat on top of it. It feels weird showering at 4 a.m. inside a haunted house. No matter how high I adjust the water temperature, it's still so freezing. He squeezed out some body cream and slathered it on his body. Finally, the completion rate of the mission was climbing. So this is how it feels like to shower with clothes on. Indeed, in this game, you can attempt many things that you wouldn't do in real life. From his talk with Huang Yin, Han Fei noticed something. A normal Perfect Life game had many restrictions on its player, but his version of Perfect Life seemed to do away with them. No GM was there to restrict his actions. As long as he was alive, he could do anything he wanted. This place was a veritable test of human nature. It could be hell or heaven, depending on his choice. The water temperature gradually rose, and the bathroom misted. Han Fei's attention sharpened with alertness. After he put down the body cream and reached for the hair shampoo, the previously closed bathroom door opened on its own. Who is it? Han Fei glanced towards the living room. The television was still playing the 7 victims' memory, but the victims themselves had gone missing. The temperature of the shower continued to rise, but Han Fei felt much chillier in person. The air in the cramped bathroom seemed to solidify. The suffocating Han Fei turned to the misted mirror. Inside the mirror, other than Han Fei, there were 7 other faces. Han Fei fixed his neck in place and stared right into the mirror. Give him 1,000,000 and he would not turn around. Wei Youfu in the mirror slowly walked towards Han Fei. He reached his finger forward to write something on the mirror. Words started to appear on the surface of the misted mirror. The child is coming soon. Help her. This was Han Fei's first time communicating with his roommate. Seeing the words on the mirror and Wei Youfu standing behind him, a strange feeling rose within him. Outside the game, he was arranged to play Wei Youfu's character, and at that moment, he was only a mirror away from the actual person his character was modeled after. His heart still quivered from fear, but beyond that, there arose a different emotion. It was not pity or charity. Looking into the eyes of the 7 victims, Han Fei appeared to see his former self. Raising his arm, Han Fei's fingertip landed on the mirror's surface. Chills surged through his finger into his mind. He nodded slowly but with determination. I promise you, I will help her. With that, Wei Youfu gave a simple smile. Then blood leaked out from his skull and neck. Ghastly lashes materialized on his body. Standing next to Han Fei, his body was being brutally dismembered, like a jigsaw puzzle being forcibly pulled apart. Blood splattered on the white bathroom wall. Han Fei had not experienced something as horrifying as this. Liquid splashed onto his body, but he could not even tell whether it was water or blood. To his consternation, Wei Youfu was merely the first. After Wei Youfu's body was completely dismembered, the similar cruel fate descended upon Mei, Shui Tianqi, Shui Cai. Fresh blood flowers bloomed in the narrow bathroom. The world in the mirror was blood red. Outside the mirror, Han Fei's body felt like it had been dropped in ice. His body shook uncontrollably. Water slid down his face, blood slithered down the mirror. Against his better instinct, Han Fei kept his eyes open. The horror and gore were beyond any horror flicks. The reality of it slit at his heart. This was how these 7 poor souls died. After all the 7 victims were in pieces, their flesh and blood in the mirror appeared to gain its own life. Despair, hatred, and pain formed black threads that started to string the broken pieces together. After the killer harvested the organs he needed from the victims, he had done the very same thing. Han Fei was placed back at the crime scene. The flesh were puzzle pieces glued back together with hatred-filled wires. An ugly, scary, crazy monster reborn from the dead meat of the victims. Its size grew. The twisted faces of the 7 victims slowly surfaced. They had all lost their rationality. They groaned and yelled in madness. Their broken and used limbs littered the room. The scene was too gory, but Han Fei forced himself to look. He had promised Wei Youfu he would lend that child help. Who is this child? There has to be a reason why the 7 victims have done this. They disintegrated and reformed before my eyes for a reason. They wanted me to see something. The veins bulged as the flesh melted together. The monster rose to the ceiling, but its size was still growing. Blood poured like rain. Finally, Han Fei spotted something at the location where the monster's heart should be. Inside the monster's body, he saw a girl's face which he had not seen before. It was a face which had not appeared in any of the case files. The police had not released any information about this person either. She is the 8th victim? She's the last piece of the puzzle. Chapter 38, It was a blood-red world on the other side of the mirror. Broken flesh, blood, and the Frankenstein monster filled up the small bathroom. Even though the gore was not reflected outside the mirror, the monster might as well be there behind Han Fei from the horror and pressure that the man felt. The smell of blood thickened. Warm water splashed on his skin, but it felt like he was being showered with icy cold blood. Inside the television at the living room, the victim's warm memories disappeared. They were replaced by the child's nightmare. Small characters scurried through an eerie jungle before they were hauled back into the dark wooden house by a pair of invisible hands. The monster in the mirror grew larger and larger. The human face at the monster's heart became clearer. It was the face of a girl. She looked quite young. The face was devoid of any expression. It was as unreadable as a white piece of paper. She is the eighth victim? The one without any official records. Han Fei branded the girl's face into his mind. This would be crucial to solve the case. The mist in the bathroom turned sticky as the monster in the mirror solidified. When it pieced itself back together, it would probably appear in real life, just like how it did when Han Fei attempted the TV mission. After witnessing the victims' individual dismemberment and their reconstruction into a monster, Han Fei's SAN value skyrocketed. His body shook uncontrollably, but even at that moment, he still had not forgotten his promise to Wei Youfu. Standing alone inside the mirror, the monster was gaining corporeality. It materialized out from the water mist. How am I supposed to help her? The eighth victim was like a princess sleeping inside the monster's body. She would only appear during these few moments alongside the monster when it attempted to reconstruct itself. Looking from another perspective, this innocent girl could be the scariest of them all, for she seemed to be an integral part of the monster, its heart to be precise. Wei Youfu only hoped that Han Fei could help the girl, but he did not give Han Fei any pointer on how to do that. As the monster gradually formed, the girl's face was layered behind flesh and blood. She was about to be engulfed by the other victims' bodies. As the girl slowly disappeared and the monster gradually manifested itself, Han Fei knew he would have to do something soon. Turning around, Han Fei glanced through the mist at the Frankenstein monster that easily took up the entire bathroom. He made a crazy decision. Reaching into the gap between the flesh and resisting the sense of disgust that came from his arms, Han Fei pried away the flesh and guts that were about to consume the girl's face. He was going to tear the girl out from the monster's body. His hands were covered in blood, his and 8 other people's blood. The sharp bone chips scratched at his skin. Fear and pain tormented his nerves, but Han Fei refused to surrender. More globs of flesh swamped towards the girl's face. Han Fei gritted his teeth and pulled and pushed at the moving flesh. He was trying to save the girl. Han Fei had not seen so much blood in his life, and this was definitely the scariest thing he had ever experienced. He cleansed his mind and allowed a single purpose to take over his body, because if he stopped for even a second to think about what he was doing, fear would overwhelm him. Flabs of meat were peeled away. Han Fei's body was soaked in water and blood. However, his movement became more agile and proficient. Inch by inch, Han Fei nudged the girl's head and shoulders out from the monster's central cavity. Strands of capillaries snapped loose. Han Fei's mind was blank. He repeated the same action mechanically until the wall clock in the living room buzzed with noise. It was 4 a.m. Dawn had arrived. Even though it was still dark outside the window, the speed by which the flesh recovered conspicuously slowed. The sleeping beauty's eyelashes fluttered as if waking up. Han Fei took this as a sign of encouragement. He stepped on the fallen flesh. He dug in his heels and slowly pulled out the girl's arm. The water mist dyed with blood. As Han Fei tightened his grip on the girl's hand and tried to pull her out from the ugly monster, the sleeping girl suddenly opened her eyes. Han Fei had never seen such a gaze before. There was no soul behind the girl's eyes. She appeared to have no emotion or memory. The clear pupils were like those of a newborn baby.
I'm here to save you.
In that hell, Han Fei looked straight into the girl's eye as he held onto her arm. He couldn't tell if the girl understood him or not. For now, he just wanted to drag the girl out from the monster. The girl looked at Han Fei and her surroundings with open confusion. She did not fathom anything. A self was missing behind her eyes. They were like mirrors that reflected the world that she saw. The reconstruction of the monster lagged behind. However, after Han Fei dug out the girl's other arm, he stopped. The rest of the girl's body was pierced through by black threads. They weaved her together with the rest of the monster. Brute force was not going to separate the two.
Do you know what are the black threads inside your body? Do you know how can I get rid of them?
Just as Han Fei touched the threads, his brain dazed. Malice and despair surged into his mind. The girl did not seem like she understood Han Fei. He had to try again to grasp as much information as he could from her.
What is your name? Do you remember who did this to you?
Han Fei did not know the method to get rid of the black lines, so he hoped to find out more about the girl instead. Perhaps she would lead him directly to the killer. Apprehending him would help avenge all the victims. The girl inside the monster still did not reply. Her eyes danced around before they landed on the television in the living room. The eloping characters were dragged back into the wooden house. They wailed silently. The whole forest echoed with their soundless cries. A dark image, a dark night, a dark house. Seeing the cartoon, the girl seemed to remember something. She stammered. It sounded like a song.
Daddy cradled Mommy's head. He said he'd use her hair to make me a new raiment. To the canteen, the naughty kids go, but the good kids stay for reward and compliment. You should smile, you should cry, but above all, you should always heed Father's advice. Big brothers, big sisters sent far away, little brothers, little sisters, their ranks wasting away. After I put on Daddy's new clothing, he said I'm still missing a pair of wings.
After the girl finished, the strange cartoon on the television changed. Millions of fireflies flew out from the dark forest, bringing with them pinpricks of light. The monster in the bathroom started to collapse. The girl's body was yanked by the black threads into the viscous pool of blood. Han Fei tried to stop it, but he was unable to do anything. The 8th victim died at 4 a.m., right at the moment of dawn. Han Fei memorized the girl's song as he turned to the TV.
Forest, black house, brothers and sisters, new raiment, wings. There was an influx of new information. These were fresh clues that the police did not have.
Notification for player 0000. New player mission. Take a shower completed. Obtained 1 free skill point and the mission reward, the landlord's diary. Chapter 39. After some time, both the girl and the monster disappeared into the mist. The bathroom returned to normal. The shower continued to splash on Han Fei. The man, whose energy was drained, collapsed to the ground. His clothes were soaked. Staring at his hands, the whole experience felt very surreal.
I have just dug into people's flesh.
Even though his intention was pure, the scary scene still left a huge impact on Han Fei. He was transported to the crime scene and saw everything that happened to the victims. His brain buzzed. Han Fei cleaned his hands under the shower as if they were still dirty with invisible blood.
And this is just a new player mission.
After some time, Han Fei crawled up from the ground. He switched off the shower and stood dumbly before the bathroom door. The sprays of blood that erupted in the bathroom was striking. Thinking back, his body still shook.
Wei Youfu wanted me to help the girl. None of the other victims interrupted me either. From their perspective, the girl and the monster desperately needs aid.
Standing a distance away from the mirror, Han Fei quietly arranged the clues in his mind. The girl looked like she was around 15, but she did not seem like she knew anything. It was like she was raised isolated from society. In her world, there was only Daddy, Mommy, and her siblings. Probably because she was not properly educated that she was able to relay so many horrifying details in such an even tone. They appear normal in her mind.
His clothes stuck to his body, and Han Fei's brain was pounding. His mind and body had reached their limits. My stamina both mentally and physically is still too weak. I can barely think after just 2 missions. Looks like I'll have to attempt to level up to gain more attribute points as fast as possible. Han Fei leaned against the wall to steady his swaying body. He opened the character profile and added the 2 skill points he gained from the new player missions into acting.
Notification for player 0000. Your acting skill has reached Intermediate 5. Congratulations for crossing the threshold. Now you can proudly say that you're a good actor.
Since he started the game, Han Fei put all his skill points in acting, but he had been too focused on his survival to notice any difference. But now that the system mentioned it, he did realize his acting skill had gained tremendous improvement. His control of facial muscle was much more masterful, allowing him to assume different micro-expression at his whim. Other than these technical improvements, his adaptability and psychological endurance had a leaping enhancement as well. His acting skill had reached a level where a conventional actor would need years of experience to achieve. Han Fei then retrieved the landlord's diary from his inventory. It looked like a normal black notebook. It was unused, every page was empty. It's probably because I've not found the correct way to use it. Han Fei was too tired to investigate it now. He replaced the diary back into the inventory. He dragged his tired body out from the bathroom and closed the door behind him. It's kinda sad that no neighbors came to visit me today. After taking a breather, Han Fei quitted the game. Blood tangled over his world. Han Fei had gotten used to this loading screen. Removing the gaming helmet, Han Fei laid in bed and refused to move. Night never left in the game, but in reality, the sun had already risen. Lying in bed quietly, Han Fei's mind was filled with clues about the case. Whenever he closed his eyes, he found himself back into that horrid bathroom. Tossing and turning, he eventually drifted off. The afternoon sun slanted through the gap in the curtains. Han Fei was awakened by the phone ringing. The stuff he ordered from the internet had arrived. He went downstairs to retrieve the package. Han Fei opened the box and read through the manuals for items like the tasers and nunchucks. At least for now, he wasn't completely vulnerable. After having a casual lunch, Han Fei switched on the computer to organize his clues. The 8th victim is a girl around age 13 to 16. Considering the fact that she's not in the citizenry database, then she might be an abandoned baby. Since orphanages are connected to the government, registered orphans would be in the system too. So this girl was probably taken in by a private party and raised in isolation from the world. With the aid of the 6th-generation photon computer, electronic footprint was inevitable once one used the internet. In other words, this girl had not used the internet before. Abandoned baby, forest, and strange parents. Han Fei added this remark next to the blank photo that represented the 8th victim. She lived far away from the city and technology, probably deep inside a jungle. The killer murdered in the name of beauty. The 8th victim was the last. She died before dawn, the moment the killer's mangled project was completed. Through the girl's little ditty, I have reasons to believe the killer is the girl's father. As the scope of the suspect narrowed down, Han Fei remembered another clue. Assuming the killer really did come after Wei Youfu for his beautiful soul, then the killer would have to be familiar with Wei Youfu. Han Fei went online to look into Wei Youfu's social contact, and he eventually found something. There was a puzzle hobbyist shop that Wei Youfu frequented. He looked into the boss and employees' information, but none of them seemed like the suspect. The workload is too heavy, and this is just the investigation on Wei Youfu. I won't be able to do all these alone. Han Fei now understood the hardship of law enforcement. After giving it some thought, he decided to reach out to the police. Hiding away the gaming helmet, Han Fei took out his phone to call Li Shui. To solve a cold case from a decade ago, it was too difficult for a former comedy actor. Han Fei needed help, but he also wanted to make a deal with Li Shui.
Li Shui, are you free now?
Han Fei's phone filled with curses, begging, but there was not a whisper from Li Shui.
Are you in the middle of a mission?
A drug bust. Can you come over to my place? I think I have found out what the 8th victim of the Jigsaw case looks like. You've information on the 8th victim?
Li Shui's tone changed immediately.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute. My address is... I know where you live. Did you forget it was me who dropped you home last time?
The call ended. 20 minutes later, Li Shui in casual attire appeared at Han Fei's door.
Your house is quite clean, unlike what I imagine a bachelor's pad to be like.
After entering the room and seeing the wall of crime, Li Shui was stunned. The victims' pictures were stuck to the wall and various clues were strung neatly together. For a moment, she felt she had entered the heavy crime unit's office.
Please, take a seat.
Han Fei poured Li Shui a glass of water.
Aren't you supposed to be an actor?
Li Shui's eyes still lingered on the wall.
Are you moonlighting as a private investigator also? Oh no. Please don't get the wrong idea. The current project I'm in is based on the human Jigsaw case. It's called The Flower of Sin. These are the information I've done for my role.
After playing Perfect Life, Han Fei's personality mellowed out. No matter in what situation, the man found himself to be less easily fazed.
So what you're trying to say is, you've managed to find out crucial information about the 8th victim due to the research you have done for your upcoming movie?
Li Shui was a detective who had been in many big cases, but even at that moment, she was stumped. Chapter 40.
I am a detective story buff, and I play the victim in my current project. After getting to know the character, I really want to return to the victims their much-deserved justice.
Han Fei said evenly. No matter how you looked at it, the man did not appear like he was lying. Is this what they call method acting? Li Shui thought as she sat across from Han Fei.
Before I start the story, I need to ask you one thing first.
Han Fei did not obfuscate the issue and shot right for his mark.
If I help you solve this human jigsaw case, what kind of consequence will it cause? The human jigsaw case is an open case from more than a decade ago. Many officers still have it on their mind. If we can solve it together, then we'll be heroes.
Li Shui took a sip of the water.
You're an actor. If we really can solve this case, then your popularity will skyrocket and the media will crowd towards you. Other than the monetary rewards, there are many other side benefits. Of course, it's even more important for me. If the case is solved, it'll be my ticket to go back to the heavy crime unit.
That was probably Li Shui's goal all along. It was why she had been helping Han Fei.
For now, money and fame don't mean much to me. I just wish to have a better relationship with law enforcement. We might have more interactions in the future.
Li Shui narrowed her eyes at Han Fei.
I don't know what you're getting at, but let's not waste time anymore. What does the 8th victim look like?
Li Shui took out her phone to look for something.
I do not have her actual picture, but I do remember what she looks like.
Han Fei opened a facial reconstruction program on his computer and keyed in all the information. Moments later, a slender girl around 14 appeared on his computer screen. Staring at the picture, Li Shui's eyes were transfixed for a long time. Eventually, she gave a sigh.
Kid, you're the real deal after all. Now I fully believe you. You didn't earlier? Of course not. After all, you're a comedy actor who came to me out of nowhere with the key information of an old case. Anyone in my place would find that inconceivable. But you have not seen the actual 8th victim before. What if I just come up with a random picture to trick you? Do you really think the police are that dumb?
Li Shui turned her phone around to show Han Fei her screen. The girl on the screen was 90% similar to the girl reconstructed by Han Fei's computer.
The police had used the little bits of the 8th victim to speculate her age and used parts of her bone structure to theorize her physical frame. We also used the computer to simulate her facial appearance. We merely have not released the information to the public.
Looks like the police did have more information than I expected, but this is a good thing. Han Fei planned to combine both parties' clues through Li Shui.
What is your opinion regarding this case? Or is there a theory that is floating around among law enforcement? We believe the killer is of medium build, perhaps even on the slighter side. The killer has a certain mastery of fighting skill and autopsy skill. They are very thorough and meticulous. Considering the uniqueness of the 8th victim, the killer most likely has adopted an abandoned baby which had not been registered in the system. Li Shui volunteered a lot, and they helped expand Han Fei's perception of the case.
That is similar to what I thought, but the police seem to have missed one detail.
Pointing at Wei Youfu's picture, he shared his hypothesis. He believed the killer knew Wei Youfu. They were more than passing acquaintances.
That might be the case, but to tell you the truth, the police have already investigated everyone connected to all the victims.
Li Shui used her ID to log into the police's internal database.
For the puzzle hobbyist shop you mentioned, we checked everyone, from the owner to the staff. All of them have ironclad alibis.
Then, can you help me check one more thing?
Han Fei wrote down Meng Chang'an's name.
I wish to know whether Meng Xi's 3 sons knew Wei Youfu or not, especially this Meng Chang'an. You think the human jigsaw case and the frozen body case have the same killer? But their MO is completely different. Furthermore, Meng family's 3 siblings had alibis during the jigsaw killer's murder spree. The police have already considered the things that you do now. Even if the 2 cases do not have the same killer, they are definitely connected.
Han Fei could be so sure because he knew that Meng Chang'an had predicted the human jigsaw case through the game. Looking through the investigation report, Li Shui scanned for a long time before she found a point of intersection between Meng Chang'an and Wei Youfu's lives.
According to the records, a few days before the start of the human jigsaw case, Meng Chang'an and Wei Youfu visited the same puzzle hobbyist shop. But they did not know each other. They were strangers to each other.
For the law enforcement, they had to start from ground zero. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, it was different for Han Fei. The game provided him with a clear direction. His investigation difficulty was much lower than the police.
Meng Chang'an has frequented the same store?
Han Fei said excitedly.
There is something wrong with that shop. We need to expand the scope of investigation. Other than the staff, we need to look into the other customers who might have interacted with Meng Chang'an or Wei Youfu. Are you sure about this? Yes.
Han Fei nodded confidently and then added,
Other than that, I have an extra clue for you. The eighth victim did not leave behind any trace on the internet because she was kept at a place secluded from society by the killer. She lived inside a black house surrounded by an expansive forest. How did you know these things?
Li Shui asked as she jotted down the notes.
If I say I heard them from the victims themselves, would you believe me?
Li Shui thought for a while before saying,
Actually, I would. The coroner's job is to help the dead find a voice. Perhaps you too have your own method. But don't worry, I'm not interested in that. I just want to solve this case.
Li Shui stood up.
The database doesn't go back 10 years, so we don't have access to the information on the puzzle hobbyist shop's customers. However, I will go visit my teacher. He was part of the team investigating the case, and as you can predict, it is still bothering him. Okay, I'll inform you at first notice if we have any update.
After putting the phone and information in her bag, Li Shui turned back to glance at the wall of murder victims.
In a way, you've gone far and beyond with your homework as an actor. Nah, it's nothing. These are just basic preparation for my job.
Han Fei said embarrassedly. After he started playing Perfect Life, a surprising number of people gave him compliments. After sending Li Shui away, Han Fei prepared to settle down to study criminology when his phone rang.
Director Jiang, I thought we were done with all of my scenes. How can I help you? Han Fei, it's like this. After a discussion, we decided to add more scenes for you. We are going to add more storyline to flesh out Wei Youfu's character. Do you mind coming over to film them?
Director Jiang informed Han Fei. His tone was friendly. The director was wildly impressed by Han Fei's acting skill.
Okay, I'll be there soon.
Han Fei hurried to Northern Street. When he arrived, the crew was already in place. It was visible that despite the small budget, Director Jiang's team viewed this movie with great importance. Chapter 41.
Han Fei, sorry to trouble you some more.
Spotting Han Fei, Director Jiang came to welcome him.
Mainly it's because your acting skill is too good for us to let it go to waste. Due to budget constraints, the project employs many new actors. Most of them are fresh in the field. Unfortunately, not many of them can truly master their roles. I don't mind it personally, but won't a last-minute amendment to the script ruin the flow? Every single minute is crucial in a movie. If additional scenes are given to me, perhaps the characterization of the main characters wouldn't be so rounded.
Han Fei was truly concerned about the quality of the film.
The script will be changed regardless.
Director Jiang said sincerely.
Our writers have a long discussion about it. Out of concern to the victims' families, we decided to edit some of the scenes.
Director Jiang was strict with his actors, but he was respectful towards the victims and their surviving families. After all, it was not his goal to take advantage of them.
The movie is based on a real event. Indeed, we'll have to consider the feelings of the actual victim's family. You're right.
Director Jiang patted Han Fei's shoulders.
Hurry to make up then. For your information, we're going to add some everyday scenes to flesh out Wei Youfu's character.
Han Fei moved to a room down in the basement. It was the crew's temporary dressing room. Han Fei chose the innermost corner and sat down. The stylist handed him the clothes similar to those worn by Wei Youfu, and set for him Wei Youfu's hairstyle. While the stylist busied with his makeup, Han Fei picked up the newly edited script and read it silently. The door was pushed open.
Why are we here again? We've already wrapped up the shot, haven't we?
A young man about 180 centimeters stormed into the room. A woman about 30 trailed behind him.
Who could have predicted that the victim's family would suddenly change their minds? They're now outside the set. The scenes have to be res-hot because of them.
The woman carried a bag and held several documents and the script.
Why did you choose this script in the first place?
The young man turned his anger on the woman.
There's no budget, and, other than myself, all the other actors are practically unheard of. This film is going to ruin my accumulated reputation. This is the agency's decision. There are not many films in this genre, thus lesser competition. It can get popular if done well.
The woman mumbled softly, afraid of being viewed as combative by the star. She added plaintively.
Furthermore, Jiang Yi is a good director. Even though he has not produced any blockbusters, the critics always rave about his films. Ah Chung, please just follow along this one time. It's easy for you to say.
The young man called Ah Chung was about to argue further when a commotion came from outside the building. It sounded like a heated argument. Ah Chung and his manager's interest was instantly piqued, and they went to watch the show. Han Fei, whose makeup was done, showed zero interest. He went to find Jiang Yi instead. He wanted to finish his parts and return home as soon as possible. Instead of small arguments, Han Fei's focus was on how to apprehend the serial killer and avenge the victims. Han Fei had reached a new level of zen. This was all thanks to the contribution of that Iyashikei game. Soon the ruckus sounded inside the building. The victims' families appeared to have barged into the set. Having no other choice, director Jiang led Han Fei upstairs to a different set. This was where they shot the indoor scenes.
The aim is for the audience to see that Wei Youfu and the other victims were once like them. They led their own peaceful lives. We would add some scenes of everyday life to Wei Youfu's character so that the audience could empathize with him further when his family's lives were violently taken away. Understood.
For others, this might pose a challenge, but not for Han Fei. After all, Han Fei had met Wei Youfu in person. He remembered every single one of Wei Youfu's expressions. The man radiated kindness, but after being wrought by pain and despair, his loss would rake at people's hearts.
I will do my best.
After heading into the set, Han Fei inputted the information he had on Wei Youfu slowly into his mind and body. He detached his own consciousness. He just finished an OT until midnight. His body was haggard with tiredness as he reached home. His eyes dulled with fatigue, but underneath it, there was a glint of satisfaction from a day well spent. He plopped himself down on the sofa. Picking up and staring at the picture of himself and his wife, his gaze softened with love. Wiping the frame tenderly, he formulated a surprise for his wife. In a few days, there would be a new and eye-grabbing wedding photo decorating the house. He turned to the wall as if seeing the new picture there. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered it. His old father's streams of nags made him smile silently. Even at his age, his aging father could still make him feel like a child.
I know. Don't just worry about me. You have to take care of yourself too. After hanging up, Han Fei turned to the bedroom. This would lead to his death scene.
Youfu.
Before Han Fei heard the cut, an old man's voice came from the stairwell behind the camera. The placard fell from the frail old man's hands as he wandered numbly into the set.
Don't go in there, Youfu.
Han Fei stopped moving. He remembered this voice. It belonged to Wei Youfu's father. Turning around, Han Fei's eyes met those of the old man holding the placard. The expression on the old man's face was devastating.
Who let the families into the set?
The set director and floor manager went to grab at the old man. They worked together to pull him away.
Wait a minute.
Han Fei quickly rushed over.
There's no need to use force. You might accidentally injure the old gentleman.
He guarded the old man behind him.
I'm sure we can talk this out peacefully.
What is there for us to talk about? Everything has been discussed beforehand, and now they decide to intervene with the shoot. If this is not blatant contract breach, then what is?
Ah Chung leaned against the door and grumbled. Ignoring the warning, his manager shot at him.
Preposterous.
The old man tightened his grip on the placard.
We only agreed to this because you came to us with the promise that you'll help promote this incident and help us find the murderer. But what have you done instead? The film is filled with purposeful fabrication and lies. We are filmmakers and not the police. Why would you even expect us to help you catch the murderer? In any case, you've all signed the contract.
Ah Chung was much taller than the old man. He looked down at the elder man with derision.
We've already finished shooting most of the movie, and now, because of you people, do you know how many things we need to change? Our tapes, my time. Do you know how precious they are? I don't care. You people are the ones who violated the contract first.
The old man shouted due to agitation. Hearing the voice, a few other people rushed up the stairs holding placards. They were all families of the victims.
What is really happening?
Han Fei was confused. He had no idea the situation was so contentious.
Since most of the movie has been cut and edited, we decided to release the trailer. They must have seen it.
Jiang Yi sighed. He lowered his voice.
I really do wish to respect their wishes, but that won't fly with the sponsors. In reality, The killer is still out there, but the sponsors want a happy ending because they believe that will draw in a bigger crowd at the cinema. What do you mean by a happy ending? They ordered the script writers to force an ending.
Zhang Yi was quite helpless too.
To put it simply, in the end, the main character luckily escaped from the murderer's pursuit and managed to turn on him. The killer was thus successfully apprehended by the main character. Since this movie is based on a real story, then we shouldn't manufacture a false ending that is disrespectful to the audience and to the victims.
Han Fei turned to glance at the old man. Even after so many years, the gentleman still visited the police station yesterday to demand updates. The loss of one's loved ones weighed on one's heart for life.
There is nothing we can do. For now, we can only hope that both parties can calm down and reach for a compromise.
Zhang Yi shook his head, and his face lined with worry.
It'll be fine.
Han Fei's eyes narrowed, hiding the sharp sting residing at the bottom.
This movie will have an ending, and we shan't wait too long for it.
Chapter 42. Han Fei spoke so softly that director Zhang barely heard him, but then again, the director's attention wasn't on him to begin in. The victims' families barged into the set to interrupt the movie production. If this was not handled well, it could be a PR nightmare.
We've been spending the past decade trying to forget these painful incidents. The fact you've decided to shoot this movie has already torn our wounds open for the world to see.
A 40-plus middle-aged woman pointed her finger angrily at the crew.
But because you said the movie could help attract more people's attention, and it might help persuade people to come forward with new clues, that we agreed to let you turn our most despairing memory into a capitalist venture. But what have you done with it?
She raised the iPod that she carried and raised the volume to the max. The screen then proceeded to play a short video. In the video, the young police officer played by Ah Chung did a bad mimicry of Sherlock Holmes. Instead of analyzing the clues, he spent most of the movie chasing after the female main character. At the end of the trailer, his love interest sacrificed herself so that the young police officer could have the chance to turn the table on the murderer. The trailer ended with the officer wailing awkwardly with the girl dying in his arms. The trailer focused on the blundering romance between the two fictional main characters instead of the actual victims and the crime solving.
This is what you've turned our pain into. You are insulting the torment that we've borne for the past 10 years.
The woman shouted loudly before she broke down into tears.
I'm so sorry for letting all of you down. As the director, I owe everyone an apology. I will try my best to edit the scenes, but I hope you can understand the difficulty on our part. Even though the movie is based on real events, we can't just copy the events and move it onto the big screen. I beg that you grant us some creative license. The two main characters are necessary to string the story together to give it a good flow. I wish you all can understand that.
Zhang Yi explained, but the real reason was because the sponsors of the movie demanded that the two main actors be given more screen time than the victims. The sponsors were Hongguang Cinema, which represented Ah Chung, and Yulong Culture, which represented the female main character. To be blunt, they couldn't care less about the victims or their families. They just wanted to promote their stars.
Fine, but don't you think you've gone too far with the creative license by manufacturing a fake ending? How could you say the case has been solved when the actual murderer hasn't even been captured yet? You people should be thankful that we are willing to tell your stories. If you continue to cause trouble, we're going to call the cops. Fine, call them then. We'll see who will sue whom. Please calm down. There's no need to involve the police.
The shouting went back and forth. Neither side refused to back down, and the verbal arguments soon turned physical. The victims' families raised their placard and refused to budge from the set. Ah Chung, who stood at the front, was riled up due to the family's complaint of his scenes. He took that as a personal insult. It was hard to tell who made the first move, but during the process, Wei Youfu's elderly father was shoved to the ground. The old man knocked into the production equipment that lined the cramped set. As the equipment clattered noisily to the ground, it was like the horn for a full-on fight. The victims' families exploded, and they surged forward to knock Ah Chung back. Ah Chung was an idol. This was the first time he was so humiliated. The makeup on his face blurred, and someone left a footprint on his branded shirt.
Motherfucker, nothing is going right today. You people will pay for this. How dare you come after me? No, young man, how dare you instead? Yours is supposed to be a serious role, but you treat it with such frivolity and levity. Your performance is a disgrace to the law enforcement. From what we saw, all you ever did was go on dates, pose for cameras, and nothing else. It is clear that you do not understand the gravity of the case you are given. You are too green for this role. You shouldn't be casted for it.
The family's words jabbed at Ah Cheng's heart, and it lit the man up even further. The assumed insult became an actual affront.
Bunch of ruffians. You know what? This is karma. Your families deserve to be. Ah Cheng uttered in fury. Halfway through it, he realized he had crossed the line, but it was already too late. One could not take back words spoken. As her grief got trampled on, the middle-aged woman closest to Ah Cheng reached for the idol's hair. Her eyes were red with tears and anger. She was so vexed that she could barely speak.
Let go.
Ah Cheng was tall and muscular. He easily knocked the woman away. He just about to crawl up from the ground when someone kicked at him. Unable to control his fury anymore, he grabbed the pail of fake blood that sat beside him and threw it forward.
Bang!
The iron pail crashed into a man's back. The sound alone caused a few of the crew members to wince in pain. The empty pail rolled down the corridor. Both sides now quieted down and turned to the center of the crowd. Han Fei, who was now drenched in blood, had moved to shield the middle-aged woman. Viscous blood slid down his face. His eyes shot chills into people's hearts.
Is that enough?
His deep voice echoed down the corridor. Han Fei stepped on the trail of fake blood and walked towards Ah Cheng.
They are not wrong. You do not have the skill to play a police officer. For me, your acting is like trash.
It was direct, and the tone brooked no argument. Han Fei's bloodied face stared right at Wu Cheng. At that moment, Ah Cheng found himself too frightened to speak. He could not even formulate a sentence.
To solve this case, many people have sacrificed their life and time. Your performance is a disgrace to their effort.
Han Fei danced on the edge of the knife every night. One false move and he'd die. He was very familiar with the case's cruelty and gore. The horror was more than the term human jigsaw case could describe. Leaving Ah Cheng stunned, Han Fei turned to the victims' families. He knew every single one of their names. He had seen them in pictures before.
Son, are you all right?
The middle-aged woman asked in concern. If not for Han Fei, she would be injured by the heavy iron pail.
You are Gu Wa's elder sister, Gu Yu, right?
Han Fei's expression softened.
Yes, but how? How did you know?
I know all of you, and I share in your pain.
Han Fei said slowly.
I hope you can hear me speak a few words. When Director Jiang said that the police have reopened the human jigsaw case, he wasn't saying that to placate you. That is the truth. The truth? For the past 10 years, we've heard the same thing from the police. But I guarantee that the killer will be captured this time.
Han Fei wiped away the blood from his face.
Before that, if this movie continues to manufacture falsehood, then I will join in your protest myself.
He looked at the families and he thought of the ghosts inside room 1044. Lastly, he said without any trace of performance.
Please trust me. I will give you all a satisfactory ending.
Chapter 43. The victims' families looked at Han Fei, who stood in the pool of fake blood. They had all calmed down. 10 years of waiting could be long or short. Long was the time. The families themselves were growing old. Their stamina was not as good as before. They worried that once they departed from this world, no one would search for the truth on their dead family's behalf anymore. Sure, it was also the time. 10 years were not enough for them to get over their loss. Whenever they thought about the tragedy, they would wake up in cold sweat.
Okay, we believe you.
Wei Youfu's father was the first to break the silence.
No matter you're saying this just to comfort us or you mean it for real, at least I know that you are actually doing something about it.
The old man remembered meeting Han Fei. The latter came with Li Shui to follow up on the investigation. The old man patted Han Fei on his shoulder and said,
Be careful.
The other family members put away the placards and followed Wei Youfu's father away from the building. After they all left, Jiang Yi rushed to Han Fei's side.
Han Fei, are you all right? Does your back hurt? Where's the prop team? Go get a new change of clothes for Han Fei. I'm fine.
Han Fei did not mind the fake blood. He had experienced much worse.
I'm so sorry. I didn't expect things to escalate to this level. Director Jiang, this small injury doesn't matter to me, but there is something I have to tell you.
Han Fei glanced at Ah Cheng, who was just getting up from the ground.
You can't push out the movie in its current state. If you insist on it, I will not only quit, I will join the family's protest.
Once Han Fei said that, the crew looked at him in shock. They assumed Han Fei said those things just to appease the family members. They had no idea he was being serious.
You're kidding. I thought you were just saying that to console them.
Jiang Yi grabbed the new set of clothes from the prop manager. He passed it to Han Fei, but the latter did not accept it.
You'll always be my teacher because you taught me at Xian Lu Acting Academy. But sir, is this really the kind of movie that you want to make? Han Fei, you're still too young to understand this. Sometimes, we have to learn to compromise.
Jiang Yi noticed the change in Han Fei's tone, so he asked,
You're not being serious about quitting, are you? I used to care very much about acting, but now I realize there are many things much more important than that.
Han Fei removed the stained jacket.
I'd advise sir to continue the shoot after the case is solved. If you insist on pushing it out now, it'll end up as a soulless commercial flick. Is that really what you want, sir? Hey, who the hell are you to give these grand lectures?
Ah Cheng cut in. The more he thought about what he had suffered, the more agitated he became.
Do you think you're some kind of superstar? You're just an extra. Please recognize your place. Superstar or extra, I pride myself as being an actor.
Han Fei looked at Ah Cheng calmly.
An actor? What movies have you been in? Mind giving me a few names so I can look them up and learn from them?
Ah Cheng did not dare to look into Han Fei's eyes, so he turned his eyes away with a condescending scoff.
We're all in this together. There's no need to argue among ourselves.
Jiang Yi acted as the peacemaker.
Please do not lower me to his level. An extra like him thinks he is above the rest of us. Didn't he threaten to quit? Fine, let him quit. Does he really think the world revolves around him?
Ah Cheng was one to bear grudges. Han Fei just called his acting trash. He definitely had not forgotten that.
Shush. If not for Han Fei, your pail of blood would have landed on that woman. If she went to the media, it's over for us. Your company will have to lose a lot of money for damage control.
Jiang Yi was very familiar with this circle, but it was also because of this familiarity that he refused to let Han Fei go. He knew very well that Han Fei was the best actor in the whole crew. After lecturing Ah Cheng, Jiang Yi approached Han Fei.
The case has been unsolved for 10 years already. Who knows when it'll get solved, if ever. I can wait, but can the sponsors? There are more than 100 mouths in this crew to feed. Han Fei, I know you don't like it, but we have to face reality. This man is mad. He is so into his character that he really thinks he is the old crook's son.
Ah Cheng groused with impatience.
He threatens to join the protest if we do not change the script. Have you lost your mind? Or you're related to the case itself? You'll soon find out whether I'm related to this case or not.
Han Fei shot a gaze at Ah Cheng, who hid in the crowd. Ah Cheng shivered involuntarily.
So you're really related to this case?
Ah Cheng broke out in cold sweat. He felt like his life was in danger under Han Fei's scrutiny. He stammered.
Are you the murderer? You've killed 7 people? Han Fei, I hope that you'll join us for the rest of the shoot. I promise you we will abide by the family's request to edit part of the script.
Jiang Yi ignored Ah Cheng. To be honest, his patience for Ah Cheng was stretching thin as well. If not for the pressure from the sponsors, he'd swap for a different actor to play his role.
The general direction of the movie is wrong. No matter how many edits we make, as long as the direction is not changed, it'll still end up a horrible film.
Han Fei changed into a clean jacket.
Director Jiang, you gave me the chance when no one was willing to, so I sincerely hope this film can reach its greatest height. I do not wish for it to end up as another forgettable flick. Trust me, the case will have a big breakthrough soon. By then, you'll be able to give this movie a perfect ending, one that will be satisfactory to both the victims and their families. You're just an extra. Who gave you the power to order us around like this? You hold just a niggling role in this film. If you do not learn some humility, you'll never survive in this business.
Ah Cheng's manager stepped forward to reprimand Han Fei. Then she turned to comfort Ah Cheng.
Stop arguing.
Jiang Yi raised his voice. He really did not need more bickering at that moment.
Jiang Yi, I know he is once your student, but how can you treat us so differently?
Ah Cheng said pointedly.
Don't you forget, I'm this movie's main character. This movie can lose any other actor, but it can't work without its main character.
Then Ah Cheng waved at his manager.
Let us go?
Chung left the set. He told others that he was taking an early leave, but to be honest, he was a bit scared of Han Fei, and he did not want to stay there anymore. After they left, the manager caught up to Chung, and she asked worriedly,
Chung, are you sure it's okay for us to take off like this? Don't worry, I'm just scaring them. When they realize they can't proceed without me, they'll come groveling for me to return. Then I'll demand more benefits before I even deign to step back into that set again.
A vicious expression decorated Cheng's face.
But that damn extra. I'll have to figure out a way to squeeze him out from the crew. He really thinks he's untouchable. I'll show him.
Hearing the confidence in Cheng's voice, his manager fidgeted worriedly.
Chung, what if they don't come back for us?
Chapter 44.
Impossible, other than myself. Who else could they hire as the main character? This crew is so poor. Do you think they have the money to hire another actor?
Chung said confidently.
This time, I'll need Jiang Yi to personally come and beg me before I would even consider returning to the set.
With this happy thought in his mind, a smile turned up on Cheng's face. The manager cleverly did not continue this conversation. They hopped into the car and drove away. To be honest though, back at the set, no one really cared about Cheng's departure. Everyone was focused on director Jiang and Han Fei. Director Jiang was the director. He was the one who would decide the direction of the movie. Even though Han Fei held only a side character, his acting skill had greatly impressed everyone present. Furthermore, if not for Han Fei, the conflict between the crew and the victims' families would exacerbate to a horrendous level. Han Fei had single-handedly helped the crew solve a giant problem on his own.
Han Fei, I can see your point, and honestly I admire your determination and fire, but a small compromise like the ones I suggested will not violate your principle. I'm sure you can see that. This is not a matter of principle.
Han Fei shook his head and prepared to leave.
Sir, you'll understand why soon enough.
Watching Han Fei walk away, Jiang Yi and the crew felt a great regret. The floor manager, who was once frightened by Han Fei, even rushed after the man to persuade him to stay. Even though Han Fei was not a big superstar, from the way everyone treated him and Chung, it was clear whom the crew respected more.
Now I understand why he isn't famous even though he has such great acting skill.
The female actor who played Wei Youfu's wife looked at Han Fei with lamentation.
His idealism is touching, but his insistence on it will inadvertently make him enemies. To have such a level of acting skill at his age, and with his determination and personality, if Han Fei is given a chance to prove himself, he will soar. Someone like Wu Cheng, who needed their agency's support to achieve just a meager success, is not comparable to Han Fei.
After Han Fei left, Jiang Yi shared his opinion with the rest of his crew.
Director, cough, cough. We still need to depend on Cheng's company to finish this film.
The cameraman pretended to not have heard Jiang Yi's last statement.
We'll call it a wrap for the day. The shooting will temporarily stop. We'll use this downtime to discuss the script.
Jiang Yi started to organize the messed up set.
Director Jiang, shouldn't we give Cheng a call too? Why should we? I only gave him the main character role because of his company. It's perfect since he volunteered to quit.
Jiang Yi glanced at the stairwell where Han Fei took to leave the building.
Actually, I have a better candidate for his role, alas. Some blood stains remained on Han Fei's face and head. He looked quite haggard. As he exited the set for Flower of Sin, a series of snickering came from the opposite street. A very handsome male actor walked out from the set of Secret Urban Romance, surrounded by his troupe. They appeared to have purposely come out to watch the show.
Brother Zifeng, that is Han Fei. I heard that after he left our agency, he had no choice but to be a nameless extra for other movies.
Now, why would he do that? Wouldn't it be easier if he just stayed behind the camera? The moment he joined the crew for the Flower of Sin, people came to create trouble, and the progress of the whole shoot was impacted. I've interacted with this person before. He is honestly not a bad person, but his luck cannot be worse. That is a good thing for us. Of all the films predicted to release around the same period as we do, Flower of Sin is our only competition. Now that this walking disaster is with them, the #1 box office will be ours.
The few from the Secret Urban Romance purposely came out to watch the catastrophe when they heard the commotion on the street. When they saw the state Han Fei was in, they could barely hide the grins on their faces. Human beings were sinful creatures who would stoop so low as to savor their kin's downfall. In this way, they were worse than ghosts. Han Fei had experienced many similar events since he was fired. He had heard so many snide comments that they barely left a scar on his heart anymore. If anything, he felt like laughing at their juvenile nature. The streetlights of the old city lit up the streets. Light danced between darkness. A group of people in the halo of light mocked and chuckled. Han Fei slithered alone into the darkness. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Han Fei stopped at a dim corner and answered the phone.
Li Shui? Han Fei, you've struck gold this time. There's been progress in the human jigsaw case.
From Li Shui's tone, Han Fei could hear her excitement.
My teacher went through the original case files and found someone named Jiang Jiang among the suspects. This man was not the killer, but he has been recorded to have interacted with all the victims. He showed up at the entrance of the puzzle hobbyist shop, and the camera caught Wei Youfu giving him a donation. He also encountered a drunk Gu Hua at midnight. It was Jiang Jiang who helped send Gu Hua to the police station. He bumped into Zhang Lingfan, the live streamer outside the mall, and was berated for quite some time by the young woman. Jiang Jiang was a drifter who came from a different city. He stayed at abandoned shacks which littered the countryside. He survived by collecting recyclables and trash. The man was mentally challenged, but he was a harmless, honest man. He was often bullied by other homeless people, and his small income was always stolen. Jiang Jiang was a very nice person. He was kind. He never resorted to stealing. When he picked up things that he believed were not trash, he would hand them to the people in uniform. But he'd always confuse normal guards and police officers, so he was often swindled by wicked guards as well.
Li Shui spoke very fast. Thankfully, Han Fei was able to catch up with her.
The big change in his life happened 11 years ago. There was a private orphanage at Northern Street. The director's wallet was stolen when he was away on duty. There wasn't much money inside, but it contained all of his documentation. The wallet was found by Jiang Jiang? Correct. Jiang Jiang found the wallet inside a trash can. Since he had no money to use the train, he stayed beside the trash can until the train station worker noticed him and flagged him down. After the orphanage director got his wallet back, his heart went out to Jiang Jiang. Even though Jiang Jiang was a bit too naive, he was honest and reliable. So the director offered him a cleaning job at the orphanage. Alas, it did not last for long. Even though Jiang Jiang kept the orphanage spotless, his personal hygiene left much to be desired. Due to complaints from the other staff about his body odor, Jiang Jiang was let go. The problem was, after Jiang Jiang left, a child at the orphanage claimed he'd run into ghosts at night. Ghosts?
Li Shui's words grabbed Han Fei's attention.
What kind of ghost? Have the police interviewed that child? The child has gone missing, but we did locate another child who once shared a room with him. This child told us something very scary.
Li Shui slowed her voice.
Their beds were placed at opposite ends of the room, so they could see easily under the other's bed. The missing child kept saying there was a ghost hiding under his roommate's bed, and the ghost would only appear at late midnight after everyone was asleep. You suspect this so-called ghost was a revenge prank manufactured by Jiang Jiang?
After playing Perfect Life, Han Fei's analytical skill was as good as a junior detective.
You're right. The police did investigate Jiang Jiang, but the investigation went nowhere. Because he's dead. This Jiang Jiang was the first victim in the frozen body case. He was the drifter murdered by the Meng siblings? We have no proof that they are the killers, but you did mention to me that these two cases might be related, so we pulled information related to the frozen body case, and we came up with something unexpected.
Li Shui sent Han Fei another photo. This was taken at an abandoned bungalow. A strange painting was covered under Jiang Jiang's tattered mattress. A black house was shielded inside a black forest. Headless children surrounded the house.
At the time, based on this painting, the police suspected Jiang Jiang might be a deranged murderer, and he had been able to hide it behind a harmless front. They believed he was murdered by his enemies. But after hearing what you said, I realized these black trees, the black house, and the headless children fitted the hints you gave me perfectly. The painting was not a sign of Jiang Jiang's wickedness, but something else.
Li Shui's voice picked up pace from excitement.
Once we considered the possibility that Jiang Jiang might not be a killer but another victim, we looked into possible motives as to why he was killed. Jiang Jiang was a homeless guy. There was no reason for anyone to target him. He had no valuable asset. However, with this painting as evidence, I suspect the killer murdered Jiang Jiang to silence him. He might have seen the murderer in action. In fact, he probably encountered something worse. I know what you mean. You think Jiang Jiang approached Wei Yufu and the rest not to harm them, but to save them.
Only at that moment, Han Fei realized how close the relationship between the human jigsaw and frozen body case was.
Do you know what is the scariest thing? What? There is a high chance that the human jigsaw case's killer purposely told Jiang Jiang about his plan to murder those people. He got his kick out of watching the kind man being scolded, disgusted, and ignored. Perhaps in the killer's eyes, Jiang Jiang was kindness manifested in human form. It was ugly, homeless, and mentally impaired.
Li Shui's voice dropped with heaviness.
Jiang Jiang had not done one bad thing in his life. He approached Wei Youfu and the other victims to warn them, but he was chased away with disgust and derision. Other than Wei Youfu, no one was willing to stop to listen to him. If a crazy homeless man came to me on the street and told me that I'd be killed, I'd probably be offended as well. The killer was manipulating the human weakness. He knew Jiang Jiang's words would not be believed, and he enjoyed watching the kind man being trampled on. Indeed, the killer trusted that everyone would treat Jiang Jiang as a nutcase, but someone did something unexpected, and that person was Wei Youfu.
Li Shui finally reached the key point.
Earlier, you had me focus my investigation on the puzzle hobbyist shop. I went through all the old records. At the shop, other than the staff, the person who interacted with Jiang Jiang the most was Wei Youfu. Wei Youfu was willing to reach out to Jiang Jiang, and Jiang Jiang wanted to save him. The latter kept giving Wei Youfu hints. Eventually, I think Wei Youfu caught on. A few days before Wei Youfu was murdered, we spotted some discrepancy in his actions. There were 2 times when he went alone to a nature preserve situated at Xianlu countryside.
Chapter 45.
From the information that we have, the reason Wei Youfu went to the nature reserve probably had to do with Jiang Jiang. Wei Youfu might have obtained some information about it. The nature reserve could very well be the Black Forest in Jiang Jiang's painting. The nature reserve was adjacent to Xianlu's Yanmu Mountain. To gain entry into a government reserve is not easy. We'll need more powerful evidence to persuade the superiors. Thankfully, with my teacher's help, we found something crucial.
Li Shui's voice was buzzing with emotion.
What is it? We need to be thankful that the murderer has underestimated Wei Youfu and Jiang Jiang.
Li Shui said confidently.
The nature reserve is huge. To locate a house in it is like finding a needle in the haystack. We need to know its more specific location to get a warrant. The fact that Jiang Jiang could draw out the dark forest, the black house, and the group of headless people meant that he most likely knew about the place's location. I believe the murderer might even have led this kind drifter to his lair to pressure him, to make him go even crazier. On the other hand, Wei Youfu was just a normal office worker. He had no detective experience, but the 2 of them managed a miracle. Jiang Jiang, who was mentally challenged and could barely string together a sentence, successfully dropped enough hints to garner Wei Youfu's attention. Wei Youfu believed the words of this supposedly mad man and went to investigate it twice. When kindness met kindness, it transmuted into something more. In this situation, it became the most crucial clue for us to solve this case. When Wei Youfu went to the nature preserve for the first time, he probably did not find anything. However, the day after he visited the reserve for the second time, he was murdered. Coincidence? I think not. I believe he got very close to that black house already. It was why the murderer, who had been watching, was pressured to make his move.
Li Shui's voice slowed down.
Han Fei, is there anyone around you?
Han Fei looked around and answered.
No, I'm the only one here. Good.
Li Shui took a deep breath.
Before the killer is captured, what I'm going to say next is strictly confidential, understood? Yes. When we looked into the case file, we realized after Wei Youfu was killed, his computer and phone were wiped. Since that was the case with all the other victims, at the time, the police did not think much of it except that it was a sign of the killer's caution. They had the forensic tech recover the data in the victims' phones and computers, but found nothing. However, when the police searched through Wei Yofu's house, they found a piece of clothing stained with mud inside his second-hand car. At the time, the police were not mindful of it. They assumed it had nothing to do with the case. However, they did bag it for evidence. The piece of cloth probably has disintegrated with time, but we did get our hands of its evidence photo. The cloth had blocks of colors and lines on it. It looked like part of a bigger print. Through the latest pictorial recovery program, we managed to reconstruct the full print. Then, by using the data screening device, we sifted it through the internet's pictorial database. Turns out the print was a cartoon character famous about 10 years ago. We thus had reason to believe the piece of cloth came from a child's shirt that had the print on it. We went through the database again and found this.
Li Shui sent Han Fei a picture. It was a child's shirt from a bootleg brand. The picture was pulled from a clothing retail site's archive.
Is that enough to persuade your superior to send people into the nature preserve?
Han Fei's tone was concerned. He felt the evidence was not that concrete. After all, any child could have worn this shirt back then. It was not pertinent enough.
One picture might not be enough, but how about two? Now take a look at this. This is the surveillance picture of the missing child from the orphanage. This was taken at the orphanage where he was last seen.
Li Shui sent Han Fei another picture, and seeing it, Han Fei sucked in a cold breath. The child was wearing the shirt with the same print on the day of his disappearance.
We cannot be sure the cloth in Wei Yofu's car came from this child, but it is too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Wei Yofu had just returned from the nature reserve, so he had to have picked up the piece of clothing there. And then the very next day, he was brutally murdered. There are too many coincidences to be ignored. We have reason to suspect there is a kind of relationship between the killer and the nature reserve.
Li Shui and the police had done all the analysis they could. The next logical step would be to canvass that actual crime scene, which was to enter the nature reserve.
I'm not going to reveal the actual mission details to you. What you need to do now is to take care of your own safety. Stay at home and wait for the good news. Li Shui, I have a question for you.
Before Li Shui hung up, Han Fei thought of something.
Assuming the human jigsaw killer was living inside the nature reserve, then the death of the missing child from the orphanage should be related to him as well. After all, there was where Wei Yofu found the piece of child's clothing, right? You have a point, continue. Then is it possible that the ghost mentioned by the missing child was the actual human jigsaw killer?
Standing in the shadows, Han Fei's brain spun quickly.
The human jigsaw killer had adopted the 8th victim. Zhang Zhang's painting also showed that there were many headless small characters around the Black Forest. Assuming the small characters were all children, who do you think had such free access to so many abandoned babies and orphans without being picked up by the system? It could be someone from the orphanage. Wait, you suspect the director?
Li Shui gasped. Actually, Han Fei thought of this because he tied it to the ditty sung by the 8th victim.
Big brothers, big sisters sent far away. Little brothers, little sisters, their ranks wasting away.
There was more than one child at the place where the 8th victim stayed. To look after so many children, the person needed a certain level of babysitting experience.
Furthermore, Zhang Jiang came into contact with the director because the former found the latter's missing wallet. Based on what you said earlier, the killer enjoyed the rush from watching kindness being trampled on. The director knew very well that Zhang Jiang was an incredibly kind person.
Han Fei's brain linked up the clues.
Do you think it is possible that the director hired Zhang Jiang not out of appreciation, but because of the flawed image of kindness he saw in Zhang Jiang? He wanted to claim Zhang Jiang as his own toy? That is highly probable. I'll need to give my teacher a call to do some investigation.
Li Shui hurried and hung up. Han Fei stood still in the dark corner of the street, the information about the case flashing through his mind. Chapter 46. Han Fei was no detective. He sensibly left the more dangerous case-solving to the police. His role was to only provide some clues now and then. Knowing that the case was progressing, Han Fei felt better. After stopping for some food, Han Fei headed home. At the door, before he walked in, he looked around to confirm he was alone. Every day I'm under such tension that I've even started to develop these strange habits. He closed the door and switched on the television. Some life breathed into the small room. After taking a comfortable warm bath, Han Fei sat down on the couch. Pumping a dumbbell with one hand, he read a criminology textbook with another.
When a person's criminal psychology develops until it initiates changes to his personality, it means that the person's criminal personality has stabilized. It will take extremely complex, detailed, and complicated work to correct such a fixed personality. Studying was a long process. Han Fei thought that should his actor dream fall through, at least he could become a good police officer. At 11:50 p.m., Han Fei connected all the wires and crawled into bed with the gaming helmet.
I still cannot communicate with the victims in room 1044, but after what we've been through, at least they have temporarily dropped their extreme hostility towards me. That is a good thing.
When midnight arrived, Han Fei put on the gaming helmet. As the blood dripped, the robotic voice rang in his head.
Welcome to Perfect Life, where you are free to choose your own perfect life.
Opening his eyes, Han Fei glanced around the eerie living room and he groaned. Fine. Where are the choices then?
The wall clock pointed at midnight. Han Fei picked up the cleaver and turned towards the innermost bedroom. Of the entire room, 1044, only that door remained firmly closed. Han Fei still did not possess the courage to knock on it. The 7 victims would only retain their sanity when they were separated. When they combined together, they'd turn into a monster dominated by pain and despair.
Now that I've completed all the new player missions, a jaunt outside the house seems inevitable.
Han Fei opened the mission interface. The original new player missions had disappeared. Instead, a new mission replaced them. Visit and greet your 5th-floor neighbors.
From the name alone, it does sound like a plausible mission in an Iyashikei game.
Han Fei chuckled awkwardly.
According to Meng Si, there is a crazy woman on the 5th floor named Su Qin whom I can befriend. Since I'm going to do this mission anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to get to know her.
Before playing this game, whenever Han Fei encountered someone he was not close with, he'd avoid them like the plague, but after starting the game, he became quite a social butterfly.
What kind of present should I bring since I'll be visiting her for the first time?
Han Fei glanced at the cleaver he was holding.
I guess it'll depend on how the meeting goes.
After the decision was made, Han Fei switched on the television. He wanted to try and see if he could lure his roommates out. If his roommates could provide him with a new mission, then he wouldn't have to leave this safe house. Han Fei stared at the grainy screen for 3 full hours. He flipped between all the non-channels until 3 a.m., but there was still no sign of his roommate.
Looks like I'll have to go out for the mission after all.
Han Fei picked up the cleaver and checked his inventory.
The landlord's ring can be used to detect ghosts, and the landlord's keys should enable me to open all the doors. The problem is none of the keys are marked. I'll have to try them out one by one. The landlord's diary is still blank. Temporarily, I have no idea what it's for. Lastly, the 3 cigarettes. Han Fei clicked on them, and 3 cigarettes materialized in his palm.
The landlord's 3 children laid down these 3 cigarettes for him after his death. They are labeled as consumable. I wonder what purpose they serve. They are additional rewards from the increased difficulty to the sleeping mission. Assuming the rewards are proportional to their difficulty, then these cigarettes should be quite powerful. Chapter 47. Death covers the door and blood leaks out from under it. Is this really someone I should befriend? According to Meng Si, Su Qin, the tenant of room 1052, was a bit kooky, but she was a nice person. Initially, Han Fei had a certain anticipation of what Su Qin would be like. He assumed she'd be a big sister type of character, but after he saw her place, he realized Meng Si's assessment of Su Qin was in comparison to the other tenants in the building. Among the group of mad murderers, ghosts, and monsters, even the smallest goodness in Su Qin would be greatly amplified. Currently, Han Fei was caught in a tough spot. He had to complete at least one mission before he could leave the game. However, his more familiar neighbors could no longer provide him with available missions. Thus, his only choice was to wander to other unexplored floors. He knew the risk inherent in this. There was no telling if he'd return alive. The new mission forces me to explore unknown territory. After all, when I first exited the game, I remember the system urging me to speed up my exploration progress. Staring down the dark corridor, Han Fei gripped the cleaver tightly and made his first move. Since there's no escape, I'll have to push forward. Just as his feet left the stairwell and landed on the corridor, a metallic clang came from underneath him. It sounded like the chain on the building entrance had been removed. That sounds like the steel door at the first floor. Does this mean someone has left or entered the building? The voice-activated lights on the first floor came on. Han Fei leaned close to the banister and adjusted his line of sight to peer downwards. A shadow appeared on the wall of the landing between first and second floor. The shadow resembled someone crawling on the ground. This does not look good. After he saw the strange shadow, Han Fei decided to retreat to his home for now. But just as he was about to turn around, the robotic voice echoed in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You have entered the corridor at 3:04 a.m. and triggered the hidden mission. Do not turn your head around. Hidden mission. There are many random missions hidden in this open-world game. The greater your luck, the higher the chance you have at triggering these rare missions. Do not turn your head around. One of the corridor's hidden missions within the next 15 minutes. No matter what happens, do not move backwards or turn around. If you do, you will die.
When the voice finished, Han Fei's heart frosted over. His body froze to the spot, and the muscle around his neck tensed. How is it that I've triggered another hidden mission? Didn't Huang Yin say that hidden missions are supposed to be extremely rare? I've already triggered 2 at a mere level 3. Holding his breath and tuning his ears, Han Fei's Adam apple trembled. I can't turn my head back or move backwards in the next 15 minutes, or I'd die. This mission is too literal. There's no wiggle space for me at all. Holding his posture, Han Fei stopped between the 4th and 5th floor. He knew for a fact that a crawling person was heading upstairs, and he also knew that a shadowy figure was stalking the 5th floor. Both would pose great threat to him. His breathing stuttered. The mission requirement forbade Han Fei from moving backwards, so if something really did come after him, the man had no choice but to move upwards and forwards. However, Han Fei also knew that the higher the floor, the more dangerous it was. Even a ghost as powerful as Weep had his arms torn off after he wandered too far upstairs. What should I do? Is now the time to light one of the cigarettes? Wearing the jade pendant given to him by Meng Si, Han Fei sought out the lighter from his pocket. He had no idea what would happen after he lit the cigarette, but he'd to be ready for everything. The voice-activated lights ceased flickering, but Han Fei could hear unsteady footsteps coming from downstairs. It sounded like a toddler learning how to walk. Han Fei prayed that his passive effect from the hide-and-seek skill would come into use as he sidled close to the wall. The skill would lower his presence, but unfortunately, there was no usable cover in the corridor. It would take a blind person to not notice him. The footsteps from downstairs approached. Han Fei's heart hiked up his throat. The mission requirement prohibited him from going backwards, but unless necessary, Han Fei was not going to head upstairs either, because the higher he went, the further he'd be from his safe house. Standing in the corridor alone, deep in the middle of the night, with the footsteps echoing around him, Han Fei's heart started to race irrationally. His fingers tightened around the cleaver subconsciously. The footsteps continued to reverberate in his ears until all of a sudden, the footsteps disappeared. Where did it go? Han Fei resisted the rising urge to turn around to check. He held his stance, but seconds later, change occurred in the corridor. Creak. The chair that he used to block against the door of room 1044 had been removed. Someone then slid the door to room 1044 gently shut. The moment the door clicked into place, Han Fei felt a bond snapping. A chill climbed up his ankle to his chest. His calves shook involuntarily. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Something viscous dripped onto his back. Han Fei could feel a presence stopping just behind him. He took an involuntary step forward. Just as he did so, 2 sets of footsteps echoed in the corridor. That's only 1 minute. I still have 14 more minutes to go. Han Fei tried to still himself, but no matter how strong his heart was, he could not stop his body from reacting to the horror. I shan't panic. As long as I keep my head looking ahead for the next 14 minutes, the hidden mission will be completed. Once I achieve that, I'll exit the game immediately. Biting on the tip of his tongue, Han Fei used pain to balance out the fear. The thing probably has no intention to kill me yet, or they'd move in for the kill already. They're probably savoring my torment. That will help buy me some time. Huh. While Han Fei contemplated his next move, a very familiar voice came from behind him.
My friend, fancy seeing you here.
The voice evoked a sense of warmth and friendliness. It reminded Han Fei of an old friend, but no matter how hard Han Fei raked his mind, he could not put a name to the voice.
Wait, you're trapped here also? How did you get here in the first place?
The voice began again. However, Han Fei still did not turn around. Even though the voice sounded familiar to Han Fei and the tone was exceptionally cordial, Han Fei knew that the chance of him meeting an old friend in this game was zero. After all, he suffered from social anxiety. He had no old friend to speak of. Therefore, the voice must belong to a ghost, one who was trying to trick him to turn around. The ghost standing behind Han Fei probably did not expect its prey to be such a social pariah that he'd have no acquaintance whose identity it could assume to pull off this masterful disguise. It continued to converse with Han Fei in a convivial tone. To buy more time, Han Fei quickly got into character as well. He cleared his throat thoughtfully, as if the name attached to this familiar voice was already at the tip of his tongue. Chapter 48. An actor ran into a con artist. They both pretended to know each other and continued this unexpected reunion inside the corridor. Han Fei chatted for half a minute with the ghost behind him. He acted more natural and sounded more at ease, but he still did not turn around. There were a few times when his head almost looked behind him, but every time he stopped at the last moment. Gradually, it wore down the ghost's patience. We're already on such friendly terms, but you still refuse to even look at me. You're toying with me, aren't you? The familiar voice faded away. Han Fei, though, kept up his act. He called after the friend, but got no response. It was then that his expression shifted. I got found out. At that moment, Han Fei's ring emitted a piercing chill. The ghost behind him had shed its disguise. The chill continued to intensify, and that made it difficult for Han Fei to gauge the ghost's ability. His body moved forward to put some distance away from the threat, but the ghost stuck close to him. To make things worse, Han Fei could feel a rising weight dragging down his body. It was like something heavy had been draped over him. As the chill surged through his body, Han Fei was assaulted by a rancid smell. This was the first time he encountered this stench. It smelled like decomposition. A whiff of it, and his stomach started to churn with disgust. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sticky liquid dripped onto his back. Han Fei felt something wound around his neck. After the ghost realized words were unable to trick Han Fei, it decided to opt for brute force. Air stopped in his throat. Han Fei's face turned red. Déjà vu overwhelmed Han Fei. Something felt very familiar about all this. When he first logged into Perfect Life and was scared witless by his roommates during the sleeping mission, he ran out from room 1044. He escaped all the way to the first floor. At the time, the voice-activated lights at the first floor suddenly went off, submerging the corridor into darkness. Then something emerged from the darkness to strangle Han Fei. Now Han Fei realized it was not his roommates who came after him that day. The culprit back then should be this ghost who was behind him at this moment. It was again trying to strangle Han Fei. Why is it so important for this ghost that I turn around? Am I going to take its place once I see its face? The more Han Fei thought it, the more concrete the supposition became. During his first gaming instance, he logged off instantly once he got the chance. He was too frightened to think of the consequence. He had logged off right in front of a ghost, something that he was clever enough not to do later. If this ghost behind me is really the ghost from back then it most likely knows that I am a living human. In that case, the chance of it to take me down as its scapegoat is very high. His neck was twisted out of shape, but Han Fei's mind had never been so clear. It knows that I am a breathing human, and it has witnessed me log off the game. So no matter what, I'll have to deal with this ghost eventually. Why not now then? Even though Weep had seen Han Fei log off the game before, Weep was just a child, and Han Fei perfectly masqueraded his disappearance with his acting skill. To deal with this kind of extremely cunning ghost, the best solution was to feed it to the other ghosts. Han Fei was unable to move backwards, so leading the ghost back to room 1044 was out of question. Furthermore, Han Fei did not forget that small detail. Before the ghost came after Han Fei, it closed the door to room 1044. That meant that it knew about the danger within that room, so it would not have willingly followed Han Fei into his safe house. Since room 1044 was not an option, Han Fei had to rely on the other ghosts in the building. While he still had some strength in him, Han Fei moved upstairs. His breathing became more difficult. Han Fei used everything he had to reach the 5th floor. He intended to plead for help among his neighbors on this floor.
Su Qin, Stepping on the trail of blood, Han Fei stumbled towards room 1052. He gripped the door handle and croaked out Su Qin's name. Su Qin was unfamiliar with Han Fei, so the chance of her coming to his rescue was very low, but Han Fei had no better choice. Han Fei knocked on the door repeatedly. It made a lot of noise, but the voice-activated lights appeared to have malfunctioned. They did not light up at all. This once again proved Han Fei's speculation. When he first logged into the game, he had encountered something similar. The cold twined around his finger. Han Fei realized he had underestimated the ghost behind him. Based on the chill coming from the ring, the ghost was as powerful as 2 jigsaw case victims. But the scary thing was the cold was still growing in intensity.
Is someone home?
Han Fei slammed on the door. Now was not the time to be polite. If he did not raise a ruckus, he'd die. Normally, he wouldn't have done something like this, but now his aim was to muddle the water. He wanted to attract the attention of other ghosts to help share his literal burden. He made a loud commotion on the 5th floor, but none of the 5th floor tenants showed up. However, the sound of lock clicking did come from the other floors. Han Fei's airpipe was closing. At the last moment, his eyes wandered to room 1051. There was a black figure that originally stood before the door, but it had disappeared. However, the door to room 1051 remained open. Moving swiftly, Han Fei nudged towards room 1051. The room was too dark to make out anything. The space gave off a surprisingly thick warning of malice. It was so obvious a trap that the trapper did not even make any effort to disguise it. Mengxi did not mention room 1051 to me in her description of the building, so this place shouldn't be this scary. This was a point of confusion, but Han Fei did not have time to take things slowly anymore. He moved towards room 1051. Just as half of Han Fei's body leaned into room 1051, the ghost behind him screeched. Its 10 pale fingers latched onto Han Fei's neck like fish hooks as it tried to drag Han Fei out from the room. Pain bloomed around his neck. Just as Han Fei thought his neck was about to snap, the jade pendant that swung around his neck cracked and shattered. An icy burst of air erupted from the pendant. The fingers that gripped Han Fei's neck were temporarily forced back, and Han Fei successfully entered room 1051. Darkness swallowed everything. As Han Fei entered room 1051, the darkness appeared to have thickened, as if it was a living thing that could consume all the light. The ring pulsed with chill. A pair of blood-red eyes opened inside room 1051. Han Fei shivered as he stared at the eyes in the dark, but he waved at it and said in a friendly tone, "I live just below you. This is my first time coming to visit. I feel so bad to come empty-handed, so I carried a ghost with me."
A strange balance was formed. The ghost behind Han Fei did not leave, but it did not lurch into room 1051 either. The thing inside room 1051 did not make immediate move towards Han Fei, because it appeared cautious of the ghost behind Han Fei as well. Chapter 49. Neither party made their move. As time progressed, the fear in Han Fei's heart dwindled. In a few more minutes, he'd complete the hidden mission. Once that was over, the situation would have another tectonic shift. The landlord's ring gave Han Fei a frostbite. Room 1051 was swaddled in darkness. The blood-red eyes appeared to materialize out of thin air. Han Fei was unable to tell what their owner looked like, but he felt acutely the dangerous presence given off by the creature. It was more than just a chilling presence. It carried a unique form of malice with it, specifically a glutinous desire. "My neighbor from room 1051 wants to eat me?" Han Fei had raised a loud commotion earlier. Strange noises came from the other floors. The ghosts behind and in front of Han Fei became agitated, as if worried that other ghosts and monsters would come to join this party. Heavy breathing came from behind Han Fei. The syrupy liquid once again dripped onto his back. 5 stick-like fingers reached into room 1051 as the ghost behind Han Fei attempted to pull Han Fei out. But once its fingers crossed the threshold into the room, the darkness morphed into a thick liquid and surged towards the entrance. The hand failed to land on Han Fei, for it was held in place by the condensed darkness that originated from inside room 1051. The tenant of room 1051 can melt into its surrounding darkness. Han Fei thought back to the black figure he saw earlier. It had no face, and it did not wear any clothing. It was just a human outline. There really are all sorts of tenants inside this building. A low growl emitted from behind Han Fei. The latter did not turn back to look. He tried to minimize his presence as the two ghosts got caught in the conflict. Fight. Yes, please fight each other and leave me alone. Horrible noises kept coming from behind Han Fei, but the situation before him was dangerous enough to keep him from turning his head around. There's only 5 minutes left. Studying the timer on the mission interface, Han Fei's heart raced, but, on the surface, he was as still as water. When there was 3 minutes left, the tenant of room 1051 finally decided to do something. The room itself came alive. The thick darkness yawned like a giant maw and sucked both man and ghost into the room. Bang! Hearing the door close behind him, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was something unexpected. All traces of light disappeared. With how dark everything was, it felt like Han Fei's power of sight was taken away. The ghost behind me has been dragged into room 1051 as well. Han Fei felt extremely unsafe. He moved his body closer to the wall. Soon his shoulder came into contact with something. It did not feel tough like a wall, but was soft like a person's stomach. Someone is standing beside me? The person is so tall that his stomach is at my shoulder? No, wait. It's more likely that this person is hung from the ceiling. The only source of comfort for Han Fei was the shared struggle of the ghost behind him. He could hear the ghost making endless groans and hisses. In this complete darkness, the ghost's vicious wails provided comfort to Han Fei. At least, he knew there was another outside presence inside the room with him. Chill winds swept through the room. Darkness slammed against the wall like waves. Han Fei prayed for the ghost behind him. Please hold on for another 3 minutes. Han Fei's eyes were fixed to the timer at the mission interface. The clock is still ticking. That means that the ghost behind me hasn't been defeated. That is good news. Just as this thought bubbled up in his mind, Han Fei heard a piercing scream come from behind him. The darkness in the room lightened, but the ghost behind him sounded like it was heavily injured. Don't leave me so soon. I was just praying for you. Han Fei panicked. The horror of the room was beyond his expectation. Unable to see anything, and with a horrible smell assaulting his nostril, he felt like he had stepped into an abandoned morgue. The sound of fighting and screaming from behind him. Abetted. Only 10 seconds had passed. Are you still there? Please hold on a little bit longer. Han Fei really panicked now. The tenant of room 1051 appeared to have limited movement. It was weak outside its room, but was disproportionately strong when it was inside it. The sound of fighting soon turned into frantic knocking, and finally the sound of nails clawing on the door. The ghost behind Han Fei had given up on him. It just wanted to escape now. Even at that moment, Han Fei still did not turn his head around. He had no idea what was happening behind him. But from what he heard, things were not looking up. If the ghost really slithered away, then he'd be left to deal with the tenant of this strange room alone. While the tenant's attention was still on the fleeing ghost, Han Fei sidled to the side. The viscous darkness turned almost palpable. The ghost behind Han Fei radiated a piercing chill. They were no longer fighting over Han Fei. Compared to Han Fei, the owner of room 1051 had a bigger interest in the ghost behind him. The ghost realized that as well, which was why it desperately tried to escape. The ghost never intended to enter room 1051 in the first place, but it was blinded by its greed to claim Han Fei. When the door closed, it was already too late. Icy presence flared up from behind Han Fei. Without knowing it, Han Fei had managed to stumble his way to the entrance. At that moment, the ghost behind him exploded with all its energy. Bang! A loud voice came from the front door. The door opened for a gap. Han Fei had no idea that was the case, but he did notice a bit of light stream into the room. The ghost caught the opportunity to escape, but the darkness in the room bound around it like shackles. While the two were caught in the intense fight, Han Fei silently moved his way to the door. His arm reached for the door handle. This is my chance. Han Fei pushed against the door. Just as his body tipped towards the light, the invisible darkness enveloped his body, encasing him to the spot. It won't let me leave. The ghost behind him and the tenant of room 1051's fight was drawing to an end. The ghost behind Han Fei just wanted to escape. The neighbor from room 1051 did not possess the energy to hold two individuals back. The gap grew bigger and more light diffused into the room. The ghost behind Han Fei no longer cared about its prey. Seeing the light, it quickly slithered towards it. At that moment, Han Fei's hand that held the door suddenly pulled back, tightening the gap. Witnessing this, the ghost behind Han Fei screeched beseechingly, as if questioning Han Fei's motive.
You're not leaving without me.
The darkness twined around Han Fei's body. He knew he was not going to leave this place without outside help, so he shouted.
Don't you need me to be your scapegoat? Bring me with you. My old friend won't abandon me like this, right?
Chapter 50. After Han Fei bought enough time, he could log off the game, but the ghost behind him could not, so the threat it faced was real. At the last crucial moment, the ghost behind Han Fei decided to abandon its prey. It even gave up a small part of its body to distract the tenant as it tried to slip out the door. Han Fei did not get the answer he hoped for, so he too made a drastic decision. The hand that held the door pulled back and slammed it close.
Ah!
The ghost, who was close to escaping, did not anticipate Han Fei's action. It was angered beyond belief. The whole building could hear its screech. It had even surrendered parts of its body to create the opening to leave, but its plan was disrupted by the most harmless party. To make matters worse, it was certain that Han Fei had already decided to bring everyone down with him. If the young man was unable to escape, then no one was going to leave this room. After losing its body, the ghost behind Han Fei weakened greatly. It could no longer fight on equal ground with the tenant of room 1051.
Bring me with you.
Han Fei ordered again. His voice though grated on the ghost's nerves. Ignoring the attack from room 1051's tenant, it reached for Han Fei's neck.
Are you still a human?
A ghastly voice hissed through gritted teeth. The ghost behind Han Fei moved to kill. It had never been so angry.
Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave this place, so why don't you cooperate with me?
Han Fei's eyes lingered on the mission interface. No matter what, he had to hold on.
I still have a trick up my sleeve. Remember the pendant that injured you earlier? If you help me break the binding around my body, I can use it to help us escape this place together.
Meng Xi's jade pendant already shattered, so Han Fei was clearly spinning a yarn. But as an actor, both his tone and expression lent his words plenty of credibility. The ghost behind him did not wish to die in the darkness. Unlike the other ghost in this building, it still retained some rationality. Because of that, it too still had the weakness of being a human. After it made some calculation, the ghost decided on the most rational choice. The hands that closed around Han Fei's neck slowly loosened. The hook-like fingers reached before Han Fei. The hands closed to grip at the invisible darkness. A spine-tingling sound came from inside the room. The ghost's hands held nothing, but the sound of flesh tearing echoed inside the room. The darkness that encased Han Fei was torn apart. But just as Han Fei was about to gain his freedom, the ghost behind him suddenly bumped against him and sent him tripping into the living room. Both parties were scamming either other. The ghost never believed Han Fei's words to begin with. It just wanted to use this chance to push Han Fei away from the entrance so that it could escape without hindrance. Han Fei landed on the ground, but he still did not turn around. He stared at the mission interface and tightened his teeth. The mission is going to be over soon. I can prepare to log off now. There were only several seconds left to the mission. Everything was coming to an end. The ghost that followed Han Fei used its last reserve of energy to ram into the door. The tenant of room 1051 lashed out to pull it back. Han Fei, who was ignored by both parties, resisted the pain and crawled closer to the entrance so that the next time he logged in, he'd be near the exit. The timer was almost up. The ghost once again surrendered a large part of its body before it was able to reopen the gap on the door.
It's my bloody luck to run into you. I hope you'll survive, so I'll have the chance to repay you for your kindness.
The ghost hissed viciously at Han Fei, and then its shrunken body slipped through the door. But to everyone's surprise, once the ghost exited the room, it wailed horrifyingly. At the same time, Han Fei's hidden mission was completed. Han Fei, who did not turn back for a whole 15 minutes, finally could move his head around. The door to room 1051 was slowly opened. A person who shared Han Fei's frame laid unconscious on the ground. It had no face, and a stained knife was stuck into its bald head. Han Fei finally saw the ghost which he had befriended. The death of the ghost did not bring Han Fei any comfort. If anything, his fear reached another level. A pale arm plucked the knife out from the ghost's head with ease. A woman was currently standing outside room 1051. Her fingernails and pupils were both red. Capillaries popped on her fair skin. She wore a bright red jacket. Her lipstick was so red that her mouth looked like it was dripping blood. A curtain of black hair fell on her shoulders. Her pale fingers held the bloody knife gingerly. There was a morbid beauty about her.
Baby, it's time to eat.
The woman's voice was magnetic and beautiful. However, somehow it did not match her age. Then the woman pulled out several trash bags from the adjacent room and tossed them into room 1051. The binding on Han Fei disappeared immediately as several black shadows pounced at the trash bags. The plastic bags were instantly torn apart. Animal guts and unknown ingredients splattered everywhere.
I'm sorry if they frightened you.
The woman glanced at Han Fei.
This room is where I keep my pets. I used to store my unused cooking ingredients inside room 1051. Somehow the room fed on their energy and came alive. It started to request feeding. I decided I don't mind its company. Some people keep cats or dogs, while I have these.
The woman stepped on the shadows on the ground. She then leaned over to use the knife to saw off the headless ghost's head. She hugged the faceless head tightly, and a blissful expression lit up her face. With a kick, the rest of the ghost's body was sent into room 1051. Witnessing this, Han Fei's eyes twitched. Suppressing his fear, he crawled up from the ground and uttered in a natural voice.
I'm your neighbor from downstairs. This is my first time coming to visit, so I don't know what to bring. But from your expression, it looks like you appreciate my gift.
The bloody pupils turned on a Han Fei. The woman's red lips curled into a soul-rending smile.
I haven't received such a thoughtful gift in a long time already.
The woman opened the door to room 1052.
Even though we haven't officially met, you already know me so well. As a thank you, why don't you stay for a meal? Sure, I would love to try your cooking.
To forge another neighborly relationship, Han Fei decided to forge ahead for now.